Awesome. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our afternoon session of today's council meeting. It is April 7th, 2026. And let me refresh my screen. Maybe that will help. Go ahead and call the meeting to order, and we'll pass it to Clementine to do roll call and share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Rash.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
And Mayor Williamson.
Here.
Public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices and phones muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. Consistent with the First Amendment and the Brown Act, individuals have the right to speak at public meetings, which includes the right to criticize or support city policies or actions. The city encourages your uninhibited and robust feedback on public issues affecting the city, and we thank you for participating.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Clementine. And with that, we will go ahead and start with our presentations. The first item on our agenda is to welcome and introduce Dante Hall as the new city manager for the city of Monterey. So Dante, welcome. Been a long process and transition for us. And I would use it as an opportunity to thank Lou, who is, I'm assuming, is not present with us here today. He was very excited to end his tenure. We're very thankful for him filling in the gap in between, and just really excited to have you on board, Dante. And so I'll just pass it to you to share a few thoughts if you'd like to.
Sure, I would like to share a few thoughts. First, I just want to thank you, Mayor, and members of the council for the warm welcome. I've had a chance to meet with staff, have lunch, and walk the streets of Monterey, and everyone's been so welcoming. And so that's something that is really endearing, and I'm just grateful for showing that gratitude to me. Like I told with the council in my many conversations, I'm really here to do the work of the council and the community, plain and simple. My focus is really to listen, to learn, and to help turn your vision into action. And also, as I said on a couple of occasions to council, I lead with empathy. And to me, what that means is really understanding the people behind the decisions, supporting the staff, and also engaging the community with openness, with honesty, and with respect. And so over the next couple of weeks, I'll be meeting with the departments, engaging with members of the community to really understand the key issues, explore the different sides, and see if there's a way to move forward on a lot of the key critical items that the city is facing. So Monterey is a special place. I'm honored to serve, and I'm looking forward to partnering with all of you and getting to work.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Dante. Monterey is a special place, and we're lucky to have a special person like you join our team. I know on behalf of the entire council, we're really excited. I will share with the public that I know a lot of folks are anxious to have a conversation with you and get to know you. And so I just ask for folks to give him some grace, give him some patience, because there's a lot going on in the city of Monterey, and he has a lot of conversations and stakeholders to build relationships with. But we're really excited to have you here. And I'm sure that I speak for everybody in our community that, whatever you need to have us to help support you in being successful in your role, we're here for that. So really excited. Opening up to the council for any questions at this time. Comments.
I think, Mayor, you summed it up well, and just welcome to Monterey. We're really excited to have you, and really excited about the background that you bring, and I think it'll be really helpful for a lot of the items that we're trying to address. So, welcome.
Welcome very much to you. We're all excited, and we're very happy you're here, and anything we can help with, like the mayor says, just call us.
So welcome and ditto.
Welcome. You look great in that seat. And thank you. And we know that you'll have patience with us because councils always need that. But we look forward to working with you and for accomplishing a lot of the things short term and long term. Welcome aboard.
Awesome. All right. And with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So for For folks that may not be aware, how this period works is we identify the public commenters at the beginning of the public comment period. After those folks are identified, we close it off and then only those speakers will be able to speak. So this is public comment specifically on the welcome and introduction of Dante Hall as the new city manager of the city of Monterey. So this is not general public comments for items that are not on today's agenda. This is specifically the presentation on that we're currently considering. So I'll start with folks on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? We have 1, 2. Anybody else? 3. What I just ask is if you're in the chamber, if you could just stand up to the left of the podium, or if you prefer to remain seated, you can identify yourself by raising your hand. And again, this is specifically to do with welcoming Dante as our new city manager. So we have 4. Anybody else? Okay, so we'll cut it off to the 4. And I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 1 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
You always put this so high. I'm short. Still short.
You should get somebody to go before you, and that way it can kind of tease you up well.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good evening, council members and Mayor Williamson. I am Michelle Pierce, Director of Client and Event Services with C Monterey. I partner closely with all of our local hotels in the Monterey Conference Center to attract conferences and group business to our destination. On behalf of C Monterey, welcome. We look forward to continuing our strong partnership with the city as we advance our shared commitment to sustainable and responsible travel on the Monterey Peninsula. Our organization's commitment extends beyond marketing. We actively support visitor safety and stewardship efforts. Recently, we participated in a beach cleanup with the Portola Hotel and Spa, and we implemented new travel alerts on our website during hazardous conditions such as high surf warnings to keep our visitors safe. And thank you to Councilmember Rash for the suggestion and for your leadership and commitment to our visitor safety. City Manager Hall would like to welcome you to one of the most beautiful places to live, work, and visit in the world. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Esther Malkin. I'm the president of the Laguna Grande Neighborhood Association, and I just wanted to welcome you on behalf of the residents in my neighborhood, and I look forward to you coming to our neighborhood, especially we have this weekend a neighborhood gathering, and next weekend our park is participating in a celebration of its 50th anniversary of our JPA. So hopefully you'll be able to fit us in. I know you're going to be super busy and I don't want to take up a lot of time here, but just welcome. And I look forward to talking to you one-on-one.
Good evening. My name is Diego Quevedo. I'm president of All Monterey Business Association, and I'm here to welcome you, Dante. We work very closely with the city on the 4th of July parade, the tree lighting, for the opening up Car Week, and I'm hoping to work very closely with the city and you, and hope to be able to have a meeting with you soon. Thank you.
Before my timer starts, it is regarding agenda item 10.
Okay.
So would that be now or later?
Yep. We can't take that now.
So that'd be at like the 7 o'clock part? Or do you guys vote on that now prior to that? Because that's what I did not understand in the agenda.
Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, that's in the afternoon.
Yeah. So it's on consent. So when we go to consent, you can request that item be pulled, or you can just give general public comment at that time.
So that's the 7 o'clock part.
It'll be coming up here shortly.
But still there'll be a difference.
It'll be this afternoon.
Okay. So in this
Yep,
meeting
I
time.
wouldn't leave if you want to speak on
I
it.
won't. Thank you.
Yep. All right. With that, we'll go to our commenters or the one public commenter on Zoom.
This is a telephone caller, so you'll need to unmute yourself and then you can go ahead.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. I want to welcome you, Mr. Hall, to the city. I hope that you will be a positive change for the city and the overall community. Past administrations have violated the public trust and failed to be transparent, violated the Brown Act, ADA, and other laws, and special interests have often dominated decision-making. aspects of Monterey's history have also been quite unsavory. Monterey and the area has huge challenges ahead, many of which have been kicked down the road, including national and state impacts, the city's structural deficit, impacts to drinking water supplies from the Fort Ord Superfund site, severe ocean damage and decline. We had the Moss Landing battery fire last year, and we have Fort Ord burns, which are toxic. CAL FIRE's practices that have increased fire danger and impact nature, and the Navy and Pentagon impact to the city and the area with its 5G projects and its expansion plans. That all of these have affected the city in many negative ways. So I look forward to your new insight, your new eyes, your fresh approach to all this, and hope that a new way forward can be happening for the city of Monterey and all who enjoy its beautiful benefits. Thank you.
All right, that will go ahead and close general public comment. Bring it back to the council for any last comments. All right, seeing none. Again, Dante, welcome aboard. We're so excited to have you here. And with that, we're gonna get right to business. So, all right, next up, we have item 2 on the agenda, which is to recognize April 2026 as Fair Housing Month. I'm just gonna go ahead and read this proclamation that we have, whereas April 2026 marks the 58th anniversary of the passage of the Title 9 of Civil Rights Act of 1968, known as the Federal Fair Housing Act. The city of Monterey celebrates April as Fair Housing Month. This act outlines a national policy of fair housing for all individuals who live in the United States. And whereas the Federal Fair Housing Act protects individuals from discrimination based on race, color, sex, disability, religion, family status, familial status, and national origin. And whereas discrimination based on race, color, national origin, gender, disability, familial status, religion, marital status, source of income, or any arbitrary reason is illegal in California. And whereas as a community, we understand that economic progress is best served by promoting opportunities for all communities with equal access to good jobs, schools, healthcare, transportation, and housing. And whereas the city of Monterey actively supports initiatives that support fair housing through education and partners with organizations such as Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity, Echo Housing, to host fair housing workshops for tenants and landlords. And whereas the Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity has assisted more than 434 households, ensuring residents of Monterey have the knowledge and resources to secure stable housing and contribute to a thriving, inclusive community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Tyler Rimson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, thank you, hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Fair Housing Month. And so let's give it up for Fair Housing Month. Council, comments, questions on the proclamation? All right, seeing or hearing none, I'll open up for public comment. Same thing, folks identify themselves at the beginning of the public comment period. So this is specifically on the Fair Housing Month proclamation. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check in with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? See one. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, so we'll go ahead and close it off to the one in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Give them 3 minutes.
Good afternoon again. I'm Esther Malkin. I'm speaking as the founder of Monterey County Renters United. I want to thank the council for passing this resolution. It is important, as we all know, that our housing situation be addressed very seriously. This city is 66% renters who have been working and maintaining and keeping the city functioning, yet they've been strained very much on housing, and their commuting has contributed to our climate issue as well as our homelessness problem. And I think it's important that we know we have made some progress. I'm looking forward to finally something breaking ground behind here so that we can get some more affordable housing on Madison. But we do need to try and speed this up a little bit because we can't afford to keep losing residents. And I hope that with the addition of the new city manager, we can expedite some of the things that have been kind of floundering. And again, thank you for being the first council to really care enough about this to consider policies that wouldn't have been considered in the past, especially because the majority of the council in the past were rental property owners. So they were not representing the majority of the residents in the city. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
Ms. Beatty, you can go ahead.
Thank you. This is Nina Beatty. This is a very timely topic for Monterey. It always has been because of Monterey's origin. The state funding that was initially gotten by from the first governor to for militias to kill Native Americans, and more recently racial housing covenants in the city. The Monte Vista Park, now in the Monterey Vista neighborhood, had this requirement by the developer of Monterey Peninsula Associates that the premises here undescribed shall not be used or occupied or permitted to be used or occupied by Asiatics or Negroes, except that persons of said races may be employed as household servants, and the said grantees agree not to sell, convey, lease, or transfer said premises or any part thereof, or any estate or interest therein, excepting to persons belonging to the Caucasian race. This is a horrible chapter in Monterey's history. I'm not sure that it's over. More recently, with the rollout of telecommunications towers, many of us are electromagnetically sensitive in particular, and the city was going to allow cell towers next to a few of us who are very sensitive, disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity. That's a fair housing issue. And also a fair housing issue is that renters get the same rights as property owners, and that has not happened here. Renters do not get the same notifications for land use projects, and that needs to change. Some of us have been lobbying for that change for years, and up to this point, the administration has been unwilling to extend those same equal rights to renters. And I hope that changes along. That's a fair housing issue too. Thank you.
All right, thank you to both of our public commenters. As outlined in the proclamation, really the conversation around fair housing comes up around discrimination, making sure that we're creating fair opportunity for everybody in our community that's not based off of a protected class. And I want to give credit where credit is due. And I know that at both the state and the national level, there's been a lot of effort in trying to create protections for communities that have historically been discriminated against. But there's still a lot of work to do. And so it's great that we can sit here and celebrate the advances that we've made in this space. We just got to keep the heat on and keep doing the work to make sure that we're taking care of every resident in the city of Monterey, regardless of their background. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to general public comments. So this is for public comments that are not on items not on today's agenda. So this is non-agendized items. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll ask folks in the chamber to stand to the left of the podium. And I just want, as a heads up, as everybody's getting adjusted here, I'm seeing that there's going to be a lot of public commenters. So just know that your public comments are probably going to be reduced here in time. So if you want to try to augment your public comments, give folks a moment to get adjusted.
Can you turn the volume up? Can't hear you back here.
Thanks. Okay. Who's all in line? Where's the line end? That's what I want to know. Okay. If you're in line, you have to be inside the room. So let's let it keep snaking around here. Okay. So who's the last person? Just try to be clear. Who's the last person in line? You are? So you're not wanting to speak? Okay. All right. All right. So we'll do a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 in the chamber. Janine is the last person in line. So go ahead and cut it off at Janine. Nobody else after Janine. What did I say? 29? I forgot. 27? There's 2 sitting. Okay. Can somebody do a count for me again?
1, 3, 6, 8,
Ma'am,
19.
in the back, are you planning on speaking? Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Does the baby want to speak as well?
Well, I think she will on her own. I get 19.
19?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I have 18. So cut it off to the 18 in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to
Yeah,
5,
I double-
4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 on Zoom. We're gonna go ahead and leave it to 1.5 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Dan Turner, Monterey, Fisherman's Flats. This is chapter 3 of the sidewalk saga. I tried to present the first 2 segments in a somewhat humorous vein, but there's really nothing funny about what's happened. It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful that after 2 years of talking to the Department of Public Works, all that I have is a promise from a guy named Billy who works for Public Works that sometime in April, the sidewalk would finally be repaired. What I'd like to see done is for the council to establish a blue ribbon commission composed of a council member, the assistant city manager, and any relevant heads of departments that have to do with fixing sidewalks. And this commission should come back in 90 days and report to the city council on recommendations of what needs to be done, who needs to be hired, who needs to be fired. What do you need so that within 6 months, let's say, of Public Works hearing that a sidewalk needs to be repaired, it gets done. And of course, the city council would then have to implement those recommendations, or else it would just be a waste of everyone's time. With 1.5 minutes, that's all I have to say. There's just one more thing, but you're going to have to wait for 2 weeks.
Thanks, Mr. Turner.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williamson, Vice Mayor Smith, and City Council members Barber, Rash, and Garcia, and new City Manager Hall. My name is Kim Everett, today a spokesperson for the launch team of St. James Episcopal Church in Monterey. We are here to introduce you to a new program we are building right up the hill on the corner of Franklin and High. That is the location of both our church and McGowan House. Our program, Grounded Hope, ESC Monterey, will be one of about 7 or 8 Episcopal service corps in the country and only the second on the West Coast. As you will find in more detail in the brochure that we have available for you, the Episcopal Service Corps offers young adults between the ages of 21 and 32 an opportunity to spend 10 months in professional, personal, and spiritual discernment as to the next path on their journey. A major component of the program will also involve spending those 10 months gaining community and social justice experience by working at a nonprofit. McGowan House, which is being renovated, was built in 1918 as a retreat center for the Theosophist of Pasadena. For many years, it has served as a home to 12-step programs, the Buddhist Zendo for the Monterey Zen Center, a Korean church, the Monterey Friends of Jung, an artist studio, and the Image Makers Photography Group. The new program, Grounded Hope, will continue that opportunity for transformation. We're going to be reaching out to the community for donations to build and fund this living space, networking with community services where that might be appropriate for our young people to work in. And we would love to invite you all as a group or individual to be as our program to discuss Grounded Hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm glad to see that my neighbor church here is getting this great program going. Thank you for that update.
is it resetting?
You're good. You can start.
Oh, it's a 1 minute a minute 30. Is that it? Okay. Hi, I'm Nancy Soule. I'm the secretary of the Old Town Neighborhood Association. And as such, it's been a really busy week on my email box because people are really upset and confused with the parking program that's being implemented. This was a parking program that you, City Council, put into action on November 4th with a vote. And what came about last night, we had our neighborhood meeting. It was packed like this. Many of the people had already gone home. It was after 9 when I heard something very crucial. People have been asking, well, if you say you need to know if the neighborhood is supportive of the new program, why don't you just go ahead and mail or start with the license plate reader, add the $25, tell them that the old permits expire on the 30th of April, and see if they register or not. Count it up. Do it that way. Others said, why aren't you asking yes or no? Do you support the program? Instead, the neighborhood is supposed to go door to door or find out from their neighbors if they are supporting and will they register. And there's many problems with that. The big thing is that the city council needs to re-agendize this thing. There are so many problems. I've put it in the handout that I hope you passed around. You need to look at it again. It's not fair for the voting process. It should be yes or no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Bradley J. Strasser. I'm a professor over at the Naval Postgraduate School here in Monterey. I'm actually the department chair of the Defense Analysis Department, and I teach ethics. And I have a group of people. We've developed an ethics program for law enforcement, and I'm here today to give some good news. And I'd like to invite Chief Dave Hober up. We are presenting Monterey Police Department with a recognition of adopting this ethics program for law enforcement. It's a research-backed program now adopted by over 100 police departments across the country. But I'm very proud to say the very first department to adopt the program was Monterey Police Department. And this is a little certificate here. And I'm going to read it very quickly. So be it hereby known that the Monterey Police Department, having fully demonstrated its voluntary commitment to law enforcement excellence by pursuing the innovative and research-backed ethics initiative Compass Ethicards, thereby raising ethical awareness and outcome for its officers, building community trust for the citizens it serves, and thus having exemplified the best professional practices to hold itself to the highest standards of moral clarity and service, is hereby recognized as a Compass leader and the first Compass leader in ethical culture. Well done to Monterey.
Hi, my name is Sam Shakir. I have a business here in Monterey. I have food truck is Nuevo Cairo, Mediterranean street food, and I have a location in Lighthouse is named Habibi Cafe, 225 Lighthouse. And then done everything in the cafe, but somebody from the city here, he stopped everything for me for the credit. The work credit is not enough in Monterey. And then I'm so sorry for that. This one, it is as any small business, you need power to jump to the business. I'm not have anybody help me in the city. I'm doing everything myself, work to myself, hard work. But now I have the location, but nobody help me for that. I need please help. And then I don't know. It's first time I'm talking to that, but thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks so much.
Thank you. You can jump right in.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, respected city officials. My name is Yusuf. I'm also one of the owners of Habibi Cafe that Mr. Sam spoke about before me. I came from the East Coast to join him in this business, put my life in 2 suitcases and drove from New Jersey all the way out here. As he mentioned, we've been having some challenges with some of the individuals in the city in order to get our business up and running. And being in the Lighthouse District, location-wise, I think this business would be very beneficial for the city of Monterey in terms of, students from the DLI getting to know our town, the tourists, the locals. and everything. And I don't know if it's a coincidence or it was deliberate that yesterday our application for a building permit was closed by some individuals here in the city who had knowledge that we would be speaking in front of you today. So I just want to know, like, if I can leave my contact information with anyone so that we can voice our concerns a little bit more and seek assistance from, you know, anyone in the city who may be able to help besides those causing us our issues. So because we want to get this business up and running, I think, as I mentioned, it would be very beneficial for the city of Monterey, you know, the coffee house in the Lighthouse District, or for the tourists, for those visiting us here to study, for those going to school here, for those who live here, for those who work here as well. But we have not faced anything but obstacles. So I'm not sure how we'd be able to be directed or who can help us navigate these challenges. Thank you.
You can find the council's contact information on the city's website. So you can email the council.
Yes. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Hill, welcome. My name is Bob Paulus, 9-year resident of Monterey. I am the developer of the 3.5 acres on Cannery Row, and now also opening 2 new restaurants there on Way Street. My comments today are driven by a few things that happened, even perhaps the last gentleman that just spoke. Our cities and communities are really driven very often by the business that we operate. That's how we have to make money, or people are doing a job somewhere that are paying taxes. Things don't magically just get fixed up and repaired. As I was pulling weeds on the 3.5 acres, that I often have to do, people don't realize that the work that goes behind and opening a business can be quite difficult. But someone walks up and say, this would be a wonderful place for a park. Well, who's going to pay for it? How do we afford that? Our city can't afford to open another park. The only way things are fixed and repaired are by actually a business that can be viable. And that can often be very difficult for many of us. We have the caboose. I'm really worried about the caboose. I'm trying to step in and figure out, is there a way I can assist in not losing the caboose from the trailway? There's been issues with it in the past. It's very hard to do. And as a business guy, you look at it and go like, wow, how do you generate revenue to save that? It's 20 grand to move it probably. There'll be another 20 grand if you have to demolish it. If someone wants to buy it, we lose history. I'm very much big about history in Monterey. I think we need to have more than just tourism in general. We need a 3-legged stool, a 4-legged stool that we can actually have business, tourism, history, fishing, other things and ways of generating dollars. But I thank you for your time today and welcome, Mr. Hill.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James McFarland. I'm a resident of Old Town, and I'm here today to speak about the new residential parking permit that's affecting Old Town and New Monterey. Forgive me, I'm going to read from my notes if I don't make eye contact with you. The deadline to requalify these neighborhoods is looming, and so far many streets have not reached the 51% threshold to continue having the unlimited parking, the limited parking signs. There are several reasons for this, too many to go into now. The core issue right now is time. Meeting between the residents and parking staff have been very productive, but we need to buy more time to work out the kinks. And given that the deadline is the 20th of this month, and the new program is scheduled to start at the end of the month. Therefore, we are asking the council to take up the matter of extending the deadline of implementing the new plan before those deadlines expire. Parking staff has bent over backwards to help make this all work, but I don't think they yet grasp that the self-imposed end date approved by the city council of the current parking program is not set in stone. Unforeseen circumstances that parking staff did not anticipate, which the community will explain to council when the matter is on the agenda, simply require more time to address. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Tom Reeves. I'm speaking on behalf of the New Monterey Neighborhood Association and not as a candidate. And welcome, Mr. Hall. The same topic on the residential parking permit program. We sent you a comment letter with, I believe it was 7 key points in it. And I would echo the comments from before that we're asking you to place this on a future agenda. This is not just a stall tactic. We think that the program needs some serious retooling. There's a lot of confusion on the part of the public. I personally walked the lower part of New Monterey because we had gotten word that people weren't registering and that there was some confusion. And as I went door to door, knocking on doors, talking to people, indeed, that's the case. There's a lot of confusion. Just as one example, one of the criteria is they need to have 4 contiguous blocks register with 51%. So first question that I was asked is 4 blocks. What do you mean by that? Is that 4 blocks in a rectangle? Is that 4 blocks in a straight line? Is that 4 blocks in a zigzag going through the neighborhood? And I was like, I don't know. So I asked staff, I was like, well, yeah, we can kind of work with you. We can do that. Well, that's fine and dandy, but that's not an answer for the public, though. The public's got to have a clear understanding of what they're up against. So I think you need to put a pause on this. You need to put it on a future agenda. And the reason for that is so that we can discuss making modifications to the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Why doesn't the line move on up so you guys get a little bit closer to the podium here? There we go. Hi there.
Hi, good afternoon, City Council. I'm talking about my brother who passed away on the 28th at the Salty Seal. So on March 28th, 2026, our lives changed forever. That is the day that we lost my brother, Marcos Ruiz Salafai. My brother had gone out to the Salty Seal with my cousin and his friend. While they were there, they were approached by an aggressor who began antagonizing them and asking them what they banged. My brother and my cousin told the aggressor multiple times that they did not bang and that they were just trying to make it home safely. They were not looking for trouble. It is incredibly unfortunate that our family must now go through this tragic loss. The pain of losing my brother is something that will stay with us forever. Our family will never be the same again, and I will never hear my brother's voice again. I will never hear his laugh, and I will never be able to hug him again. But I want to make something very clear. My brother was not gang affiliated, and he did not believe in suicide. He believed in his children, he believed in his family, and the future that he was working to build. Our family is asking for the truth. We are asking for transparency. We respectfully request that the Monterey Police Department release the full unedited video footage from the Salty Seal and the Hotel Plaza, along with all the body cam footage related to what happened. My brother deserves justice, he deserves peace, and our family deserves answers. Marcos Ruiz Salafai was more than a name. He was a father, a son, a brother, and a man of faith and a light in this community. His life mattered and his story matters. And to the world, I want you to remember that Marcos may be gone, but his sons will grow up knowing their father was loved, respected, and worth fighting for. And our family will never stop speaking his name until the truth is known. Thank you.
What's
your name?
So we apologize for your loss. Our condolences to you and your family. Thank you for coming to speak to us today. And I would just make sure that you connect with the police department to make sure that you get your request submitted to them formally. Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm here to speak on my son's father that passed away on March 28th, Marcos Ruiz Salafai. Everyone that knew Marcos knew how much he changed the day he became a father. The way his face would light up when our son would crawl in any room, the tears in his eyes every time Elijah would say dad, his smile every FaceTime call, the way he talked about him so proudly to literally anyone. Marcos was there every checkup, every sick day, every ER visit, by our side, writing everything down that the doctor said, looking up every symptom. Marcos had a sweet, caring side of him with everyone that got to know him enough, but the sweet, caring side he had with his boys, you were lucky if you ever got to experience it. It's something that I'll cherish and hold close to my heart for the rest of my life. Marcos absolutely adored and loved being a father more than he loved being anything else in this world. I truly don't know how to conquer parenthood without him. He was the best father I could ever ask for our son, and I will never stop reminding our son every day of the great man his father will always be and how much he changed my life in the most special way possible. For the people saying it was suicidal, shame on you. He would never leave his voice sides, and any person that has ever had a conversation with him would know that. This is truly the most heartbreaking and devastating loss me and my son will ever experience, and we'll carry this with us forever because Marcos was our entire world and the light of our lives. We won't stop until we get justice for him and his story, until the truth is completely told, his truth. He was not the aggressor and not out looking for a random fight. He did not walk into that bar that night asking to lose his life and never see his son again. You can ask anyone that knew him. He loved to have a good time, but he would never jeopardize his life as a father to start some random fight. You guys have his story completely wrong.
Our condolences to you.
Hi, Council. My name is Chelsea. I'm talking on behalf of Marcos. He's the father of my son as well. Marcos was and still is a loving father to our son, Noah. He had such a big and caring and loving heart towards his family, friends, to me and our son. He always talked about being a dad, and I'm grateful he was able to become one. I'm grateful for all the time and memories we shared up until his last. Our son will be 2 this year, and I know he's so excited for the future plans we had yet to come, and now he won't be here to experience it with us. Seeing him as a dad brought a different side out of him and thought that was the best side we all loved to see and got to know. He was well known and involved in his community. He was a local barber. He was also involved in church. He found God. And I'm sorry this happened to him, and I always will wonder why he was taken so soon. And he had so much life to live for himself and with our son. I'll miss you forever, Marcos, more than you'll ever know, and every happy moment and guilt will linger knowing you aren't here to see it. The media, reporters, officers, residents of Monterey County have all his story wrong. No one knows him more than his loved ones he surrounded himself with, and I wish all the people mentioned above gave us that first opportunity to do so, to justify and clear his name on who he was as a human, as a man, as a father, as a brother, a son, a cousin, a grandson, and a friend. For all I wish and pray for now is for Marcos to have found peace and now have his name cleared and story set straight with all the help of you, City Council. I wish for him to watch and guide me and my son in this new path of life. Without him, yes, he's gone, but he'll never be forgotten. We'll love and miss you forever, Marcos, and I promise to always remind our son how great and loving you were, and with everyone you loved, especially me and our son. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Taylor Ruiz. I just want to start my time by saying I'm thankful to be given this opportunity to be able to speak, and to those that are listening. I would like to speak on the death of the young man who lost his life here in Monterey, California, on March 28th, 2026, at the Monterey Hotel Plaza just 11 days ago. His name is Marcos Antonio Ruiz Salafai. He was 26 years old and would have turned 27 in September. That young man was my baby brother. I'm pretty sure you've seen it on the news and read all over social media. Let me clear my brother's name by starting off and saying the altercation that started at the Salty Seal was not started by my brother. My brother was forced to defend himself after asking the supposed victim multiple times to leave him alone and that he did not gangbang. My brother simply went out for a couple of drinks with his cousin and his friend around 1 a.m. And around 1 a.m. after having a good night out like normal, he was approached and provoked by a 37-year-old male who is from San Jose, California, and claims he was a gang member. My brother was an incredible man and touched many lives, and it's unfortunate for those of you who didn't know him, because you would have truly been able to understand and feel our grief and the pain in our hearts. After my brother being forced to defend himself, police arrived on scene, and my brother feared for the misconception and ran away to hide. While trying to hide, my brother slipped and fell into the water and the rocks of the Monterey Beach, the same beach we played at as kids. All the commentary on who my brother is and was is disgraceful and inhumane. I'm asking light and transparency be brought to my brother's name, who we still haven't even been able to lay to rest. Justice for Marcos Ruiz Antonio. Hello, my name is Nancy Morales, and I'm here today to speak about my cousin Marcos Antonio Ruiz and his true character. It's hard to stand here and put into words about what he meant to us, because Marcos was so much more than anything that can be said in just a few minutes. He wasn't just a headline or a story being told. He was our family, our laughter, our memories, and a huge part of our hearts. Marcos was a hardworking barber who took pride in what he did. He had a way of making you feel seen, lifting your mood without even trying. He was the funniest person we knew, and his energy was something you couldn't replace. His clients ranged from just a few months old to the elderly, and that alone speaks to the kind of person he was and the trust and connection he built with people throughout his community. He was an incredible father. His children were everything to him. He was present, loving, and deeply involved in their lives. The kind of dad who showed up, who cared, and who made sure his kids knew they were there and loved every single day. Marcos was the brother I never had and a father figure to my children who miss their uncle deeply. Although he was my baby cousin, he always looked out for me and my boys. He made sure we were okay and showed up for us in ways that meant everything. And just like he did for us, I will continue to be there for his children. I will continue to show up for my nephews the way he would have wanted. We're asking again for the immediate release of all the bodycam footage of the chase, as well as the footage from the Salty Seal and the Monterey Hotel Plaza. We deserve the truth. And now, because of one moment, Our entire family is left with a lifetime of pain. We miss his voice, his laughter. I will never see my cousin again, and I will never be able to hug him again. He deserved to be here. When you think about my cousin and you think about what happened here in Monterey, try to put yourselves in our shoes. Think about your father, think about your brother, think about your son, and think about your loved ones and how you would want this to be handled. He mattered to us, he still matters, and he always will. Thank you.
My name is Christina, and Marcos was my cousin, but truly he was like a brother to me, like he was to many people. He built strong, real relationships, and he was always there for others, always supportive no matter what. Right now, our family is grieving a loss that has completely shattered us, and the hardest part is we haven't even been given the chance to grieve in peace. We have not been able to see Marcos. His own mother and sister have not been given the chance to see him. We have not been shown the camera footage. We are left with questions, pain, and the weight of assumptions that are being spread by the media and online. Instead of being allowed to mourn, we are being forced to defend his name. We are dealing with heartless comments, false narratives, and judgment from people who were not there and do not know the truth. We have not had the time or space to process what has happened. Marcos was not the person he is being portrayed to be. He was loving, he was present, he was deeply connected to his family and his community. He had 2 sons who meant everything to him. He loved them more than anything in this world and would never choose to leave them. He was strong. He had been through hardships in his life, and not once did he give up. He believed in God, and recently he had been growing even closer in his faith, attending church and writing Bible verses in his journal. And I want to be clear, Marcos did not take his own life. Our family is asking for something very simple: truth, transparency, and the dignity to grieve. We are asking for the release of the footage, answers, and the chance to see our loved one, and to be treated with basic human compassion. Marcos deserves to rest in peace, and right now it feels like he can't because we are still fighting for him. Please allow our family to mourn and help us get the truth so that his name is not defined by assumptions.
Was there anybody else that was part of your group? I will say, I mean, the fact that you all are here and speaking his name and sharing the story means a lot. And so I hope that his children and the family are proud of the work that you all are doing and the impact that he's obviously had in your all's lives. So again, I'd encourage you all to make sure you connect with the police department, get that the request submitted. And we're sending our deepest condolences to you. People can make assumptions about whatever happened, but every single human life matters. And so truly, I'm from the bottom of my heart, sending my condolences and a lot of love to you and the family. So thank you all for being here today. Alrighty. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Heidi Bean. I live on Van Buren Street, and I'm here with, I think there are a few other people who are also interested in talking about the parking. It just is a really big impact to us. Right now, 33% of our block has voted to keep the parking, to move to this parking, it's like a new updated parking that's all technologically savvy. But instead of just updating the parking system, they decided to drop the entire parking system and create a new one, making everyone re-sign up for this new one as if we're 40 years ago and we haven't already established that we need parking. So if we take away those 1-hour parking signs, not only will we get every tourist from the wharf on our street, we'll also have everyone who wants 72-hour parking, who might come from all over the state, because who doesn't want to live for 72 hours without needing to move your car? So we really, I mean, it's a huge issue that right now it's basically our street is under threat of losing that parking and losing the ability. A lot of people don't have a driveway. They don't even have a place to park their car. So they would basically, like they would have to move away. Like, it's a really big threat that they've given to say, basically, if you don't if you don't take all of your time to get all your neighbors on board with this, then you're going to be totally screwed. And so I think it's a big thing. I hope that everybody's paying attention to it, and maybe we can potentially have them slow it down. And yeah, thank you guys so much.
For your public comment today.
Your baby's adorable.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Janine Chigard. I'm the Managing Director of the Portola Hotel and Spa, and I'm also the Board Chair for City Monterey. I'm not here to talk about economic development tonight. I'll save that for another day, but I am here to talk about the budget. Whenever there's been challenges with the budget throughout the years, the first thing people say is privatize a sports center and privatize a conference center. And I don't know anything about a sports center, but I know a thing or two about the conference center. And the way the budget is done for the City of Monterey, it shows purely the expenses for the conference center, including the $1.7 million that gets paid to City Monterey. So it looks like it is a major deficit, when in reality, it's your number one economic engine in the city. The TOT taxes that it generates is significant when you look at the Marriott ourselves, the Hotel Pacific, but then all the hotels benefit from the compression and all the TOT that gets spread out throughout the city. Beyond that, your parking garages are full anytime there's a conference in downtown Monterey. You've got the restaurants, which even Bercatino said to me, hey, the conference center must be doing great because I'm killing it at the sardine factory. So it has this economic impact that doesn't get shown on the financials, and it's very easy for someone from the outside to walk in and a resident to take a look at that and say, oh, this is a big money loser, get rid of it. But in reality, it is your top economic generator for the city of Monterey. And I encourage you not to have a conversation about privatizing the conference center. Thank you.
Thanks, Janine. Okay, with that, we will go to our callers on Zoom.
Yes, and I've noticed that a couple of the callers have lowered their hands. So if that was an accident, please make sure to raise them while the next person speaks. We can take our call from Miss Beatty.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I had planned to talk about something else tonight, but President Trump had threatened the nation of Iran with total destruction. That's genocide by 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, which is approximately now. And if the Pentagon obeyed that order, it would most likely be done by the Navy. It now appears that there's a ceasefire, though so many people have already been killed, and how long the ceasefire would even last is unknown, or whether the government of Israel would abide by it. Every single human life does matter, and this reminds me of another war. The Vietnam War was initiated by the U.S. government by the Gulf of Tonkin hoax, with the assistance of the U.S. Navy, against a country that was no threat to the U.S. The U.S. government, including the Navy, caused enormous loss of life and destruction of land, including contamination with Agent Orange and other toxic chemicals, leading to terrible health problems and birth defects in children to this day. Americans, including poisoned Navy personnel and Vietnamese people, had to fight for even a little compensation, but the damage remains. So why is Monterey sponsoring the Larry Freeze talk on April 15th? It is a private function by MBDA. His talk is not a municipal issue. Plus, it is pushing a particular platform and ideology. Mr. Freeze has represented his philosophy in a past talk as anti-communist. This sponsorship also costs money when the city has a structural deficit. I urge the city to represent peace and not directly or indirectly support the ideology, misinformation, and taxpayer dollars siphoned in the world.
Thank you. Your time is up. And Mr. Mayor, there are no further hands raised.
Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to the council, move on to consent agenda. I understand there's been no items being requested be pulled from staff. Council wish to pull anything? All right, 11. Anything else? All right, so we'll pull 11. With that, we'll go to public comment. So this is an opportunity for members of the public to either speak on a consent agenda item, including 10, or request an item be pulled. So I'll start with folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on consent agenda? I have 2 takers. Anybody else?
All right.
Give me 1 second here. All right, you're good. You're good. You can come up to the mic. You can come up. You're good. You're good. Anybody else in the chamber? We just had the 2. All right, so we'll go ahead and cut off to the 2 in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
All right. Good afternoon. I appreciate your guys' time. My name's Alice. I'm from Monterey. I'm asking that you guys hold off on the voting of agenda item number 10 until the public is given clear understanding of where this project stands and the path forward. This item is now asking for a 5th extension of the exclusive negotiating agreement with Midpen. The record shows the RFP was done in 2020. Midpen was selected in 2021. ENA was put in in 2022, and now we're waiting for an extension, looking for one to 2027. I understand there's been a lot of ground that's been covered. However, during that time, Midpen has not shown us the funding for this whole project. So we have now put in over about $4 million. And at this point, I'm asking, what funding is fully secured? What funding is still pending? What's the timeline? Is there a timeline to construction start, completion, occupancy? If it's not done by this April 12th, 2027, what's the contingency plan? I also think it's worth noting that this is being asked of our new city manager to be signed on his first day. Given he does have a good background, however, has he done the due diligence for the citizens of Monterey and the future citizens of Monterey regarding this whole project? We know our fiscal deficit of 10 million. We know it's 9 million next year. That's all. But really, why hasn't a new RFP been done? There are other contractors. Have we looked at the limiting circumstances that this one has brought? We're halfway into this project structure of 3,000 units. And I think there's like 36. There was supposed to be 42. So before you guys say yes to this, I'm just asking, is there a contingency plan? Are there other ideas that can be brought to the board for the citizens of Monterey of how this project's going to be completed? So I'm just asking that you guys will hold off today on that. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. I was actually not going to comment on that project. I just want to say it would be nice to get an update and a timeline on where that project is. I've been asking staff for at least to get a general idea of when we might break ground and how long it's going to take. Just a reminder that the last project that Midpen did it took them 12 years to build 18 units. I certainly hope we don't have to wait that long. But I actually came up to speak to consent item 11, which I touched on earlier a little bit.
11 is pulled, or we're likely to pull it. So it is pulled. I'm sorry. So
I need to come back. Okay.
Okay. With that, we'll go to wait. We didn't have anybody on Zoom. So we'll bring it back to the council. I'm going to go ahead and pull item 10, just based off of the request from the public. So is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. Go ahead.
It's been moved. I'm assuming that motion is pulling 10 and 11.
Pulling 10 and 11, yes. That's
Is there a
correct.
second?
And accepting the
All right,
consent.
been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move to item 10, authorize city manager to sign an exclusive negotiating agreement extension with Midpen Housing for development of affordable housing at 587-593 Van Buren Street, 424 and 450 Madison Street. I don't think we need a whole presentation. I just pulled it because I wanted to be able to respond, and it kind of gets to the point that I heard Esther just say. My understanding is that things are moving forward, and if you have a 30-second updated version that you want to provide, I'll ask that. But what I will say is it might be helpful to have an item come back. As I pass the mic, though, what is the deadline for the current ENA?
Sure. So give me just a moment. I can pull that exact date for you. Sorry, I'm looking in the agenda report.
You're good. No worries.
So it would be later this month. So looking at hold on, that's 2024. Yes, I believe it's later this month.
We don't have an exact date.
It's April 12th.
April 12th. So basically we have to do it today. Otherwise we'd have to kind of go through the process again.
Which I can provide a brief update and that might help kind of.
Yeah. Maybe just a 30-second version because we have a lot on the agenda tonight, and maybe we can have an item come back at a future council meeting to kind of give more details. But
absolutely.
Please.
Yes. So just to kind of catch everyone up, this would be the 5th extension of the ENA, hopefully the final extension to April 12th, 2027. Just a brief update on the status of the project. The environmental review that was required for the acceptance of federal dollars was completed in February, and staff expects all the necessary land use entitlements to be finalized by the end of the month. If you recall, staff was kind of in a deadlock for about a year with the State Historic Preservation Office to complete that historic evaluation that allowed us to close out the NEPA review for this project and the Section 106 review. Midpen, and also I'll add that building permits are currently under review and have been submitted for review, so we have that in progress as well. Midpen's awaiting notice of a CDBG grant that was applied for, and we're expecting notice of any day. If that is awarded, and that's for the construction of the project, if that grant is awarded, it does have a time frame attached to that. The construction would commence within 180 days of that award. So that does place some kind of time frame as far as when we can expect construction pending the awarding of that grant.
Awesome.
So yes, that's the status of the project. And with that, we're recommending the city council direct the city manager to extend the ENA.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Any other questions from the council?
I have a question.
Please.
Levi, I'm the AMBAG representative, and I talked with Hans Usler about this. There's a deadline for the REAP money 2.0, the 2.3 million. Are we on schedule to utilize all that money in time?
Yes. So that grant, expenditures for that grant had to be completed by the end of March of this year. So we are preparing that reimbursement request for that final REAP grant to go in April 15th.
Great. Thank you.
Of course.
So also, if the CDBG grant that they're waiting on for construction does not happen, what's the alternative? What's the backup plan?
So Midpen would create a gap in the funding. So there would have to be either potential other funding sources like project-based vouchers, which was the original funding source, would have to be kind of looking at again. But as I understand right now, are on hold. So that would be something that maybe would necessitate further extensions.
Thank you.
Sure.
Please.
Frequently with an applicant, there's fees that are collected and staff time that's expended is charged against that. For what's happening this last year or so, I understand that we do have a city loan, and there's been some financial support. So are you operating under drawdowns from an applicant's payment of the permits for this project?
So Midpen has paid all the application fees associated with the project like any other development.
Okay. And so our staff work is coming out of a normal process workload that comes off of the payment for those permits.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mayor, that's all I have.
All right. I think that's all the questions from the council. Thank you for answering those questions. We'll go ahead and open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right. Seeing none, we'll cut it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
I make a motion to authorize the city manager to make an extension of the agreement.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move to item 11, proclamation recognizing the 50th anniversary of the Laguna Grande Regional Joint Powers Agency. Given that Councilman Garcia requested this be pulled, I'll pass it to you, sir.
Great, thank you. And I don't need a presentation, just wanted to highlight a couple items here. First, the Laguna Grande 50-year Joint Power Agency anniversary event happening Sunday, April 19 from 10 a.m. to 12:30. We invite our community to come out and enjoy a series of activities, both on the Monterey and the seaside sides. There'll be historical information, nature crafts, bird bingo, all kinds of fun stuff, just celebrating the all the activity that's been going on for now 50 years. And I also wanted to just provide a little bit broader context in terms of the work that's being done here. This agency, composed of the City of Monterey, or representatives from the City of Monterey, City of Seaside, and regional parks, has been working over the years to develop a maintenance plan to not only address the aesthetics and just the preservation of this beautiful gem that we have in our community, but this is also a piece that has had a significant impact on our residents in terms of just general safety. So in doing this work, developing the maintenance plan, there's very intentional focus on ensuring that our residents and residents from Seaside as well enjoy this beautiful open space in a way where we all feel safe while doing so. So just wanted to highlight that piece. We've gone through tremendous strides to get through all the permitting that's required to begin developing a maintenance plan. So I'm looking forward to that real close communication and collaboration with City of Seaside and regional parks to make sure that all our residents get to enjoy this, again, beautiful gem in a very safe way. That was it. Thank you.
Anybody else on the council have questions, comments on this one?
I'm good.
Alrighty. Thanks for that update, Gino. It's really helpful. With that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber? See, we have one taker so far. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, we'll cut it off to the one in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom.
Good evening again. Speaking as the president of the neighborhood association that is adjacent to this park. First, I want to thank Councilmember Garcia for representing us on the JPA properly after many, many years of zero representation and the park really going through a deep decline. I also want to thank the police department for making a huge effort to work with our neighborhood over the years to clean up the park's homelessness encampments and a variety of other things. I'm going to give a little bit of history just for the benefit of some of the newer council members as well as our new city manager. When I started working on this park issue 13 years ago, it was because the park was in very bad condition and unsafe to our neighborhood. We worked on it diligently with the Regional Parks District, who admittedly had not paid attention to this park, even though it is the largest park on the peninsula. And we had representation that wasn't meeting at all at the JPA. So luckily, we went into districts, we got everything going again, and Gino's has it in his district. So we've been getting help on that. The thing I want to point out is while we have made some progress, it's been quite slow. And we're at the point right now where we're celebrating the JPA and actually it's also in conjunction with Earth Day. So we're hoping and expecting there to be pretty good turnout if the weather holds up, hopefully. But what I really want to challenge staff with is to start working on funding. You know, we've paid a consultant a boatload of money and they've come back for more money and we've given it to them. But we need to start really making things happen and we can't do it without funding. And in the past, staff has really focused more on other parks than on our side of the city. And that's not necessarily in the recent past, but in the past in general. So I would like to see the same amount of grant search and other ways that they were able to fund other park projects take root ASAP on our project so that we can continue the momentum that we've gotten. Seaside has gotten grant money. they have more availability to it. But our city park staff has gotten grant money also for other parks. So our park is our side of the city has traditionally not been equally treated in many respects. And we expect this to be one of the first ways that we see that change when it comes to the parks. So hopefully we'll see you all at the celebration, and we'll have a lot more to celebrate going forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. And that was the only public commenter. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Move to approve. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we move to item 12. Our first public hearing item is application AP 250236 and use permit application UP 250013. Appellant Henry Runke, Wald Runke, and Dost Architects LLP, property owner WR Mont LLC, Industrial Administration and Research, Religious Assembly Overlay, Emergency Shelter Overlay, Multifamily Residential Overlay, Zoning District Employment General Plan Designation. And the overlay is IR 130 R8 ESMF1, which I expect everybody in the room to know what that means. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Our planning manager, Levi Hill, will be presenting this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. As you may recall, on January 20th, the City Council adopted a resolution declaring its intent to consider overruling the ALUC's consistency determination for the daycare use located at 2400 Garden Road. At that meeting, the council adopted draft findings for the overrule and directed staff to transmit those findings to the Caltrans Division of Aeronautics and the ALUC. Both of those agencies provided written comments regarding the proposed overrule, which were included in today's packet. In summary, those comments reiterated concerns regarding the introduction of vulnerable occupants to the area. The findings for the overrule have been included in your attached resolution, along with the necessary findings to grant the appeal for the use permit. With that, staff recommends the City Council adopt the attached resolutions that overrule the ALUC consistency determination and granting the use permit appeal subject to the recommended conditions of approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions?
No questions.
I got a question for the city attorney. Do you need us to repeat all the findings at this meeting?
Unless if you have changes to what's put forth in the draft resolution, otherwise you don't need to repeat it.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? I see 2 takers. Anybody else? 3, 4, 5. We have 5 folks. 6. Anybody else? Anybody else that's still sitting that wants to speak on this item? All right, we'll go ahead and cut it off to the 6 in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5. Esther, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 1 on Zoom. We're going to leave it to 2 minutes, please.
Hi again. I just want to comment. I'm not sure why there's this question about occupants, not being safe, whether they're adults or kids. But I do want to bring up an item that has been brought up in relation to that area that affects my neighborhood, Kona and Villa Del Monte, regarding that area and the airport. We have recently had, we're going to have some meetings because residents have been complaining at Kona of soot and smell that's coming from the airport. And I've been talking to some state officials that we have some.
So Esther, if it's not related to.
It is related because this is something that affects kids specifically. We're finding out that gas.
Isn't about kids necessarily. It's about
the project. Well, the project is because it's a daycare, right?
I understand. Okay.
Just one second. Just one second. I just want to point out that we have all been surprised to find out that lead is allowed in small planes. And we are researching what is going on with this extra soot and smell. And the lead concern is very real, especially when we're talking about little kids. So I just wanted to point it out because I was surprised to hear about it and I didn't want you guys to be caught off guard with it. But it is very important for little kids whose brains are developing. And we have a lot of small plane traffic at that airport that could be a factor.
Thank you for that.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Fiona Jensen. I am a principal planner with the County of Monterey Housing and Community Development, and I serve as staff liaison to the Monterey County Airport Land Use Commission. My following comments are made on behalf of the ALUC. The city's draft findings conclude that the project protects public welfare because it sits parallel to the runway rather than at its end. However, this misinterprets the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. The restricting policy restricts vulnerable occupants, applies to not only areas within 10,000 feet of the runway ends, but also 6,000 feet of sideways of the runways. This site is just 1,400 feet from the runway side, and thus is well within the restricted area. Aircraft incidents are not confined to runway ends, and risks exist along the entire runway. Therefore, simply being parallel to the runway does not meaningfully reduce safety concerns, specifically given the site's proximity to stricter safety zones. The draft resolution claims that alternative sites must be considered. However, that is not a requirement. Proper analysis should focus on sites outside of the defined risk areas, and to my knowledge, that has not been done. Importantly, state law prioritizes minimizing safety hazards over economic or operational preferences. Just because the property is currently developed with a church does not justify adding additional vulnerable occupants. That use was occasional and limited, whereas the proposed school would bring over 100 children to the site, creating continuous concentration of vulnerable occupants. The city's draft findings argue that benefits of expanded daycare outweigh the risks. While daycare is important, state law is clear, providing the primary objective is hazard minimization and balancing and not balancing safety against community benefits. Finally, the city's reliance on the general plan and zoning is not sufficient. The city of Monterey is 6 years overdue for submitting its general plan to the Airport Land Use Commission for consistency. In short, the project does not meet the standards for minimizing risk, and the ALUC encourages the commission to not overrule the ALUC. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm Madeline. I'm the director of the Montessori School in Scotts Valley, and I'll be the director of the Hopeful site in Monterey. I believe so much in Montessori. It truly gives our children the foundation that they need to be successful children and adults in life. The whole basis of this is unreasonable fear. There's a very, very small chance that anything would happen to our school. There's literally right next to it another preschool. It doesn't make any sense to deny our school just because of this irrational fear. We currently have 76 families on the waiting list. They're all pushing for the school. They're wanting the school. That's before we've done any advertising. This community is in dire need of childcare. We've looked everywhere in the county for somewhere for a school to be put, and this is the best place. This is the only place. We've done our search, and this is the perfect Montessori school for the children of Monterey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Aurora. I'm the Assistant Director of the Montessori School in Scotts Valley. Monterey County is in great need of more childcare options, and it is unfair to prevent a high-quality preschool from joining the community based on these concerns. Parents should have the right to decide if a school near an airport is the right fit for their family, rather than having that choice taken away from them. Without this school, some families may be left with only unsafe or low-quality childcare options. I urge you to allow parents to make this decision for themselves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Bill Tershedy. I'm one of the owners of Montessori Community School. We started this whole process back in November of 2024, and I truly appreciate everyone's work, the City Council and the Planning Department on this project. I believe that Monterey County at this point in time is roughly 1,600 childcare slots shy of what they need in an ideal situation. Our school will bring in 102 of those spots. Montessori, AMI Montessori is a registered, is a recognized platform that helps Montessori's be true Montessori schools. Montessori is not a copyright name. Anyone can call themselves a Montessori school. Will be AMI recognized, which is a well-known and distinguished license and registration for Montessori schools. We'll bring in 16 to 20 well-paying jobs to the city of Monterey. And within the area, 1/8 of a mile, I believe there's going to be roughly 1,000 new residential homes. Our school will allow the children who are in those residential homes and the parents to not have to travel long distances or any further than 1/8 of a mile to get to their school. And we urge you to pass this resolution and allow us to start this school in Monterey, in the city of Monterey. That will be very well known to be an excellent choice for daycare. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Henry Runke. I'm with Wald Runke and Dost Architects. I think I made the initial presentation in November. So we're finally here. Hopefully we'll have our project move forward. And I appreciate all the hard work that staff has done and all the hard work that the council and the other committees have done at the city. Just wanted to remind you, part of my presentation in November, I did point out the fact that the staff report, which was prepared by the county that went to the Airport Land Use Commission, actually recommended approval of the project. It was very consistent with the many of the comments made by council, many of the beliefs that this is it's very difficult to find locations within the community to be able to put a school like this, and that the need outweighed any of the risks related to the airport. So I understand county staff is here today. They've made mention of some of the wishes of the ALUC, but the original staff report did support the project, and I just wanted to point that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did we have any colors on it? We had one. Yep. Let's go ahead and take them.
Ms. Beatty, you can go ahead.
This is Nina Beatty. I spoke to you the last time about why the Airport Land Use Commission and Planning Commission were correct in their decisions to deny this project. Why would city leaders put children's lives at risk from airplane crashes, airplane pollution, and microwave pollution from the cell towers and transmitters adjacent to the project? I am amazed that the Montessori leaders, Mr. Runke and Wald Runke and Dost, and staff continue to push this location and didn't do their due diligence about environmental factors that could harm children. Montessori is usually more health and environmentally conscious. Children cannot be successful if they are sick. Calling objections irrational fear is unreasonable. Internationally, physicians and research warn about microwave exposure and that children are the most vulnerable due to their developing immune and neurological systems and their thinner, softer bones and craniums, and that the radiation goes more deeply into their brains, eyes, and even into their bone marrow. The research continues to pile up on microwave radiation impacts, including DNA damage and fertility impacts. This is an irresponsible project and should be relocated to a place that is safe for children and not surrounded by these antennas or near an airport. The previous rejection of this unsafe project was the correct decision. Will the council stand with children, or will you throw them to the pollution that is already known to be at this site? Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Dr. Barber.
So first of all, I appreciate everyone's stance on this, the concern for the children. children are always going to be something that's important for me, and I'm sure for all of us here on the council. But I also am looking at it's before us dealing with zoning and what the specifics are, because when you're dealing with any type of, whether it's daycare or any type of school related businesses, there are going to be different requirements and processes you have to go through. So I believe the lead piece, that's going to be addressed in inspections. There's going to be different processes that they're going to have to go through anyway when you deal with childcare and daycare. I used to actually be a director for a daycare back east. And so there are different inspections and different other things that you go through from the state level, as well as county level, as well as city level. So there are a lot of different processes that are in place to make sure that the children are safe. So I think that will still proceed. But I believe it's contradictory to have a church that has a daycare and other daycares that are in the same area, and then not give the Montessori a chance to have a conditional use. And in this case, they would be in the legal ramification to be able to have daycare. So I would be able to support going forward, because that would be consistent and it would be equitable, because you already have something that's similar, whether it's consistent of being a longer time or a shorter time. You still have children that are in a daycare situation, even in the church.
Who else would like to go?
Sure.
Please.
Sure. I could reiterate all the findings in the staff report, but I'll focus on, it has already been declared a multifamily residential overlay district. So we have families living there 24/7. So we have children sleeping through the night in their apartments there during the day. We have the church, we have the daycare center. So it's already a residential neighborhood, and it's going to become more so because we're going to transmute the commercial buildings to residential buildings. That, just like Councilmember Barber says, that children are our utmost concern. And I've thought long and hard about this, but in fact, the risks of driving far for daycare for your children are more risky than an aircraft crash. So we need to keep that in consideration. In 2023, there were 40,901 deaths for cars. That's the U.S. Department of Transportation. And in aircraft, it was 1,216, almost all of which were for the occupants in the aircraft, not on the ground. There are a few on the ground. So in this era when we're trying to get smaller vehicle miles traveled, we're trying to get people out of their cars, we're trying to use less gas and even create fewer cars, even if they're electric, it doesn't make any sense to turn this down when there are actual environmental safeguards and safety considerations to the children in keeping them out of cars and driving them all around. So for that reason, I continue to be supportive of this project.
Please.
Yeah, I support the project, and I hear the folks that are on both sides of the issue, and recognize that everybody's got an opinion, everybody's got merit, and I think that, you know, when I look at the Zone 7 map and the position of the airport and the other nearby housing positions, I acknowledge that this school would be about 1,400 feet away from the airport, but it's not in front of the airport for the approaches. It is parallel. The problem we have is we're a small community, and when you start looking around where you are able to build and you factor in the airport with all of its prohibited zones, Zone 7 is one that is permissible. We just happen to have a difference of opinion that was weighed in by the airport land use. So I appreciate the fact finding, appreciate the data. My decision still lies with the decision I made before to overrule the airport use authority, and I'm sorry, the airport land use and their offering of their material and their letters, and the board chair. But I disagree. I believe that there's no inherent safety with this location. As other council members have already indicated, there are other uses that are occupying the position of being neighbors now. And I agree that if this is identified in future years to be an unsafe condition based on environmental conditions or air quality, then that would certainly be either mitigated or would cause the school to have to retreat. And if the school had to retreat, that would likely mean that the residents that would live on Garden Road would have to retreat, that the school at Shoreline School next door would have to retreat, and even some of the conditions of some of the office buildings that may remain there. So I stand with the earlier the earlier decision that I made.
I'll keep it brief. I think we have an area here that's zoned a certain way, and there's interest from folks to establish a daycare. I think ultimately it will be left up to the parents to dictate the success of this site. So I don't think it's up to us to really determine where parents should or should not take their children. That'll be left up to them. So I can make the motion to accept, staff's recommendation. I need my glasses. Yeah.
I'll second that. All right, so moved and seconded. I just have a quick question, and it could be as easy as a yes or a no from staff. Any concerns as it relates to or changes that we would recommend based off of the feedback from county staff?
No changes. I think the finding that was referenced inaccurately. It does make note of the side of the runway and that the 6,000 feet discouraging of introduction of vulnerable occupants is acknowledged in that finding. So I think the findings are accurate as is.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm not going to belabor the point. My colleague said it all, so I'm going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move to public appearance. Item 13, receive update from Housing Authority of the County of Monterey on status of displaced tenants resulting from the fire at 800 Casanova Avenue, and authorize the city manager to donate from the available balance from the FY 25-26 budget for the rental assistance program to HACME and or other organizations to continue support of the displaced tenants as needed. With that, I'll pass it to I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll pass it to our Assistant City Manager, Nat, who will present and provide an overview of this item.
Right. Thank you, Dante. And good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. The item before you this afternoon is to receive an update from the Housing Authority of the County of Monterey on the status of displaced tenants resulting from the fire at 800 Casanova Avenue, and also authorize the city manager to donate from the available balance that we have from the already designated fiscal year 25-26 rental assistance program to either the Housing Authority and or other organizations to continue support of the displaced tenants. I'd like to provide just a very brief overview. As many of you know, on March 9th, there was the 3-alarm fire that started at 800 Casanova Avenue. And this is a property that's owned by HDC, which is a development arm for the Housing Authority of the County of Monterey. The fire started very early in the morning, 3:51 a.m., and ultimately extinguished by the fire department with mutual aid support. And it was a significant fire. As many of you may have heard, we heard from veteran city fire department officials that in their decades-long career with the fire department, it was one of the largest fires they've experienced in the city of Monterey. And both the Monterey Police Department as well as the fire department saved a lot of lives that morning. And 6 residents were transported to CHOMP for burns and smoke inhalation. 2 transferred over to the burn unit at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. And very sadly, 1 resident passed away. And in the days after the fire, the Housing Authority provided temporary housing and shelter to displaced residents at Hyatt Regency Monterey. And due to the cost and logistics, they needed to find a more shorter term location for residents to be relocated to, and they were relocated to a hotel in Marina. And the Housing Authority has been actively identifying permanent housing for displaced residents. And you'll hear a brief update from Zulika Boykin, who is the Executive Director of the Housing Authority today as well. Since the tragic fire, we know there have been a number of needs that have been identified. It was clear in the first few days, those needs included mobility challenges, included medical needs, some with in-home support services, some with other needs as well. And many of the organizations throughout our county came together to provide support to those displaced residents. The Housing Authority for County Monterey, All in Monterey County, which is a nonprofit organization, the American Red Cross, Montage Health, the county, as well as local restaurants and businesses as well. So where we are today is there are a number of needs for those displaced residents. The first is permanent housing. HACM is the name, kind of the nickname for the Housing Authority. They've served as lead, and Zulika, again, will share more information on where they are on that. The other is case management. We believe there is a need for case management that involves identifying what the needs are of those who are displaced. Some of them need mental health counseling, support services, transportation, other types of needs. There's also needs for the fire victims. While the Housing Authority has been able to identify permanent housing for a number of the displaced residents, they go into the apartments or their new homes, but they have no belongings because many of the belongings have either were destroyed in the fire or weren't able to recover. So those are some three categories of the needs that we see. So there's an opportunity for reappropriating the rental assistance program funding the council allocated. And this current fiscal year, council allocated $250,000 in funding using general fund dollars for the rental assistance program. Over the span of the program since it launched in April of 2024, it's funded over $370,000 in funding and has assisted 115 individuals and families. And the types of programs that the rental assistance program typically funds includes deposit assistance, housing relocation, short-term rental assistance, covering rent increases, delinquent rents, financial assistance, application fees, utility assistance, and the like. Now, recent updates to the program were implemented in August of last year. Council approved that to better prioritize applicants with more urgent needs. And in the current fiscal year, the city has provided $65,000, roughly $66,000 in rental assistance and helped 17 individuals and families. So the demand for the rental assistance program we've seen has reduced a bit since we launched the program a few years ago. We think that for the remainder of the fiscal year, we'll have anywhere between $30,000 to $40,000 in assistance that will be issued before the fiscal year concludes. And that is based on an average amount of assistance between $2,500 to $13,000 per month of rental assistance that the city provides. So that leaves, based on our calculation, a balance that we think will be unspent in this category of $125,000. And it's important to note that because these are general fund dollars, typically any unspent rental assistance program dollars at the end of the year would typically be part of the general fund balance and then available for other general fund purposes. But if council would like to, you have the option of allocating $125,000 to organizations, and that could include, based on the resolution before you this afternoon, it could include HACM, it could include All in Monterey County, which is a nonprofit. We have a few requests that have come before us in the last few days. The All in Monterey County, and I believe Tanya is here and she'll speak during public comment. She submitted a request for $20,000 in funding. They've provided a lot of assistance directly to the victims of the fire over the last several weeks. And her request, it's an urgent one, is a $20,000 funding request. And that funding request letter is in your electronic agenda packet that was added to the packet yesterday. There's also a funding request from Zulika and her organization, the Housing Authority, and she'll talk about that as well. So the options before you this afternoon, council, is this draft resolution gives flexibility. It allows the city manager to make donation payments up to $125,000 in total. It gives the greatest flexibility as the city, as we further identify needs and potential service delivery providers. Other options for council is to allocate some, but not all of that funding now. And council may also provide other direction to us. So, but without further ado, we'll allow Zulika to provide her update to us and to the community.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I had this long speech, but Nat kind of talked about some of it, so I'm just jump into it. The Housing Authority has been working on this since day one. We were there the day of the fire, escorting people to the Hyatt. The Hyatt was it was 7 miles away. We had an employee that used to work there. We were able to get a discount. So it was the easiest place for us to get all of the tenants at one time so that they wanted to be displaced at the fire themselves. That's why they were only there for a week. They stayed there from the 9th to around the 12th. And then we moved them all to the Country Inn and Marina. So once we got them to the Country Inn, we were really able to start focusing on trying to get them other permanent housing. While we've been doing that, the Housing Authority has made several policy changes to accommodate them in partnership. So one thing we did first, we secured all the hotel accommodations. All of that has been paid by the Housing Authority at both hotels. And we also paid for food at the Hyatt for the first week because, of course, they going in there, they didn't have their monies, things like that. So we paid for the food as well. Each resident has got a caseworker that works with them, going over their needs, what they're at, what they need to do, contacting family, things like that. Then we provided housing choice vouchers for all of the residents that previously didn't have one. So if they stayed at Casanova, but they did not have a Section 8 voucher and they were eligible, we gave them one because we want them to be able to find affordable housing. We also made a local preference so that any of the residents would be able to go to the top of our waiting list if they were interested in any of our other properties to expedite them getting housing. Then after that, we issued vouchers to everyone that was impacted. And once we did that, we have a partnership that we created with CECL, the Central Coast Center for Independence. They're doing housing navigation services. Their services are free. The people that they don't do housing navigation with, we do it as a housing authority to try to make sure that everybody has special attention so that we can try to expedite getting them out of the hotel. We also are in a partnership with All In Monterey. They handle all of the donations. They come on site, Meals on Wheels prepare some of the meals. They are there. They issue out the meals 3 times a day. They help them with laundry services. And the most important factor is once the person is moved into a new unit, we coordinate with them and they get them furnishings for the unit. So they have like a starter pack that they give them. So when they go into the apartment, it's not just empty. They do have like a bed with a platform bed or an air mattress, towels, things of that nature. And we work really good together on that. The other thing that we've did is we've partnered with MST. MST has been providing all of the transportation. So when one of the residents needs to go to a doctor's appointment or they need to go see a house or we were taking them to some of our sites, we would coordinate with MST to come and pick them up and then have people on site from the Housing Authority to assist them. It was 82 displaced residents. The number has been changing a lot because people were counting the number of units. All of the units was not occupied. It was 86. And then as they were moving from hotel to hotel, they would ask individuals and they would give them the numbers based on the number of people at the hotel. But we did have some people that was in the hospital and some people staying with family. So the official number is 82. As of today, we have housed 35 families. So that left us with a remainder of 45 families that we have to work with. Of the 45, 2 of them are staying with families. So currently we have 43 people occupying the hotel that still need services at the hotel. Now, whether they're at the hotel or not, they're getting all of the services that everybody else is getting. But the ones at the hotel are more impacted because we have to continue paying for their lodging. We've been working with them to locate, review, and obtain housing, as well as whatever their needs are every day at the hotel. On March 16th, we provided the residents with a list of 45 available units. Then we gave them another list of 68 available units on March 26th. We reached out to a lot of our landlords in the Section 8 program and worked with them to quickly process the paperwork and approvals so that the residents will be able to move in. Some of the residents have declined available units because they're hoping to remain in Monterey County or they have other personal considerations that make them want to decline the unit that's been presented to them. While we respect that each household must make its own decision, those choices are extending the transition timelines and increasing the hotel costs. So it's going to come a point where we're going to have to cut off the hotel service, especially when we're offering units and they're not being accepted. As of Again, April 6th, we have 35 that have been placed in permanent housing. 22 have went to Carmel, 7 are in Monterey, and 6 are in Salinas. We have another 12 that we're currently working with. 4 of them should be housed this week. That'll leave 8 that are pending move-in dates, and we expect to have them housed by the end of next week, which is going to leave us a total of 31 displaced residents that need our services by the end of next week. Of those 36, we have 5 that are non-elderly, 6 that are disabled, and 21 that are elderly. It is also important to note that Casanova is not a public housing site. I think a lot of people see the housing authority and they think that it's a public housing site and therefore it has certain federal regulations attached to it. It does not. It's owned by our development corporation. The housing authority was the property manager. And all of the things that we're doing is as the property manager because we have some leeway in our Section 8 program. Even with the limitations, we've still been providing support beyond what a traditional property management company would do. And because of the seriousness and the needs of our residents in the community. To date, the Housing Authority has spent $277,244 to assist these residents. We have limited funding. So along with giving an update here, I'm also here today to ask that you consider assisting us with funding so that we can continue to work with the 31 that we think will be remaining by the end of next week. We pay approximately $80 a night for the hotel. And my original request that I sent in, it was for $227,820. But I really need $106,320 to continue the hotel lodging. The other funds was $40,500 to assist with security deposits. The reason I asked for money for security deposit because a lot of the residents been staying at Casanova for a long time. When they moved in, their deposit was maybe like $1,000 or $800, and we all know they cannot pay that for a security deposit. Now moving forward is this new rental market, so that would assist them in with paying their security deposit for the new location. And we're still having the building tested. We don't know if they're going to be able to get their items or not. If they can, they don't have monies to move the items, and we are pretty much exhausting our funds with the hotel lodging. So I was asking for $81,000 so that each one of them could get $1,000 to help them move their items from the hotel to their new permanent home. But with hearing what Nat said, with the funds that's available, and with all the work that All In has been doing, because they've been helping us a lot, I would ask that you would consider to grant us the $106,320 and consider the rest if at some point you have other funding that's available. Because the main thing that I need to do right now is extend the hotel stay. Because of the 31 people that are left, it's really difficult to house them. Because one, again, they really want to stay in Monterey, which we're trying to accommodate that. 2, they have other considerations, doctor's appointments, things like that, that they have to look at as far as transportation and things of that nature if they move to like Soledad or King City or somewhere like that. But we do still have a lot of available units. And then again, too, the Housing Authority is doing a lot of the housing navigation. We've really just, jumped in and are doing everything to have wraparound services for everybody that's at the site. We're there 7 days a week to assist them with whatever is needed. And we need some help. We've been doing the best that we can. I think we've actually done a very good job to have moved this many people in such a short period of time into permanent housing. But if we want to keep that going, we need assistance with the funding because our hands will be tied. The funding that is provided is through the Section 8 program, and they have regulations based on the 24 CFR. So when that funding runs out, we will have no choice but to remove them from the hotel. And a lot of them do not have anywhere to go. The only people that did not need hotel services, we had 5 residents that had renter's insurance. So 5 of 82. And then again, of the remaining 31, 21 are going to be elderly. They 62 or over. 5 are non-elderly and 6 are disabled. So I would like you to consider my entire request, but for the immediate needs, if I could get the $320, that would really help to keep them in a hotel and allow us to continue providing the services that we've been providing. And let's see what else. I kind of skipped over some stuff because, Nat took a little of my thunder, but I think it's just important to note, because it's been so much miscommunication, that the lead organization has been the Housing Authority. We have sought out help and asked for other nonprofits, but primarily only services that the residents are getting is from the Housing Authority of the City of Monterey and All in Monterey. And that's it. Some people have helped doing things along the way, but to push this forward, those are the boots on the ground every day. And we have a really good system of how we work with them. We find the housing, we assist with the needs, they provide the furnishings, and also on site assist with other things like the meals and the laundry. So, do you have any questions? That was my abridged versions, but yes.
No, thank you for joining us today to provide the presentation, and thank you, Nat, for providing some background as well for us. I'm going to go ahead and kick us off on this one, if you will indulge me, Council. I requested this item be agendized because I just want to make sure that we're all working together to continue in the partnership and making sure that we take care of our residents. I mean, that's what this is about at the end of the day. So I want to start the conversation off by just being clear in the expectation of what today should look like. We're not here to cast blame. We don't have time for that right now. We're here to work together on making sure that these residents have the care and the services that they need in order to get rehoused as soon as possible, and whatever is needed in the interim. I recognize that the Housing Authority can't do this by themselves, and so appreciate the efforts by the Housing Authority to act swiftly. And just a special shout out to All In, because I know that All In has jumped in and has helped out beyond what their mission is in order to make sure that the residents have the care that they need. So a few questions. And this might be this first question might be a little bit rhetorical, but I'm interested in any thoughts that you have. I guess I'm wondering, how do we handle those who are provided a unit but deny it? What does that game plan look like?
In our regular property management, we'll give a person 3 chances to take a unit. After they decline the third one, we take them off the list and they're no longer offered housing.
Okay.
So we're talking with our attorneys about implementing something like that. And again, it's not to make, they're getting housing choice vouchers. It's up to them where they stay. We can only show them the options, but they have to know that we cannot maintain the hotel while the unit that they really want may be unavailable. And I have also expressed to them, take the unit that you qualify for now. And if there's a unit in Monterey or Carmel that you're interested in, apply for it. And once that application is approved, then you can just do a lease there and move from the unit that you would be currently occupying. But this will keep you from being displaced and allow you to leave the hotel and have permanent housing.
Is there, I'm going to give a little bit of background before I ask my next question. So Councilman Garcia and I had a chance to visit the displaced tenants, and one of the things that we heard from a lot of them was that they wanted to stay in Monterey, and a lot of them were being offered units in Salinas, and I can understand the dynamics that exist with that. So I guess as a follow-up, is there a way that they could take those units and maybe have some level of prioritization if units become available in the city of Monterey?
We're working with private landlords for that. We offered them 21 units that were solely in Monterey, but none of them applied for those units. I don't know why. That was the first 21 that we offered because we knew they wanted to stay in Monterey. And then after that, we gave them a more comprehensive list that had about 68 units on it. I think we gave them that on March 26th. And the units that the housing authority had, we're a county housing authority. So we offered them units, throughout the county that they would be eligible for, that would still allow them to have affordable housing. And now, like I said, with the property management, we normally offer 3 units, but really with this coming from Casanova, which is not a public housing site, after we offer the first unit, we're not obligated to offer them anymore. But we're trying to work with them and get them to understand the severity of the situation so that they will go ahead and choose from the many units that are available so they can get permanent housing. And later on, they can always apply. They still can get housing navigation to assist them to come back to the city of Monterey if it's not in Monterey or whatever, their personal choice is. But it'll keep them from being displaced right now.
100%. I guess I'm still wondering if there's a way that
they are, I'm sorry, I know I'm trying to cut you off, but they are a priority on a lot of landlord lists. That's why we also tell them to work with us, and we work side by side with the housing navigator to let them know that this person was a victim of the fire. Because again, a lot of them don't even have their documents. So the housing authority is going above and beyond to assist because we're going into their last recertifications, providing documents, copies of driver's license, birth certificates, things that they don't have because of the fire. We're signing papers that this is who this person is, attesting to their identity, all of these types of things to help them get into a unit. And a lot of the landlords have agreed to give them a preference to get in, just like the housing authority did. But it's just a shortage it's only so many units in Monterey. And some of them have mobility issues. So for instance, there were a couple of units, but they were upstairs and it wasn't an elevator at the site. So of course they couldn't take that unit. So it's just, it's just a pen, but the landlords are working with us very well.
Are all the remaining residents that are needing housing, do they still qualify for the program? Do all the remaining ones still qualify?
We made sure that everyone that was previously on Section 8, that their recertifications were verified. So they did get those Section 8 vouchers. We had 15 people that were not on Section 8. We did interviews with them to determine their eligibility, and all of them were able to get a voucher. Mm-hmm. And then we had another 10 that were staying at Casanova that was unsubsidized. They had nothing, no Section 8, no PBV, anything. And we worked with them to also get them a voucher. So we've made sure that every resident over there can get affordable housing. Because again, Casanova was not a public housing site, but we did have an affordability layer. The residents just got to take advantage of it and take up the offers of these units.
What is the alternative if the funding request isn't provided by the city?
We're going to have to determine what the cutoff date is going to be for the funds that we have. Because again, we've already spent $277,000. And the one thing that I want to make clear is I'm not spending any of this money or providing the services as the landlord. As HDC, we're doing this strictly under the Section 8 program and as the housing authority. That's why it was so important for us to make sure that the residents would be eligible so everybody would be covered by a Section 8 contract, because it's within the 24 CFR that lets us use 2 months of monies to help and assist them. Well, that money is running, it's running low, and then we won't be able to contain them at the hotel any longer. I can give you a date. I don't have it in front of me now because I wanted to see how, this was going to work out.
Yeah.
But it definitely won't go to the end of May. It probably will just be the end of April because by law, I wouldn't be able to spend any of the other funds to keep them housed.
Okay. Yeah. And maybe discuss it more after we do public comment, but I'm thinking that it might be good to have all that information before the council makes a decision. So we'll loop back around to that part. Some of these questions are coming up again from my experience in
it's fine.
Having a conversation with the displaced tenants. A lot of them spoke about how they made their March payment, but they were displaced for the majority of the month. And so how does that work in regards to their payment getting their rent back for March or being prorated? How does that work?
They've already received their reimbursements. So what happened when they vacated on March 9th? The first week, we had to find other lodgings for them. So issuing a refund check was not the number one priority. It was making sure we had funds to get them to another location. Once we got them there, we gave all of them what we call a vacate form that they had to sign. Until we got their signature, we could not process their check legally because that would turn into an eviction instead of them moving out because of the fire. Once we got all the sheets, we ran the checks, and every tenant that had a security deposit has received their security deposit back. And everybody got their rental portion back that covered from March the 9th to the end of the month. So they only got charged for the first 8 days in March.
Okay.
And they have those checks they've signed for them now. To assist them. And that's another reason why it's really urgent that we work with them to get housing, because I don't know about everybody else, but if I get a big check, sometimes I spend it on stuff I don't supposed to, even though I know I need it. So we want to try to work with them to make sure that didn't happen.
Okay, perfect. And then you spoke to the security deposit, which was this question. So I appreciate that. I know one of the other big questions from them was their inability to be able to get some of their personal belongings outside of the apartment complex. And so what does the time frame look like for that? I know that, and I'll give one story that was shared with me. There is a tenant who has hearing aids, and her hearing aids have been left on site because she left in the emergency. And she's been unable to get in. I know that All In has been trying to assist in working with the insurance company on ordering new hearing aids, but last I heard they hadn't arrived yet. And then it was creating some social problems with interacting with folks because she can't hear people. Now people are yelling at her and getting frustrated. So it's creating all this kind of extra tension on top of the already uncomfortable situation. So what does that look like for us to be able to allow some of the tenants in, or having somebody go in to get some maybe more urgent things that could help create some relief?
Okay, when they were at the Hyatt, we asked everybody of their urgent needs and went back to Casanova and got, I thought if it's the same lady, that we got her hearing aids and gave them to her. Maybe it's somebody different, but we went back for urgent medical needs. The maintenance guy went in and got it and delivered it to them. Once we got to the country inn and suites, if somebody had an urgent need, then that first week we got that we didn't attend to at the Hyatt, we asked them and we got it for them. But after that, we told them we could not go back in the building. The building is not safe. Structurally, it's not safe, and there are several tests being done for smoke, water, mold, things like that have caused damage. And what I explained to the residents, and we did issue them a letter explaining this as well. Some of the units, it's a 3-story building, so some of the units on the bottom floor. If you go in there now, you will look, some of them look just like it looks in here now because the water's dried up. You know, that one might not have had as much smoke, but the water ran behind the drywall. So moisture tests, things like that have got to be done, because even though to the naked eye, it seems like it's safe, it's really not. Our insurance company has gotten proposals. We're trying to get the electricity to work. It's the building is 3 buildings together. And so all of the utilities are connected. So we're working with somebody now to see if we can isolate utilities to just the 2 ends that didn't suffer as badly. So that way they can go ahead and complete all of the testing that they have to do. They're working with a hygienist. After they do that, they told me it'll be about another 2 weeks, and then we'll know if people can or cannot get their items. But as far as emergency medical items and things of that nature, to my understanding, everyone had received everything that they requested. So this is my first time hearing about somebody else still needing something.
Is it possible, if there is a lingering thing out there, that we could get that emergency request into?
It just depends on what it is and where it's at in the unit, because really we're not supposed to go in there. This is also an active crime scene because somebody did pass away from this fire. So every time we enter the building or somebody enters the building without our attorney, without the insurance people and the proper notices, they start over. And so it just prolongs people being able to get the test done to make sure that everything is safe and, you know, their belongings can come out.
Okay. And then my last question is, just regarding case management. I know that when Lou was still here, he has stressed to me the critical need at this point was case management. And I think it's partially due to the fact that we have folks kind of in this in-between phase and not really getting the care that they need. And it seems like it's almost a space that All In has filled in again, and that's not their subject matter expertise. So I'm just wondering what that looks like to make sure that we kind of provide the full dignity and respect that all these residents need in the interim as we're waiting for them to get housed.
I asked the same question about the case management because it was brought to me that we need a case management on site. So I asked, what would that company do? What would that look like? Because again, we have staff people out there every day that assist the displaced residents with all of their needs. They ask some questions about their appointments. They doing the housing navigation, stuff like that. And a lot of them already had caregivers or people from IHHS that was coming to see them. So they work with them to try to make sure those people come on site and, do what they were doing when they were at Casanova. It's just a little more inconvenient for them to do that at the hotel than it was when they had a unit. So the response that I received was that the case management was more so of a coordination type team. And if that's the case management that they're seeking funding for, I don't think that that's needed because the coordination between the housing authority and All In is really encompassing everything that the residents are doing. Now, it was 20 residents out of the 82. Well, out of the 80, we won't talk about the 2 that were hospitalized. They had medical issues. 8 of those were people that really they needed a wheelchair or like the lady who maybe she left her hearing aids, things like that. And the other 12 were medical issues that predated the fire. And so they were already having services come in for that, a lot of them. There may have been 1 or 2 that never had anybody to do it because a lot of it they have to initiate themselves. So when it comes to medical items, if you want to have a case manager to come and do that part of it, but I just haven't seen personally, I haven't seen where the case management is overriding the other needs of the residents.
Last comment on the case management piece, and I'm open to more discussion, but I think my only concern is that that's not
that's not a function that All In
expertise of them, and I know that there's people that's their craft, that's their skill set, and I think to have all hands on deck to try to make sure that again we're providing whatever is needed and then providing some relief to your team so that you all can focus on the piece that you all do best.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. The response that I got, I've never gotten a clear understanding of what the case management entails. When it was asked of me, we need somebody to do case management. So I asked, what would that look like? What functions would they do? How are they going to interact with the residents so that I could relieve my team and so that people like All In who are volunteering could come away from the site. But I really can't speak on it because I've never gotten a clear understanding of what that looks like. Nobody's never really explained it to me. And so that's why we just moved ahead with the housing pieces that we're familiar with. But if it's an opportunity and they're going to fill in a gap that's needed or relieve the volunteers, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying that I've never really been informed, what are their true responsibilities? Because the only thing that I don't want to happen, if you do fund case management, I want to know exactly what they're doing so that we're not duplicating the services and so that my people can get a break and the people at All In can get a break as well.
100%. Thank you for answering those questions. I'll open it up to my colleagues. Please.
Yeah. So you mentioned insurance, that you're working through your insurance carrier for your facility, that only 5 had insurance on the apartment sides. But that's a little confusing to me that why the apartments that they're occupied, that they would not have current fire insurance or be required to, because that's typically what a property manager would do in the private sector.
A lot of them been staying in those apartments for a long time. Before that apartment complex had a bond on it and it was an affordable housing.
And I'm sorry, had a what on it?
it had a bond on it that had affordable housing restrictions, but those restrictions were lifted. And I think that management, previous management at Helcom just never implemented that policy. But that's something we're looking at doing now, because all the tenants should have renters insurance, but it was only 5 that had it.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of your fire coverage, is any of your coverage,
It's just,
you funding for anything other than the build?
no, it's only for the building. It doesn't cover any of their contents.
Okay. And I think you said that the numbers that are needing placement, was it 31 you said?
It will be by the end of next week. It's 43 today.
Okay.
But
So you're working on the placement for those?
yeah, we have 4 that are supposed to move out this week.
Okay.
And then the other 8 should move out next week, and that'll bring us down to 31.
31. Okay. And of the folks that have already been placed, do you have an estimate of how many are still waiting for a side table, a chair, a lamp, a bed?
As far as the furnishings that they get, All In provides that.
Yeah.
And to my knowledge, they've given everybody a bed, a table, towels, things of that nature.
Okay.
Because they completed the same day that the people move in the new residence.
Okay. Okay. So maybe the ones that are still waiting to be placed would need some.
Yeah, it's just the ones that's waiting to be placed.
Somewhere around 31.
Yeah, well, it'll be 43 because they have everything set for the 4 that's moving in this week.
Yeah.
The other 8 have not got a move-in date yet, but we are anticipating it being next week. So what happens is once they get a move-in date, we fill out a form letting them know the date that they move in.
Okay.
We give it to them and we give it to All In. All In has a referral form that we get them to fill out, and then the housing authority signs it. And then that's when they go get their furnishing. So it's 43 right now, but the 4 that'll be moving in, that'll leave us 39. So it's 39 people that don't have any furnishings or anything at this point.
Okay.
Because they're already prepared for the 4 that are moving this week.
Okay, good. I'll pass it on for time. I got a few more questions to follow up, but it can wait.
Thank you, Ms. Boykin, for being here today and sharing some information. I live about a block away from the building. And Mayor and I have been in constant communication about this. And I guess I'll preface my questions also by saying that or acknowledge that this event is a pretty significant event, a large event, unlike any that I think we've seen in recent times here in our city. To have 82 folks displaced, that's a big number. So could certain things have been done differently? Probably, maybe, right? I mean, it's something that I think we all try to prepare for, but really can't dive into those details until something like this happens. So I also share the view that it's not an opportunity for finger pointing. How do we move forward from here? But something I would like to elevate first is, and this is also coming from conversations that I had with some of the residents, is that they had been living in this building for 10, 15, 20 years, very long time. Folks had really spent a good chunk of their lives in this location, right? So now having to, in a traumatic way, also come to terms with having to relocate to another community that's different, that maybe not far, but far enough to make it feel different, and potentially be separated from some of their neighbors who they had built, really strong bonds to. I think that's something that for me has really stuck. So I want to make sure that we also are supporting any efforts that would keep those residents who have expressed those strong interests to be together, right, or remain together, or at least in close proximity to each other in terms of their ultimate places of residence. I'd like to support that in however we can. So I'd be curious if maybe there's opportunity, because you had mentioned that there was an original list of 21 units in the city of Monterey that nobody applied to. I'd be curious to see if maybe there's opportunity to learn why, right? And if there's maybe additional support that can be provided there. Is it a cost issue? Is it communication? Is it process? Like what could those barriers be where maybe even we could support, through the various options? Also, I wanted to touch a little bit on a point that Mr. Mayor here shared earlier about service gaps, right? And I also spoke with Lou, and my request to him was in the communication that was happening to try to identify what was the best way for us to support, right? And try to also come up with the plan for that. So for me, what also hasn't been clear is what are those opportunities? Like where can we support? Sure, financially, that's an ask. But throughout the process, where can we fill those gaps? And I know that you shared that you still don't really understand what the proposals were to support. But I think for me, it would have and would be more beneficial if we flip that script and ask you, what are those gaps where you really need support, right? Where our organizations that are supporting, right, with like, where could we fill those gaps? And I think that would be helpful for me as we talk about the potential offering of financial support before perhaps allocating the 106, right? Understanding on our end, are there other gaps that we might be able to fill with those funds that might have greater impact? So I would leave that to you as well. And I also wanted to acknowledge that I understand that it's a large number of residents that you're still trying to house, and like I mentioned before, different needs, different preferences, that kind of thing. But let's say that moving forward, every resident would accept the next unit available. If that was the case, do you have a sense as to how long it would take to house the remaining residents?
Okay. So a couple of things. One, we do have some residents that are moving in groups. Some people that have, communicated they want to stay in the same buildings, and we've made that happen. We had 2 people that wanted to stay together. They moved to Pacific Meadows. We had 2 that wanted to stay together, moved in one Parkside. So we have been kind of moving them in groups when they ask for it based on our availability. As far as how long it would take if they were qualified and accepted the units that we had now, we probably could move everybody before the end of the month. Because they had a security deposit refund, they probably need a little assistance on some of that. But the other property managers and landlords are really expediting the process. So if we could get them to fill out the applications and everything, no longer than maybe the first week in May. And that's for somebody who started the process late, because most people are expediting to try to get them in. As far as the case management, as we've sat here and talked about it, and you made an excellent point. I was given a proposal. It was $250,000 to pay for case management, and the case management, it kept changing, like what they really were going to do, what was it going to accomplish, things like that. Plus, I did not have the funding for that. And me and Lou actually talked about that. But what I would like to see for case management, we're housing providers. and we're very limited in what we can do. We can't necessarily we can't violate HIPAA when it comes to some of their medical things. We can't tell them what unit they have to take. We have to strictly work from them from a housing standpoint. And that's the housing authority. We have afforded each one of them a Section 8 voucher, which ensures they'll have affordability in the next unit that they go on to. We have gotten Cecil on board to do housing navigation, which means they have somebody to help them look for a site, fill out all the necessary paperwork and try to get other resources. So if we could get a case management group to come in, I think if they really take over the duties of the residents at the hotel, then the housing authority and all in could step away from the hotel and let the case managers fill that gap, because that's the gap. It's the checking on them every day. It's the asking them, what happened with your navigator? It's checking with the navigators. Hey, did she call you? All of that type of stuff, while at the same time, for some of them to have medical needs trying to reach out. So if the case management would come in and take over that, then the housing authority employees could leave the site, because we've given them the vouchers. They know the process. So we will only be contacted when they actually find a unit and expedite the housing. And then again, a lot of that stuff, as people have mentioned, ALPR does a lot of that too. So that would alleviate them from having to do a lot of things with the people on the site. It's just that the case management that I got, it was never really clear. And it was, $250,000, and I didn't have a budget for that and pay for lodging. Now, as the housing authority, I will say that we can pay for them to stay to the end of April. And that's going to require me to take funding from some other sources to fill in the gap, and maybe some of our non-federalized money. But that's as far as we'll be able to go. So if you do get case managers over there, I'm welcome, for them to come and us to step away. Because again, as the agency, we've done everything. But I'm just curious as to how are you going to continue to pay for them to be lodged there? Or maybe they can assist them in reaching to their family members, because we haven't been very successful with doing that part, so that they could actually go stay with a family member and still get the case management services. And that way the lodging would go away, and that person would still have time to seek housing with a voucher. It's a lot of different scenarios. It just depends on how it's worked. So, it would depend on which way you guys would want to go. I just personally do not want to open up the newspaper and this housing authority kicks everybody out of the hotel and cut services, and it's not like that. So if you did decide to do something like that, maybe we could do some type of press release explaining what's happening. But we're doing things now that is really above and out of the direction of a housing authority. But we're doing it because it's needed. And we really want to try to get the people housed. But if the case management can come in and do that, then that'll be wonderful for us, because we don't never want to be a barrier. We can step back and get out the way. It's just that it'll be a need to pay that cost as well as the lodging costs.
Thank you.
And you have a lot more clients than just Casanova Plaza.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So you would pay attention to all these other clients.
Well, we have a special team that's over there working, that's been pulled to help them. It's about 5 people. And then along with the executive staff, so we have meetings every day. But our other property managers and caseworkers, they're still doing their regular work. But by the directors being involved, if we get a RTA for somebody to move, we pull it so that they can go ahead and do the inspection. Because as soon as you do the inspection, you can do a lease in a HAP contract. That way that person can move, as soon as that's completed. So we just taking special precautions like that to make sure that they can get housed as quickly as possible. But we still servicing our other people. But I know it would be, I don't want to say it'll be relief, because they love helping the residents, but they're not that type of case manager. They don't do any medical related things. We're not allowed to do that. So if a group wants to come in and take that over, that specializes in that and can get them another level of care, I don't have any objections to it.
And who is the owner of the building?
HDC.
What's
the Housing Development Corporation is an entity of the Housing Authority.
And you mentioned families, and there's been little
little to no responses from the families. I don't want to discredit the families who have actively been working with their relatives, but it hasn't been an overwhelming outpour for families engaging in this.
Okay. And you mentioned that of these 31 remaining clients, some had been on housing choice voucher, but you got them all on housing choice voucher.
Yeah, we had about 25 that never had a voucher.
Right.
And so we did a local preference and we made some exceptions. The board approved it at our last board meeting.
Okay.
So that we could determine their eligibility and get them a voucher. Because what I didn't want to happen, Casanova, again, it's not a public housing site, but it did allow affordable housing.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't want somebody who was used to affordable housing to have to go out on the private market without any resources.
Mm-hmm.
And so we passed those resolutions so they were able to get a voucher so that that way it could be more affordable where they were moving to. And I don't think I answered this, but the 21 units that we initially found in Monterey were all at our payment standard. So it wasn't a factor of the cost. And they were with Mango Properties.
And do these clients have enough income to meet the 1/3 requirement for the housing choice?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We've already done that. Yeah, so they meet the qualifications to be able to get a voucher. Mhm. They've already been issued. Everybody over there was issued a voucher.
Well, I imagine you're exhausted, and I
Yes,
really
ma'am.
want to commend you for staying with it and hauling that water and doing this really important and hard job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But again, we're just trying to do our best, but I definitely don't want to be in the way or hinder process. We've just been trying to move as fast as we could. But if it's somebody else that can come in and they can do the holistic case management approach so that you don't have to have the housing authority, you don't have to have an all-in doing that type of stuff. I don't have any issues with it. I just want to make sure that it's understood that the housing authority only had a limited amount of funding to pay for the hotel. And really my hotel contract was going to be up on April the 12th, but I think maybe I have a way to extend it for the remainder of the month. But I wouldn't be able to go past that because I just don't have the monies to do it. We've already spent $277,000 on these families.
Well, it concerns me too, because hiring case managers that are doing areas where you legally can't go into is going to be even more money. So is 106,000 going to do it? No.
But the 106 was for us to keep them at the hotel.
Right.
We do everything except for the medical.
Right.
We ask general medical questions. But we don't go to their doctor visits and stuff. We're coordinated, but we don't get them signed up for IHHS and stuff like that. And that's where that person would come in. Out of the people there, again, it was 20 people that was identified at first. 8 of them, it was just medical equipment like walkers, hearing aids, things like that they already had that they needed to retrieve. And the other 12 were pre-existing medical issues. And some of them already had caseworkers and had services, but the services just needed to come to the hotel instead of, trying to continue at Casanova. And they were having a time trying to get that connected. But I know they would love the assistance. I just, again, I'm not against it. I want to make sure everybody understands I'm all for it. I just don't want to duplicate any services. And then we could leave and go back to doing the housing. We can do that from our site. We don't have to be at the country inn to do that. I just want to make sure that, I keep hearing like funding is limited. So if you're going to pay for case management, how is the lodging going to be paid for? And I'm sure you have way more money than the housing authority and opportunities to network. But I just want to, be clear on that because again, I don't want to be seen as somebody just kicking everybody out the hotel.
Thank you.
Just real quick on that last point. I worked with Lou, reached out to a couple of nonprofit organizations. I'm not sure if he communicated to you, but it seems like we secured the funding in order to pay for the case management piece of it. So I have some initial funds for that. So I think we'll be good there.
Okay.
And I guess I would just ask a follow-up question to it. Would it be helpful if the city assisted in obtaining the contract for that and worked in partnership with the housing authority to make sure that we're working in partnership on that piece of it.
The first case management contract that they showed me, I don't know if this is the same one. It was basically centered around their medical needs. And I informed Lou that I could not execute that contract because as a housing authority, I do not have the authority and cannot take on the responsibility of their medical needs. So I let him know at that time that the city of Monterey would have to execute that contract and work with that provider, especially under this fire investigation. If I take on the responsibility for the medical needs, then when I go to litigation, that's going to be another barrier from us having a successful litigation as HDC. And, you know, one thing we tend to forget, the housing authority is also a victim of this fire. So we have to do some things to protect ourselves. So again, if you want to, you know, go that way, I'm all for it. Let us know what we got to do when we need to move. But I cannot execute that contract under the housing authority or HDC.
Okay, Dr. Barber.
So first of all, thank you in your team and all in of everything that you all have done and MST and the coordination because it was a devastating situation. And so to be able to coordinate all of that is definitely something that's very commendable. And so I understand being able to have boundaries and outside of your perimeter in your wheelhouse. So, and you're clear about that, but you've been, you and All In have been actually doing what you can in those areas. So you're welcoming, is my understanding, the case management piece, but just trying to get an understanding of what that looks like. And just from what you just asked, Mayor, it sounds like that's something that we need to have more conversation about what this case management contract or whatever, because I've never seen anything or heard anything about it. So this is my first time hearing that. So I would need to know more about that to be able to weigh in on that. But if the case management is available to go in, and you said that if they were to the 31 that are left were to say yes to the next housing units that are offered to them, it would take approximately by the first week of May to be able to have this to move forward. So would it be feasible to look at a 30-day type of amount, which would be like the 31 at the $80 a night per the hotel for 30 days, which would be about $74,400? Would that seem feasible if case management is like a side contract that we'd be looking at?
Well, if the case management is the one that they showed me before, for the amount of money that they are charging and the amount of personnel that they said they're going to have, I think it needs to be a holistic approach, which means the housing authority nor All In would need to be there. Because when you're talking to the residents, you're asking them about the appointments with property managers, you're asking them about the housing navigation, and then sometimes they are asking them about their medical issues. If you bring in another case management group in the housing authority and All In is still at the property, it's only going to confuse the residents because then they're going to come to us. It's like, what property you going to? You talk to a property manager, you did this and that. Then another person going to get them. Did you go to your doctor appointment? Did you do? It's going to become cumbersome and it's not going to be effective. It's actually going to probably make the process go slower. And that's why, and I hate to be speaking for Tanya, but we've been working on this a lot together. And I just really believe that if you have the funds for the case management, I think it's a great idea, but I think they should take on the whole process.
Okay, so I guess what,
and they said it was going to be for 6 months, and it was two prices. It was one that was for 6 months, so it was after they got placed, they still was on the system. I think it was like 100 and something thousand. It was close to 2, but 100 and something. And then it was another one that would extend it depending on the amount of people. And it was $250,000. So it was 2 different time frames.
Okay.
And they had all the personnel and stuff. But when I looked at the sheet that they sent, all of the things that were listed on there were things that were already taking place. And so they were going to come in, but somebody was already doing that. And not just the volunteers, the housing authority was doing it as well. And they weren't necessarily taking over. So I just believe if you hire a professional case management provider, they need to come in and they need to take over the process because our residents, they love familiarity. And if you start doing too much with too many people, they're going to get confused. They're going to start complaining, and it's just going to create barriers to them being able to be housed.
Sure. So I understand that part, but I guess my question was for the 74,400, because that was specifically for the housing part.
That's just for lodging for another 30 days.
Would that be helpful? Because that's 30 days. So if that would be enough time, because you were saying basically you could, if they said yes, because I know it's on the
Yeah,
residents.
if they said yes, but
it could happen by the.
Okay, let me put it like this. If the 31 remaining, because next week we should be at 31. I have no doubts the other 8 are gonna be placed. They should be out of there by next Friday. So the other 31, if they said yes to all of the housing that's still available and they took the housing navigators and went and did the applications on time, they could be housed by the first week of May. Now, is this going to happen? That's a perfect scenario. I doubt it. That's why when I was putting in a request, I was asking for something that extended 45 days, almost 60 days, because you got to call MST to get them transportation. You got to coordinate with the new property management group to be able to do the applications and the viewing. They don't have documentation, a lot of them. So we've been making their documentation, which we could get that to them and they could get to their case management person. But it is a couple of little hurdles. So I just don't want you to go into it thinking 30 days, we're done. I would estimate for 60 and hope to be dead in 45.
Okay, because it sounds like the 106 that you're talking.
Yeah, that was for the 30.
Sounds more like the 30, 40. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's all of the questions from the council for now. So thank you again for coming and presenting. We're going to open it up for public comment at this time. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber, if you wouldn't mind sitting to the left of the podium, and then we'll take those speakers. I was like, Chrissy, you're going to go stand in line. Okay, this is a... All right, so we have 3 in the chamber. Anybody else? Last minute chance. Anybody else for the chamber? All right, so we're going to cut off to the 3 in the chamber. We'll go ahead and do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 1 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Hi, Tanya.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya Costa, and I am with All in Monterey County. I don't know where to start because a lot of the questions that you asked Zulika, I have several answers for that could probably clarify with you, but I only have 2 minutes and 49 seconds. So I don't know if you want to hear the answers because it may be able to help you make the decisions.
Yeah, and if anything, we can call you back up after to ask questions.
So I'm just going to start real quick. You talked about the people who are applying. I was on the phone last night with a lady at 8:45 because an English-speaking resident called me with her. She speaks Visayan. I was able to find somebody who speaks Visayan. She had not applied for a single property because she goes to the meeting, she sees the paper. She didn't have a cell phone. She didn't have an email. So she was crying because she was never going to apply for a place. I don't know who the housing navigators were, but they never connected with her. So last night at 8:45, I had my friend who spoke Visayan with this lady. They're on the phone for over an hour and we applied for a place today. So I think that we need to really take the residents, find out who and why they didn't apply, because this is one sweet lady who's 87 years old who called me crying at 8:45. So I think those are things that we need to look. I also want you to know, I know every single resident there by name. I care about them. Every single person there has a member of All In that is attached to them. So if I see one resident who was in the hospital for the past 6 days, he returned today before lunch. We met him there, and that person's friend, made sure he had everything he needed. He does need a few things. He was injured in the fire, was back. He's been in and out of the hospital. So there are a few things. He's former military, so there's a lot of pride with him. So when you talk about caseworking, it's going to be really hard to bring somebody there to deal with this gentleman. Oh,
keep going.
Sorry, I have so much to say. But we've been dealing with him. And when you talk about case management, he literally called me 2 days ago and said I should be home tomorrow. There was delays. I got the phone call today. He's coming home today. That person met him and we're meeting his needs. There's what you asked. Every time someone moves into an apartment, we give them a basic set, which is to eat, sleep, and shower. And that basic set is between $770 to $900 because we're buying them a mattress, a platform, a lamp, pots and pans, shower curtains, toilet paper, paper towels, everything they need to eat, sleep, and shower. And that's round one. And then we go back for round two, which is some of them need recliners because there's a lot of people that are mobile. I didn't say anything I really wanted to say.
We can loop back around if there's additional questions here.
Okay. Everything that Zuleika had mentioned, I have responses for, and it will help you determine how it's spent.
Okay. Thanks, Tanya.
Hello, Council, Mayor, Mr. Hill. Again, my name's Bob Wallace. I'm involved with We Pray Monterey and National Day of Prayer. We've worked with about 23 different area churches, and I've had a number of people come up and ask me and say, what's going on with those residents, how we can help. I've done a good bit of work with those that are transitioning from being homeless. It's not an easy task. Sometimes you can make it too easy for them, and it's hard for them to make the move. And particularly we have someone that's been under such a traumatic situation. There's a recovery time that takes to really handle and deal with those problems. But what it really takes is that one-on-one person that cares for their individual needs. Each person, as she stated, is a different reason why they're not doing it. We really need to identify that on a basis. And there's certain places you can go here in the area. The Bridge has got a lot of experience how to help people. Reach out to organizations like that. R3 is another guy that Rich Watson does an amazing job in helping that. Greater Victory Church. There are people that really know how to do that. And there are volunteers that can come from area churches that are retired, have nothing to do, want to help, and they can come in and do this and, just on their own heart, and they develop a good relationship. It might be a good way to take a look at doing that. Saves a lot of money because they do it as a charity, and it's just showing God's love. Thank you.
Okay, wow, that was a real eye opener, I would imagine, for everybody in this room. We need to be really learning a lot of lessons from this event that's happened in many ways. I'm glad that the council members have been actively going out and looking at the site and speaking to people. A couple of points. If there was ever a perfect example of why we need a renter assistance program, while there are many in the community, including on this council, that keep saying we don't need it, this is a perfect example of why we need it. Another example of what we need that this shows clearly is the rental inventory program. Staff was able to look on that list as soon as it happened to see what was available in our city because of that. That wouldn't have been happening as quickly as it did if we didn't have that program. So this is demonstrating clear value in an unexpected event. So it should be considered heavily when we have people come up in a budget discussion to remove these programs that are not that expensive, but play a huge role in helping our residents. Many of those residents would become homeless if we didn't have these things in place and these services coming from the county, because a huge population of the homelessness that's increasing right now are seniors. So we really need to learn from this experience in a variety of ways. I think it's important that properties be inspected, make sure that, wherever seniors in particular, the ones that are disabled, are living, that they have ways of understanding what to do during an emergency. Our fire department and police department were there like on the spot and performed wonderfully. CERT did a lot. Everybody did what they could, but now we need to look back and learn on how we can improve this, because it's not a matter of if it'll happen again, it will happen again. Something similar will happen. An earthquake, all kinds of things that could happen. Going back to the renter assistance program, I think Matt mentioned that they had a reduced need this year from the previous year. I want to remind you all that the parameters were reduced from what the original intention of this renter assistance program was. The original intent was for people who did not qualify for existing programs to be able to have somewhere to go for assistance. And that was reduced significantly. So that's where that reduced need came from. It's not because there are less renters or less people applying. We have people that are applying. They just aren't qualifying as much as they were before. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And with that, we will go to our caller on Zoom.
Lori, you can unmute and go ahead.
Good evening, all. The woman who gave the presentation and Housing Authority is to be commended for all of the work they're doing, and also Tanya and All In. I'm just going to run through a few points and just throw some maybe thinking out of the box ideas of how maybe we can help and we're not thinking about it. Number one, at the current levels, 125,000 isn't that much. And at the current methodology, this maybe giving people 3 chances. We can all understand this is traumatic. This is hard. They're older people. For any of us who had to just up and move and lose everything in our lives suddenly would be hard. But this is a point where I'm just a practical realist. You have to just get in there. They maybe get 1 chance. Looking at the fact that there were 21 units in Monterey, that's a quarter of the units that would have housed a quarter of those people. And so if we have 39 people left and there's 21 units, provided they're still available, that would make this number only 18 if we can get those 21 filled. So I think that should be a number 1 priority, and it probably is. And people don't get 3 chances. If the Housing Authority's gone through all this trouble and gotten everybody housing vouchers and you're bringing choices to them, we need to get them where we can get them and then worry about moving them later. And the other couple things, I know CERT really helped. I have a friend who has a grandmother in there. I think Tanya was getting to this, where some of them, I was offering her a bed and she said, oh no, my grandma can't have a bed because she's got mobility issues and she has to go from her chair and get in a chair that's a recliner, and that's how she sleeps. So there are definitely some special needs there. And I know CERT helped a lot in the very beginning, going and getting hearing aids and medicines and a bunch of that. And a lot of those are good. Dennis Duke was one of them. Can they help at all with the medical aspect? Maybe not, but maybe so, because they're CERT qualified. Maybe that would bridge that gap that the presenter was talking about, not being able to execute because they're the Housing Authority and they can't really delve into the medical aspects. So that's one thing. And whether, I don't know if we're using them or not, but our current PD homeless navigators, because technically these people are homeless right now. So maybe we could be filling a gap with our homeless navigator folks in the city if we're not already. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Lori. I think that was it. Okay, we're going to close general public comment. Bring it back to the council. Just to respond on a few things. Zalika, do we know, I think you said something earlier, but are those units still with Mangold? Are they still on the table at all? Could you do me a favor, just jump into the mic, just so that folks online could hear you?
We actually refreshed the list today. And of the 21 that were available before, I think that it was about 10 that were still available right now. But they did have some other units that were coming up towards the beginning of May. But I think it was 10 that are still available at this time.
Okay.
And then other units have been identified too. It was another list of 68 units that was provided, and a number of those were in Monterey as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that was the list from the 26th. So the list that was on the 6th was the 21, of which I think 10 are still left. And then we did a list on the 26th with 68 units, and those 10 were probably on there plus some more additional. It did have a whole county, but Monterey was separated so they could see it.
Okay. Okay. And then just to respond to a few other things, the volunteers, I don't think the issue is having enough bodies to help. I think we're good there. And so I appreciate the suggestion idea. I think it's just making sure that we have all the pieces working together in the way that we need them to. And so in the homeless navigator, I think it goes to that prior point around volunteers. My understanding is that we don't even have that position filled right now.
For the navigators?
It's a position within the city of Monterey. So just wanted to provide a response to those public comments.
Okay.
We're a little tight on time because we're supposed to be starting our evening session here at 7, and council has not had a chance to eat dinner. So I apologize, council, but I appreciate you bearing with us and discussing this important stuff.
May I have one idea?
Please.
You can hire nurse navigators. I mean, we could do that. People like Shirley Chiata.
Is your mic on?
Yeah. You can hire nurse navigators and keep you in place and supplement with a nurse navigator to do the medical stuff.
I'm just going to ask Tanya a few questions because I know she has a couple of thoughts. I'm going to throw these all out and then
You want me to go sit down?
Yeah, you can.
'Cause look, I might have a comment on something she finna say too, because I asked for 106 so she can get her 20.
There you go.
Zulik and I do work well together. I'm going to applaud her because I called her at 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday and she actually answered. So I think that she and I are pretty much on the same page right now. And, she's doing the back end of it, making sure everybody's housed, and I'm doing she's doing the front end. I'm doing the back end, making sure that all of these humans have the dignity and feel the support that we offer.
No, I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Next to me, friend.
Appreciate the team effort.
Yeah.
So just a few questions. What are the types of needs you have in the near term for the 20K funding request? Are they medical equipment, dental clothing?
Yeah. So, like I said, we know every single person. We know their name. We know their story. We know if they have family. We know what they're going to have. And we don't even know what they're not going to have because we don't know if they can get into their apartments or if, Zulika gave me a list of the total losses, but there are going to be some people where the textiles in their home are not going to be able, are not going to be safe without the remediation. I know lots of people have told us if I can get 1 or 2 things out of my apartment, what would it be? Ashes. They have the loved one's ashes in there. Some people have lost their children and they have like their child's baptism dress. So I've asked every single person, if you can go in there and get 1 or 2 things, what would it be? And these are really important things because they're important to this group of people who are already fragile, mentally, physically, and having these things will mean the world to them. And as you both saw, they're not just people to me. I know every single one of them. My team is there 12 hours a day. We have a minimum of 3 volunteers there, and we're all volunteers. None of us get paid. So the complete money that you would give us would go straight back to them. We don't have an overhead at all. I'm getting emotional because we've been there every single day since the morning of the fire, and so many of them they're worried to get into a place because right now we have a shift that is get all the people who can't get out of bed by themselves into the wheelchair or the office chair that's located in their room. So that's one of the reasons people are hesitating to leave because they know there they have support. They know at Casanova, their next door neighbor would come and help them get out of bed. Mm-hmm. We don't, they're losing their community. So those are the things that we'd help them with. We're buying bars. There's a lady whose right side, she doesn't look like she's handicapped, but her right side is all metal because she served in the military. So she has specific needs where when you get into the shower has to be on the left side, and she needs 2 different bars because she has to move around. She needs a different shower head. So we know that she spent a lot of money on those things. It's not going to be covered by her insurance. So we know that when she finds a place with the shower with the right side wall, we're going to help her with that. So it's hard to say, like, I can't say we're going to buy, 87 mattresses. We're going to buy what they need to be whole. And my team already knows that once they're housed, that doesn't mean we say goodbye. That means that we check on them in their homes. We've already moved 20 people, and we've already did follow-up visits, follow-up phone calls, finding out what else they need as we get donations from the community of furniture. We're giving it to them. What's hard for me is I really want to give everybody everything. But like I said, their basic packet to move into their house, which is just a shower curtain, a bed, the basic things cost us $770 per person, or $900 if they need specialized equipment because they're all. So the $20,000 is going to be helpful. And I don't want to sound ungrateful, but it's going to be a drop in the bucket of what we continue to want to do for these people.
So, and how long do you think that funding would last for?
$20,000 would help us get the rest of the basic needs. And
that's the residents.
Yes. And like I said, there's going to be people who need specialized medical equipment, and this will cover some of it, not all of it. I'll find a way. I swear to goodness, if you know anything about All In, we'll find a way to support these people. And and this is an example, in 2023, we served in the same capacity for the Pajaro floods, and we still go out there every other week, and we say hello, and we bring them Christmas presents, and we make sure that they're still being supported and they know us. So when we talk about another organization coming in to do the caseworking, I think it's great, but it almost breaks my heart because we know all this now. And I think that, like, today we had a move to Soledad. I had one person go because she has had the guy with the cat and the Xboxes. Yeah. He moved to Soledad today. And when they got there, they weren't going to let him move in because the house had not been inspected yet. So he's kind of got frazzled, kind of got really upset. And my all-in person called me and I said, take him to lunch, show him the neighborhood, give him an opportunity. Housing authority went, they inspected the place, they allowed him to move in. But those are the things that I worry about. What if he had gone there with MST by himself? Mm-hmm. That's why I want All In to continue to be involved, because these are the things that happen, So every single penny will be used towards them. Every single penny will be used wisely. It's not going to be like a blanket. I don't know what to say. Let's buy everybody blankets. It's really going to be what the individual person needs. And again, we speak to every single human every day.
So last question. It sounds like All In is in many ways serving as a case manager, tracking the needs of each resident. Mm-hmm. Also, you are an all-volunteer organization with nobody on payroll.
Nope.
Is that sustainable, or would you be able to work with a reputable nonprofit and Hackme to work on case management if it could be funded by other organizations?
I think some volunteers behind me, I can feel them saying, don't say yes. I would say yes, but we're there, like breakfast, lunch, dinner, and nighttime checks and morning checks. I would love to have someone at a paid capacity come in, but I would also, so I have 10 regular volunteers that show up daily, and we have a number of spontaneous volunteers, meaning volunteers that come and help us. I would love, and I guarantee you, every single person that's doing this, if they knew that the work they're doing would go back into All In, they would do it. I have no doubt that they personally may not want to be paid, maybe gas. I mean, we're burning up our gas, but I guarantee you, if I said, hey, the city of Monterey, I'm not suggesting this, but if I said the city of Monterey is going to pay us instead of a caseworker, since we've been with them every single day, we even had an Easter dinner for them, they would do it. They would be there. I think right now they're getting tired because they feel like, not when is this going to end, but when are we going to get a break? They see how much we need to give and how much the people need and what we don't have.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tanya. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Yep.
I know y'all got something to do, so this is gonna be quick. First off, I'd like to say that I didn't share this with anybody, but I actually had a fire at one of my apartments one time. I was the only one home with a bunch of kids, 2 years old, 5 years old, and 6 years old, and I had to make 2 trips in a burning apartment to get them out of there. My daddy, he died, and he was just my everything, and the little piece that come with the casket was in there, and I couldn't get it for 3 weeks. So I really sympathize with these people, and I know what they're going through. But for us to get to the finish line on letting them know about their things, we got to just put a hard stop so the test can be done, because every time we don't do it, it gets prolonged and it gets prolonged. And right now we're looking at 2 weeks, and we made a lot of, runs back and forth. So we're going to have to just put a hard stop to that so that we can just go and make that final determination based on the test results. The other thing, as Tanya was talking about, the person that moved today, he was also one of the ones that I paid special attention to. He was initially supposed to move on Wednesday, but then he said he wanted to go ahead and move on Tuesday. So that's probably where that confusion came in, because each person over there have a housing authority person that's assigned to them as a caseworker, and we have a meeting twice a day, 9:30 and 3:30, to talk about what's happening. And so if you do case management services, the part that we're doing, we do housing navigation. Like I said, we assist them with that, even though we're really not supposed to be doing that. But you got to stay in constant contact. So you got to call the apartment complex, you got to call the Section 8 department, you got to call the person, make sure they pay the fee. Sometimes you got to take the check. It's a lot that the housing navigators do from Cecil, but it still have to be that person to check on all of that and monitor all of that. And you got to talk to these people at least twice a day to make sure that it's done, even going around like their doctor's appointments and things like that for it to stay on track. So the case management piece is necessary. I don't want Tanya to think I'm trying to kick all in out, because I'm not. They've been doing a great job out there, her and her volunteers. And I see where they service is needed, and it's worked great in conjunction with us. We've really been tag teaming this. But as from a business side, which I love all the residents, but as a business side, if you have the funds to hire professional caseworkers that could take it from A to Z to get it done, and you can pay for another 30 days or so at the hotel, and this would allow them to do all the medical things that we can't do, and some of the medical things that All In can't do. Well, I assume they can't do it. Maybe they can get an authorization, so I'm not going to speak on that. But if you have somebody that can do all of that, and they are really going to care for these people, because we care for these people, we check on them with empathy and with resilience to get them housed, then I don't think that's a bad plan. But you just got to be really careful who you're bringing in to replace these people that they have known, started growing and loving to know, and us who have a really personal relationship with them, as well as assisting them. I'm not saying we can't be replaced. I believe we can, but just somebody from your organization would need to, check on it and make sure they're doing all that. So again, we've housed 35 people in about 3 weeks. That should continue when you bring in this new company. It shouldn't decrease. And so that's all that I really want.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you and Tanya, for both of you, for jumping in and providing all this information. I think it's been helpful for the council, but also the public, to kind of get a better understanding of what's going on behind the scenes. So thank you both so much.
No, thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and try to make a motion here. So I would direct staff to move forward with working a contract for case management. And I would say up to 200,000, contingent on getting the funding support that's been committed. The 20,000 that's been requested by All In, and then to work with the housing authority on their request, contingent on the additional information being provided. That's my motion.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I want to open it up. And so the part I'm confused about was staff to work with
housing authority,
but that's separate from the 200,000.
That's correct.
So work with them means what in your motion?
I think, well, what does staff think of what that looks like to you all?
I think there's two pieces. The first on the funding side was to provide some clarification. The remaining balance, we believe this fiscal year for rental assistance is $125,000. So if council would like to allocate more funding, we would have to amend that and take money out of general fund, non-allocated funding to increase that. In terms of being able to work with nonprofits, we've identified some that have case management options, but I think we do need to refine it based on the various organizations. I think it's worth exploring. One proposal that has been received, that we received and Housing Authority received, a nonprofit organization that's based here in Monterey County and has worked with the County of Monterey before. We also know there are other the county may have other funding sources available or other nonprofit organizations. So giving us some flexibility and maybe more broader direction on where you like to see the city staff's role is helpful and will allow us to move forward.
And I guess I would clarify my motion, and I would just say whatever the city's contribution is to the three elements that are identified in the motion is up to the $125,000. If we can get additional funding support to augment these other pieces, then that gives the authorization up to that amount. So that's why I was saying 200,000 for the case management, and then I would say up to 125,000. So I guess it would be up to 100,000 for HACME, but conditioned on working with staff in regards to some of the logistics details and making sure that everything is tight there from what we need from them. Please.
Okay. Thank you for indulging just a few comments. So the way this item was drafted, it was to have the city donate funds that could be utilized for these purposes, such as case management and supplies, beds, furniture, rent, deposits, very broad. And the way the resolution is drafted is it said it's to be interpreted extremely broadly to encompass whatever these needs may be, as opposed to the city entering into a contract and hiring a case manager to work for the city to help these residents. I think it may be preferable to have it be a donation, say, to Montage or to some organization and earmark it for case management services, as opposed to the city hiring case workers or nurses, or I'm not really sure how that would work. With the medical information and the supervision and that type of thing. So we could donate, in other words, we can donate money to like Montage or to whatever organization can provide case management services in this situation. The city can be a donation only for that purpose, as opposed to the city hiring and having a contract with and being the boss of social workers getting medical data, which maybe is a bit more complicated than we're prepared to indulge.
So is the medical data piece because I thought we talked about this, and I'm a little bit confused in regards to what's changed. Is it the medical piece that's different for you?
What we talked about and what's in the agenda report is a donation being made for broad purposes, which could also include case management services, as opposed to a contract with the city hiring. It's a distinction.
I guess I'm a little bit confused because that was what the conversation was the city moving forward with the contract. So I'm trying to understand where the difference was.
No.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Just if you could give me one second. I just want to try to clarify this.
I believe the agenda report reflects actually 100% the request, which was to facilitate the easiest way to fund and to give the most flexibility and not be locked in. And so the resolution includes language that says it's to be broadly construed without limitation. And it includes, but is not limited to, case management services, all of these items that these displaced tenants might need. And it gives the city manager the authority to allocate those funds as needed to whatever entity can provide that needed service. So if it's determined a case manager is needed and Montage provides case management services, This action would authorize the city manager to donate money to Montage earmarked for that specific purpose, as opposed to the city entering into a contractual relationship where we have supervisory obligations and medical stuff. It's just a very different relationship in my view.
Okay. Gino, and then I'll go to you, Gino.
Just because I second the motion, I just wanted to clarify because I think what I understood was based on what you had mentioned earlier about there being organizations interested in supporting and potentially them contributing in terms of the cost, right? That would be on them, not us. The only, I guess, donation that I see coming from us would be the 125,000 is what I understood.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. That's Paresh.
I would offer a friendly amendment that we fund 20,000 to All In and 105 to the Housing Authority to continue the support for the residents still at the hotel, and that we try to bring in Community Foundation to give them more support. They need more support. But I totally agree with the city attorney. We aren't going to make those contracts. We can help them through this trouble right now, help these people that are doing such good, and then maybe round up more support in the community for them. But that's about it.
That's a friendly amendment, so you need a second to that.
Well, the motion maker needs to accept the friendly amendment.
So you're not doing a substitute motion, but a friendly amendment is your request.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out, walking away from here, what this looks like, because there's a little bit of ambiguity in regards to what does that mean now. So we're not giving funding at this point, so we have nothing to do with case management. So I'm a little confused from our conversation, because it did seem clear that we could take that on to make sure that the job got done. So now we don't have any involvement in it. So
maybe I need to better understand your objective. What level of intervention and oversight are you looking?
It was exactly what you're saying that we shouldn't be doing now, which I guess I acknowledge.
That's to supervise social work.
Get the contract in place so that we can get the social worker in place, and we can the case manager in place so that we can work with the housing authority on providing the assistance that's needed for these residents.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I know, Nat, you were at that conversation. I thought that was one idea, but that at the end, and that's what this agenda item was crafted to achieve, was the donation direction. So if I misunderstood that.
That's what I recall as well, was the idea of the city of Monterey serving as the donor to other organizations. If we can try to explore that, that would be, I think, a preference. And then if we need to serve as intermediary, then we could certainly explore that. It would require the more contractual and discussion of legal risks and other aspects, right, in the future. But one of the things that was really interesting to me, and just sharing my candid thoughts here, having been there at the fire on day one and working with the Housing Authority during that first week and All In, it's intriguing to hear that All In could potentially be a case manager. And I wonder if that's something worth exploring, or if that's something council wants to explore as well, because of that level of expertise. Could there be maybe an additional contribution to them, or in addition to their needs? What's challenging is we have a proposal from an organization that we still have to vet as that third party that has done some work with the Pajaro fire, but we've also heard we need to have some further discussion with them. And we just received some information this afternoon from the County of Monterey about potential funding opportunities within the county and with other organizations too. So having the flexibility based on the resolution that we provided will give us some flexibility. And if we want to, if we need to serve as an intermediary and with the pass through, then that's something that we can certainly bring back forward in 2 weeks. If something for council to consider.
I mean, maybe there's a disconnect with terminology. So, what in your mind is a caseworker or case manager? What does that look like? Because we're hearing different versions of what that might be. Is it someone who's obtaining medical information and taking them to doctor's appointments and dealing with their medical necessities? Or is it someone acting more in the capacity as All In has been acting? So maybe that's where the disconnect is and the understanding of what we're trying to achieve. And so I'm not saying we can't do either of those things or either of those things. It's just maybe more clarity on what does the council want?
I think it's a little bit of all of the above. And again, I don't think it's about replacing All In. It's about having somebody come in that's professional in this skill set, that's getting paid a salary to do the work and working in conjunction with our community partners to get the job done. So and I'll get to you. I see your hand up, Ed. I just want to clarify something. So I guess, is it a problem with this moving forward? It sounds like it might be, and if I can get better clarity in regards to where the problem or concern exists.
I think if you're looking to expedite and facilitate this as easily and with less red tape as possible, the city has broad financial authority to donate money to achieve whatever objective you're looking to do. It doesn't require a contract. You can donate funds to organizations for specific purposes. If there's more oversight and supervision required of the people performing that work, that's a different kind of a deal. We could do that too, I think, potentially. And I would need to figure out how we hire medical providers. And I'm not saying we can't. I just, the medical records would need to be separate.
Okay. Councilor Smith.
Yeah, I think the solution for me is the $125,000 is allocated because it's money that we can quickly allocate and then not try and create something else that's outside of that, which impacts the general fund with indebtedness to pay for a professional contract or to donate additional money of 200 or 250,000 in addition to the 120. I think the 120 is the easiest, fastest within our authority to divide it between the immediate needs. But what I think is missing here is that social work is typically provided by the council, by the county. And we talked about that earlier this week. But I think that there is an opportunity to give our staff the chance to take the $125,000 authorization, contact the county, contact the foundation, contact other non-governmental organizations that are aware of this problem. And with our $125,000, it may stimulate additional funding that provides the housing continuation, that provides the all-in, that's giving the touch that the residents need and the connections. I mean, my gosh, they went to Soledad. They've got a military person that they just need time to get connected with Veterans Transition Center. So it seems like All In is kind of in a good position. I think the city has a good point. We need to vet before we donate. That gives the city time to be able to do that. I would authorize $125,000, give it back to staff and ask them to come up with the best format to proceed to get $125,000 to the immediacy of the need for All In and the housing authority. And at the same time, they're able to then communicate with county and the nonprofits and the foundation. I think this is one of those that staff needs some creativity and they have an opportunity to do that if we authorize $125,000. What I can't live with is creating an additional impact to the general fund.
Dr. Did you want to jump in?
Yes. So for me, it's definitely the 125,000. I feel that the quickest way to be able to have this more directly moved to be able to help these residents that have been unhoused by this devastation is to get that 125,000 to the housing authority, which would be in all in. So 105,000 to the housing authority, so that immediately we know that they are going to be having funds to be able to be housed at the hotel until they get their permanent housing. And then the other 20,000 to All In, who's already kind of doing a case management type of situation, and have the direction of our staff to be able to work with those people that you were talking about, as far as other county pieces and components of agency, to see if there's other funding that they have that can add into the medical pieces. But I think right now, getting that money there instead of having another step to come back and say, okay, now this is what we're going to do with the 125,000. No, I say we already see what's going to be most effective and most quickly done is get this 105,000 to the housing authority. So we know that they have housing for the next 30 days, 20,000 to All In because of what they're already doing to get furnishing and all of the starter kit to the residents. And then after that, work with the medical agencies that are in the county to be able to get those other funding. That's where I see it.
So I'm going to try to alter my motion here a little bit, because I see some willingness and potential from staff to be able to work this out with the contract potentially, but to me, the piece about the contract isn't what the important part is. The important part is that we get the funding to whatever organization is needed to help provide the case management services to support our partners. So I think to alter the motion to provide that flexibility to staff to work with our partner organizations to help facilitate a case manager being put into place. So it's not, we don't have to do a contract for it, whether it's us helping to receive the funds and collecting them and then giving them to whatever, giving that contribution, whatever that looks like. So hopefully that provides some clarity in regards to, or gives some flexibility to staff in regards to what next steps look like.
What's the dollar amount that you're envisioning?
The dollar amount I said was up to 200,000.
But we don't have the authorization to do that. We have 125,000 in the rental
It's
assistance.
contingent on getting the contributions from the nonprofits.
So
Did you?
105
It's separate.
and it's separate, and then you have the additional 75,000.
200,000.
Right, but it's 125 you're saying from us, and then the additional 75,000, which would make it up to the 200,000.
No. The 200,000 is separate because that's how much it has been committed to by nonprofits to help support the case management work. So that's all separate.
So you're doing 125 from us, and then
200,000.
an additional 200 is what they're supposed to be fundraising on.
That's what's been committed by nonprofits.
Oh, okay. So your motion is not intending that we are expending 200,000 from
That's
general
correct.
fund.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's a hope because that's somebody else's money.
That's correct.
Okay. So your motion is staff is going to work and try and get additional funding beyond the 125.
That's correct.
And if they come in a little short, that's up to whoever is donating the
Yep,
money.
it's up to 200,000. So if it doesn't come in, it's only up to that amount.
Okay. So why does the 200,000 need to be in there?
I'm fine taking it out, but if we need a dollar figure just for staff to move forward, that's the only reason why I put that in there.
I think we're back to the friendly amendment.
Yeah, I think we are. I think the 125 is a friendly amendment.
Give me 1 second. I think Chrissy wants to jump in with a thought.
I think what you're articulating is the staff recommendation and it's in the resolution, although you made it a bit more narrow, limiting it to case management services. So if that's the intention, that's completely fine. If it's to cover a broader range of needs, then the staff recommendation is broader in what's in the language that's before you.
So can I ask the mayor a question on your motion?
Give me 1 second.
And I think that's where the case management terminology is maybe hanging us up a bit.
Chrissy, does that preclude, yeah, come on up. Does that preclude the city in entering into a contract for the case management the
the resolution contemplates donations to any organization that can provide case management services at the discretion of the city manager.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just, in listening to your talking, I've heard two things that I think might be of interest. We do, provide whole case management for the people. And in doing that, I've been searching for other ways for them to get different services. So for the Veterans Association, we did contact them. We had 18 veterans on site. We've already housed 10. There's only 8 left. And they said they cannot provide any other services for them. They call Nation Finest, and they can do housing navigation for them for free. But they said that it's a little tricky because technically they're not homeless because they stand at the hotel. So the VTC is really not able to do anything for the other 8 veterans that are there.
But they were able to help the first part.
No, we housed them. The housing authority, we did it.
So VTC was not able to provide any.
They came out and did an assessment and put them on their waiting list for transitional housing. But because we had them at the hotel, they said they technically not homeless. So then that tied their hands as far as providing services. And then they contacted Nation's Finest, and Nation's Finest came out. They started helping 2 with housing navigation. They said they can come back and help the other 6, but they got to do a DAR form for that because technically under their category, the people are not homeless because they're at the hotel. Yeah. So it's very limited what you can get from them. I just wanted to let you know that. And then I don't know if any of you thought of this when I was trying to think of other ways to help with the case management. I called the Cal AIM group. I talked with them. I got a spreadsheet. They asked me what's the people Medi, which means they got Medi-Cal and Medicare. Most of them do. So we got their Medi-Cal numbers. We got to turn it into them. When they get that, they said they might be able to assist with some types of case management. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not as familiar with it because I'm not from California. This is something I was just working on for the group over there. But when you're looking at the case management, you might want to reach out to them because it might be some things that they can do as far as the medical that nobody else can, and it's already covered because the people are under Medi-Cal. So I just want to kind of bring that to y'all's attention.
Okay. Thank you. Just jumping back to Chrissy real quick. So I think it does cover what I'm trying to say, but I would just add an additional element to direct staff to help facilitate the process as it relates to the case management. So whatever that includes, whatever that entails,
the coordination,
I think just allowing that flexibility to staff to do that coordinating effort.
Mm-hmm.
Does that work?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll just highlight in the resolution, it says this action authorizes the city manager to donate funds to the housing authority at the county of Monterey and or to other organizations to address the unmet needs of fire victims, including but not limited to case management, furnishings, clothing, toiletries, food, and other necessities. And then it also says that the type of assistance that is approved by this resolution is to be broadly construed to effectuate its purpose. And such assistance includes, but is not limited to, case management services, food, clothing, toiletries, et cetera. Because we want to be able to put the money where it helps, right? And then, yes, I think what you're adding to that is staff needs to work with whoever the city manager donates us money to, unless if you earmark it for specific agencies, to follow through to coordinate. Yes. So okay. I think that's that. Yes.
Okay. So that's what I'm clarifying my motion to. So it's basically staff's recommendation, but also to direct staff to help with the coordination efforts. All right. Are you good with that as a seconder? All right. Any other comments on the motion? Mm-hmm. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for engaging in that robust discussion. Let's take a Monterey 5.
Where are the snacks?
I think we said don't worry.
I know.
Yeah, I'll go.
or do you want to go to the police stuff first?
We can be.
Yeah, let's just power forward. Let's just go in order.
Say one more time.
Let's just go in order. Let's just
Go in order for the
Let's go in
public.
order for the
We're
public.
serving the public. They look at the agenda. They want it in order.
I'm sorry. Too many people are talking to me at one time. Say again?
Do you mind waiting for a second? I need to get a hearing thing for that.
No worries. No worries. I'm sorry, Jean. What were you saying?
We serve the public. The public looks at the agenda and they determine their pacing and their night based on the order of the agenda.
Yeah.
So I will always encourage us to follow the agenda.
Yep. The only point that I'm making is the 14 and 15 were supposed to be heard in the afternoon.
Right.
And so if anybody was coming for the evening session, they're kind of expecting to have the police stuff. They could be expecting the police stuff first. So it's just an open question to kind of
Yeah.
get a sense of how everybody feels.
Right, except people stayed until 7 o'clock and the audience is online and people do expect to go in order.
Okay, so I'm just asking for preference. So your preference is to do your stuff first.
Yeah.
I hear it.
No, my preference is to follow the order of the agenda.
So which is to do your stuff
Yes.
first. Okay, that's what I'm asking. All right. Do you either have a preference? Dr. Barber? All right, so we will do 14, 15 first, but before we do those, because we didn't really reset, well, we kind of had a recess. We're going to reconvene and go into our evening session for, I'm supposed to be waiting. Apologize. Clementine asked me to wait for a second. No, you're good. Mhm. All the same.
You can do the pledge.
Yeah, Jim.
Tyler, you can do the pledge.
Are you able to, are you good to go? Perfect, perfect. Okay. I just unplugged something. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and reconvene, start our evening session, for this council meeting, April 7th, 2026. Just for everybody's, clarity, what we're gonna do is go back to 14 and 15 before we go into 16, 17, and 18. But before we get into those items, we're going to go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Councilmember Smith to lead us off.
Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Ed. And with that, we'll do a continuation of our general public comments. This is for items that are not on today's agenda, opportunity for folks to provide public comment. We'll start with folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for general public comment? Right, sir, if you wouldn't mind just coming up to the podium. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak for general public comment in the chamber? All right, so go ahead and close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's 3 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson, council members, and warm welcome to Mr. Hall. My name is Paul Hirling, resident of Larkin Street, and some of you may know me from my transportation planning work. In mid-February, the City of Monterey Parking Division sent out a notice that if 51% of residents on 4 contiguous blocks did not register to vote to retain the residential parking zone, their preferential residential parking zones would be eliminated. Many residents did not receive this notice, including myself. And if it's not clear, I'm here to speak on the residential parking program and the elimination of the preferential parking permits in Old Town and New Monterey. On March 18th, the Parking Division sent a second notice with a deadline to respond on March 30th. By request of the neighborhood associations, deadline was extended by the Parking Division to April 20th. For those residents who did not receive the first notice, that gave them 30 days to respond that they wanted to retain their residential parking preferential areas. 30 days is not long enough to respond, especially since this notice came right before all elementary schools began spring break and many left the area on vacation. So we know a lot of families and folks in the area that were gone for 2 weeks. As it stands, by April 20th, 51% of residents do not register. The parking zone will be eliminated. In Old Town, we're at about 50% right now. So about half of the existing residential parking program would be eliminated. Eliminating these parking zones would mean that tourists and adjacent uses such as tourist districts, business districts, and schools would be able to use our neighborhoods for parking with no time restrictions beyond a 72-hour limit, which would impact our parking on our streets. Old Town in particular is bordered by Monterey High School, downtown Monterey, Bayview Academy, and DLI, all which would impact parking in our neighborhoods without preserving the residential permit areas. I'm going to wrap it up here pretty soon. Existing residential parking zones in the Old Town and New Monterey areas allow residents to park with a reasonable distance of where they live. As historic neighborhoods, many residents do not have on-site parking or garages that accommodate modern vehicles. For those living next to high schools, especially, they won't have a place to park. It's important to preserve these parking areas for the disabled, the elderly, mobility limited, and those who may have difficulty walking long distances to get to and from their vehicles. These neighbors will have a particularly hard time making multiple long trips to and from their vehicles to get groceries and run errands in impacted areas. I joined other voices from Old Town and New Monterey neighborhood associations who I've been coordinating with to ask the council to assist with extending this deadline, either working with the city manager or through the agenda to help protect our residential permit areas. And really what we're asking for is just an extension beyond the April 20th deadline to organize. We are organizing our neighborhood associations. We're knocking on doors. We're walking the streets. We're shooting out the email blasts. We're getting hundreds of neighbors involved. We're going through the city process, but at the same time, we'd like an extension. We'd like some time to deliberate. There's part of this program doesn't allow the neighbors to, it doesn't give them the timeline. So there's two parts to this program. The new part doesn't give a timeline, and then they're eliminating ours with a strict timeline. So just keep that in mind. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Okay, we'll go to our commenters on Zoom.
Lori, you can go first.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and welcome aboard, Mr. Hall. We appreciate you joining the City of Monterey. It's good to see you're still sitting there this afternoon after the earlier session.
Go back.
So I'd like to briefly address an issue from the March 17th council meeting that remains unresolved. This is now the second time in recent months that the mayor has publicly identified me by name during a council meeting, mischaracterized my comments, and then criticized them after the public comment had closed with no opportunity to respond. At the March 17th meeting, I did not say that the rental registry caused rent increases. I described a situation and raised questions about the software system. That was reframed into something I did not say, and then I was criticized for it. The same thing occurred during the November 5th meeting, where the mayor again identified me by name after public comment had closed and inaccurately characterized my remarks as spreading mistruths. This is not about disagreement. It's about accuracy and the use of the dais to publicly attribute statements to a resident that were not made and then discredit that resident without any ability to clarify. Public comment is a one-way process. Residents have 2 minutes to speak and no opportunity to respond once that time is over. That makes it especially important that comments are not reframed or misstated from the dais. When that happens, it discourages participation and undermines trust in the process. It also undermines the statement read at the beginning of each meeting, encouraging public participation. I've submitted written letters to the council following both the November and March incidents, outlining these concerns and requesting that this issue be addressed through a governance and code of conduct policy with some kind of enforcement mechanism. And I'm raising it again tonight. I expect this matter to be addressed on an upcoming agenda so that this does not continue. Thank you. And I'll apologize for the little dog in the background. She's very mad because she doesn't get her walks because these meetings don't follow an agenda. Maybe one day they will. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Tom.
Thank you. I had to leave the afternoon session a little bit early. And I was thinking, well, I'll tune back in again on Zoom. And to my amazement and somewhat shock, at 7:45, the meeting hadn't even started. And then I figured out, well, you haven't even gotten to items 14 and 15 that were on the afternoon agenda. So my public comment is that, and I'm sure all of you, I'm not stating anything you don't already realize, but something's got to be done to get the agendas to be a little more reasonable so that they can move along on time, because without that, the public loses faith in the public process, because they expect things to be heard within a reasonable period of time of what the agenda says on it. And it was, I think, maybe 2 meetings ago or 1 meeting ago, it was supposed to be an afternoon only agenda. And you all worked through your dinner time. You didn't get out of there, I think, till like 9:30. And I'm thinking, my God, how it's inhumane for the 5 of you and staff. And it really shakes the public's faith in the process. And I hope Mr. Hall isn't discouraged by the length of these meetings. Hopefully he can work with you to help bring these back into control. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Chelsea.
Okay, thank you. Lower my hand. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you guys so much for your time. This is Chelsea Lanovska, and tonight I'm calling on behalf of the Casanova Oak Knoll Neighborhood Association. Our neighborhood association has been active and has been very busy, and we recently held a meeting at the end of March and thought it would be a good idea to use the opportunity to brief out to council and the community on what we've been working on. So first off, we wanted to thank all the first responders and our CERT team for their very quick response to the Casanova fire in our neighborhood. It's devastating to know that so many members of our community have been impacted, and based on the presentation we all heard earlier, will likely continue to be impacted for time to come. Our association, with this kind of thought in mind of how we can support CERT, voted unanimously to donate all the extra equipment that we've acquired over the years through our own neighborhood association dollars and are stored in our neighborhood shed directly to CERT so that it can help serve all of our communities across Monterey. We also made a decision out of that meeting to submit a letter to both the County Health Department and the Air Resources District Board regarding air quality concerns that we have near the airport. We received consistent feedback from our residents about soot and other materials that have recently been piling up on their windows, their cars, and even their solar panels. There's also been increased concerns about foul odors and questions about possible heightened lead exposure with the presence of the small planes at the airport, which are allowed under CA law to have lead in their fuel. So while we all recognize that living near an airport, right, comes with a certain amount of like environmental concerns that we get, we're neighbors of the airport, we also would like to know if there's anything specific impacting our neighborhood. And so we really hope that the air quality check can provide helpful data. You all should have actually received a copy of this letter earlier this evening. It would have been sent to you via email from our neighborhood association president. If you haven't, please feel free to reach out to us. We are more than happy to share that and to work with y'all on what we're thinking. Many of our neighbors also wanted to just clear up some questions that they weren't sure where to get redress from on the new apartment development on North Fremont. Everybody's really encouraged actually about the positive activity and progress that we're seeing on North Fremont. You know, an investment in this street, in this area, as you guys all know, is very critical and crucial, and we're excited for that prospect. At the same time, though, there are some neighbors that are just concerned about maybe the impacts of the traffic flow, especially because Bruce Lane is a one-way street and it looks like the entrance to the garage will be there. Just curious what that's going to look like in the future, and they weren't sure where to go. So for council's awareness. And then finally, I know this is a long report, but we were super excited to welcome our new city manager, Mr. Hall. We look forward to working with you, sir, in the future and sharing more about our neighborhood in our area, District 4. So we'll see you soon and see how we can continue being a constructive partner with the city. Thank you guys all for your time. Have a good night.
Thanks, Chelsea. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. And we will move to the request from council members to agendize new matters. Just as a reminder, council discussion is limited to whether the issue warrants being heard at a future date. So our best practice here is for council to ask staff questions regarding capacity to provide information for future discussions and timeframe. Item 14 is Councilmember Rash's request to agendize a discussion regarding council expenses and benefits. And with that, I'll pass it to Councilmember Rash for her presentation.
Thank you. It's pretty straightforward and would be honoring the value drivers of transparent and inclusive government and fiscal stewardship. And that's the question of whether we could look at the expenses of council and demarcate what is going where and why and for how long. When did we begin covering health insurance? When did we begin the pension program? I don't know the answers to these questions. And where could we perhaps lead as a role model in cost savings, given that we have so far now looked at the contract with AMP and eliminated it after a 30-year contract with them and we saved $80,000, and we looked at all the nonprofits and froze those programs of 50,000. So every dollar is mattering, and I'm wondering if anyone else is interested in analyzing the city council budget.
Okay, any questions from the council?
No question, just comments.
All right, hearing no, oh, please go ahead. Yep, you're good.
I think I'm just a little bit more interested in learning from Councilmember Rash what are the concerns or what specifically about council expenses?
Sure. Everything that I bring for potential agenda comes from the public. These aren't particularly, I mean, I am concerned about this and I'm concerned about what I bring, but they all stem from the public. And what I hear is that the public wants to understand what our expenses are and our costs. And they want us to be part of budget anticipation. They're surprised if ever they even knew the extent of benefits. And I think it would be transparent to have a public disclosure of that and then to reflect on, is that the way we want it to stay? Are there some savings? Are there not some savings? Now, are we happy with it? Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none in the chamber, we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's 2 on Zoom. Go ahead and take those callers.
Lori, you can unmute and go ahead.
Okay, good evening again. All right, thank you, Jean, for bringing this because it is in line with just in general trying to understand the budget and the new website and the navigation. So I'll start there. And I had a long conversation with Rafaela, just trying to understand, just myself as a resident, wanting to see, well, if this were my budget, what I want to just dive deep into it, and what do things cost? Where might we be able to cut out things? So I started in just a couple of areas, and I couldn't find any of the answers. And so she gave me a tutorial, Rafaela did, to show me, and it was not easy how to get to certain things because it isn't like the budget book where you could flip through before. So, and I thought, well, I'll just start with the council and housing. That's why some of those questions I had last week came from housing, was just because things don't line up in the budget. And same thing here. Like, for instance, just looking at the timeline on the budget page, when you finally navigate your way there, that the council expenses have more than doubled. As we can see, from 119,000 in 2022 to 240,000. And a major driver of that appears to be these fringe benefits. And now that's at 140,000. And that may be well justified and understandable, but you can't even click on that in there to go look at how it's broken down and look at to see, well, what council members are getting what of the fringe benefits. And you could go to Transparent California, but they're a couple years behind, so it's not giving you an accurate assessment. And so that no public breakdown is not great. So when I asked council members, what are those fringe benefits? Council members couldn't even answer. So I think it's just good to be transparent and find out what are they? And, here we are facing this $10 million deficit and cost-cutting programs and possibly defunding NCIP projects and now coming after residents for more taxes. So yeah, what are those fringe benefits? Were those benefits added or expanded? Why have the council expenses more than doubled in a few years? And on travel, I know that was brought back a couple of times and kind of pushed down, and now that's over 11,000, but it looks like it might be in more than one category. It's just not clear. There's all these different line items for travel and meetings, but how did it go from 3,500 to 7,500 and now 11,300, I think is what it was. So because the public can't actually understand just by going to the website, I would just love a tutorial from maybe Raphael of how to do that and how can we get these breakdowns so that people can see them. So I'm interested. I'd love to see this on an agenda in the future.
And our other speaker is Tom.
Hello again. Just really briefly, thank you, Jean, for bringing this forth. I think it is high time that a discussion be had in the public arena about the council's expenses and benefits. I mean, traditionally, this council has been a more or less volunteer organization, and the credibility of the city is somewhat at stake if you're going to be asking the residents to raise taxes on themselves. And there's been a constant kind of a hounding of the NCIP to fund more and more in terms of what most people consider to be general fund related expenses. So anyhow, I endorse this and I hope you do agendize it. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. Please.
Yeah, I concur and appreciate the thoughts from the speakers as well. I support it. I think I'm looking at the operating budget spreadsheet that has several questions on it, 22, 23, 24, 25-year budget, and now in 26 as we move forward. So several questions. I'd like to drill down a little bit further. So I'd like a staff presentation. So I'd like this to come back.
Okay, and Christy, just a clarification on this. So it only requires 2 council members. So is that sufficient? The fact that Jean brought it forward and Ed supports it? So we're good to go to move forward on this. Okay, so there we go.
We should also, don't you want to have comments from other people?
Unless.
Don't we vote? Don't we vote?
It can be done by consensus or by vote, either way.
Okay.
Sounds like there's consensus.
Okay, I just didn't want to cut somebody else off if they wanted to
Does
say.
anybody else have anything to add? Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 15, Councilmember Rash's request to agendize a discussion regarding ADA parking in public lots.
So, pending public comment either way on this one, I will pull this, and I'll tell you why. Obviously, the staff time and council time on parking issues needs to go to the residential parking program. So this has shifted in the last 5, 7, 10 days, where the residential parking program has accelerated. I'm not pretending we can do this tonight. It would have to be agendized, but I would rather staff time go to helping the public with the massive confusion at best and maybe a mistake. And I was one that passed that residential parking program. So I'm willing to say maybe I made a mistake. Or council made a mistake and hurried this through without full understanding. So anyway, I think our time might best be going to the residential parking program. The other thing is I did a lot of research at the public parking garages, and it's real clear when you pull into a ADA spot in the public parking lot that you have to pay. I mean, the signage is great. And I was wondering, well, maybe the signage isn't great. Signage is perfect. Staff has done a great job. Then I thought, well, maybe disabled people who are challenged, disabled, have a difficult time going into a parking lot and managing the apps and the payments. And then I realized they're capable of either driving a car or having a friend drive a car and managing the apps and the payments. So I talked myself out of what had been a concern brought to me by the public, and also an online, a public comment at a meeting. So unless the public has something to say to inspire me to continue this, I would like to focus on the residential parking program.
Okay. Any questions from the council?
So just to be clear, she would just be pulling this since that's since that item is agendized as is.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
what's agendized as is? I'm confused.
The ADA,
Right. I can only pull this. I can't
right? Because ADA
make it anything else.
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, yes.
Right.
All right. Any other questions? All right, let's take it up for public comment. Any folks on Zoom can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, go ahead and close it in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's one on Zoom.
Esther, you can feel free to go ahead.
Yes, hi, thanks. Just real quick, I was at the meeting where one of the people in the public comments brought up the ADA parking. And I believe one of his main concerns was that most other locations don't charge disabled parking people. I don't know that it was, maybe I don't recall the confusing of the signage. It was more about the lack of consistency with other jurisdictions and locations that don't charge for disabled parking. So I'm not saying we should agendize. I just wanted to throw that in there because that is confusing, and I have had it happen to me, and I know a few others, that when you're used to going somewhere with a parking placard that's, you park in a disabled spot, and you've been to them, you automatically leave thinking that's how the process is. But that's neither here nor there. I just wanted to bring that up and clarify. Thanks.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council.
Well, I agree with Esther's interpretation of what happened. That was the comment. And the vehicle code, I'm giving kudos to the city attorney who helped me understand this. The vehicle code says you can park for free on the street. But if you go into a public lot, then it's a different kind of jurisdictional matter. And sure, it would be nice if it were the same, but right now I'm not sure we want the fiscal loss of the parking. It's probably minimal. So I'm fine dropping it unless somebody else thinks we ought to go forward with it.
I mean, oh, please go ahead, Councilor Smith.
Yeah, I think the best way forward is, and I appreciate your sympathy to what's going on with the neighborhood parking program. And this is really, I don't think, enough to justify coming back with something. But it could be we could ask the city manager that when there's an opportunity in the future that this comes into the education piece, that is from our communications director, that they could craft and explain to the public with a couple of specific strategic communication pieces, so that the rest of the public understands the differences and where it is that they're going to have to pay, because it is a municipal lot versus maybe street handicap. So I think there's an education opportunity without having to come back for a staff report.
Right. I think that's an excellent idea.
Anybody else? So is your desire to just to pull this one at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's education.
Absolutely.
Great.
Okay. Well, thank you again. I echo Councilmember Smith's comments. I've heard concerns, questions about this in the past, and it's a tough thing because you recognize that there are folks that do have the disabled placard that can be low income, and the cost of parking, albeit might be a minimal thing for many, it's significant for for others who may want to frequent public spaces. So, but more to come, I'm sure. All right, with that, we'll move to our public appearance. Item 16 on the agenda is to receive Police Department Annual Report 2025. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll have our police chief lead this presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor, council members, City Manager Hall. I'm Dave Hober, the Chief of Police, and with me this evening, this is going to provide me an opportunity to introduce some of my staff. I have Assistant Chief Mike Bruno. I have Lieutenant Gabe Castor, Senior Administrative Analyst Alma Murphy, and our POA, our MPA President came with us tonight, Officer David Vasilech. Tonight, the Monterey Police Department will present item 16, the Monterey Police Department Annual Report 2025. Item 17, the annual report of the Police Automated License Plate Recognition System. And item 18, the annual report and renewal of the Military Equipment Purchase and Use Ordinance. I will provide the first two presentations and Assistant Chief Bruno will provide the third. So moving to item number 16, the Monterey Police Department Annual Report 2025. I always like to start with our mission, vision, and values. But I'd like to begin with the fact that this annual report is attached to your agenda report. It's also been published to our website, which can be found through a simple Google search of the Monterey Police Department. Our annual report covers a time period of January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025, and highlights our achievements, initiatives, and performance over the last year. I will briefly provide you with an overview and invite you, the public, and anyone who is interested in the Monterey Police Department to look through the annual report. Starting with our mission, vision, and values. You've heard this before, but I think it's important that we talk about these specific things. Our mission is that we're responsive to all, second to none, every time. The vision that the Monterey Police Department is a professional, dynamic, and innovative organization with the highest ethical standards. The MPD is committed to serving everyone with honor, dignity, fairness, and respect. Turning to our values, we maximize, value, and train our Monterey Police Department workforce. We proactively police the city of Monterey to ensure a low crime rate, and we develop, embrace, and enhance community partnerships. Looking at our org chart, kind of hard to see there, but it relates our structure of 53 sworn and 19 professional staff for a total complement of 72 personnel. We have 3 divisions, the Patrol Division, Investigations and Administration, and finally, Records, Jail, and Finance. Turning to our Monterey Police Department workforce, looking specifically at demographics, we're close to matching our community, but we have some areas to improve. I like to point out that 68% of our sworn have BA degrees or higher, 28% have master's degrees. 90% of our sworn are male and only 10% female. The national average of female officers in 2023 was 16.5. On the same side, sworn officers, and I've talked about this before, but I think it's always important to highlight this. We have 53 sworn police officers, but I like to relate this in terms of street ready. And street ready means officers that can be out on the beat by themselves, that are not in training in the academy or perhaps are injured or those kinds of things. And that number always hovers between 15 and 19% below, which equates to between 8 or 15% to 12 actual officers or 22% below. Below street ready includes vacancies, disability, military leave, and officers that are in the entry-level training prior to becoming solo beat officers. The next slides will address department activity. And these are just data points related to our activity. You'll see that our calls for service were at about 40,328. And we take pride in the fact that that's the highest of any public safety agency on the peninsula. Our total department activity as related in things like reports and arrests. You'll see our traffic stats there. I want to point out that the last time we had a traffic officer was in June of 2025. We have 3 officers that are assigned to that, but that officer retired in July of 2025. So for 2025, we had 1/2 of an officer working specifically in traffic. Next, you'll see our community action team. There are 6 positions there, but only 3 were filled due to the staffing issues. Those 3 personnel made 113 arrests, 29 citations, 453 encampments cleaned up, which is one of the biggest complaints that we get. The 2 biggest complaints I hear about are encampments and traffic calming. 20 persons were housed through our multidisciplinary outreach team and CAT working together, and they attended 41 community outreach meetings. Turning next to investigations, 3 of those 6 positions were filled in 2025. They had 192 new cases assigned. They closed 97 cases. They made 62 arrests. They recovered 39 firearms. They served 130 search warrants, and they were called out 19 different times throughout the year. Turning next to our multidisciplinary outreach team, this is something that we're very proud of. That really works with our quality of life issues and helping those who are unhoused. So the community action team, which are those officers I talked about, and Monterey Police Department officers, offer services in every contact they make with persons who appear to be unhoused. The Monterey Police Department has collaborated with a myriad of agencies to address homelessness, domestic violence, substance abuse, and other quality of life issues. This collaboration led to the creation of the Multidisciplinary Outreach Team, or what we call MDOT, and includes various meetings and personnel. And all of the personnel have devoted office space at the Monterey Police Department and work directly alongside Monterey Police Department CAT Community Action Team staff. These are social workers that don't work for the city, but that we have relationships with and come to our police department and to the city. And these vary. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. And what I mean by that is we've seen that with social workers, it's difficult to keep them on staff because they move around to different jobs. And so some of these that I will mention, we don't currently have, but we're working on getting them. So Adult Protective Services, Montage Health, Monterey County Behavioral Health, Interim. We talked earlier about the Veterans Transition Center. They have all offered social workers that work alongside us, but sometimes they aren't available. Turning next to our Monterey Police Department Outreach and Navigation Center. The Monterey Police Department opened an Outreach and Navigation Center located at 401 Camino El Estero. And that dedicated space provides a collaborative workspace for the Monterey Police Department, MDOT, and other service providers, and is in an ideal location in close proximity to those in need of services. And we've talked about this before, but the Monterey Police Department worked with the Central Coast Overdose Prevention Coalition to install free Narcan dispensers at the substation, the police department, and the transit center to increase access to this life-saving medication. We'll turn now to the Monterey Police Department Jail Records and Evidence. We have 12 staff assigned to this division, 1 police records and detention supervisor, 3 senior police service technicians, and 8 police service technicians. They booked 844 subjects at Monterey City Jail. I need to make distinction between the Monterey City Jail and Monterey County Jail, because the more people we can book at our Monterey City Jail, it saves us a whole lot of time and does not take our staff off the street. So these positions are critical to that functionality of our jail. It saves our officers from having to transport to county jail, which has an average booking time of 3 hours, not counting the drive time, which is 30 minutes each way. So on a good day, if one of our officers is taken off the street to book somebody, it's 4 hours. But if you talk to our officers, they will tell you that usually it takes longer than that. If a medical clearance is needed, it adds hours to the process. And we've had officers that have had to spend 12 and 14 hours going through this whole process. So that creates a lot of issues for us. So having those PSTs to help us book people in our Monterey City Jail ensures that our officers are now on the street instead of transporting people. They wrote 424 informational reports and booked 3,590 items of property. Moving now to force application. Unfortunately, police officers must use force on occasion to effect arrests or overcome resistance. And the Monterey Police Department provides an ongoing de-escalation training called Integrating Communication Assessment and Tactics, or ICAT, and mental health awareness training titled Crisis Intervention Team Training, which 100% of our staff attend and go to. As you'll see in that schematic, which we call our Critical Decision Making Model, or a CDM, when we do need to utilize force, we have at the core the considerations of sanctity of life, ethics, proportionality, and our values. And that CDM really is not just used for force. It could be used for anything where we are dealing with people. And that CDM, we train to collect information, assess the situation, look at threats and risks, consider our police powers and agency policy, identify options, and determine best courses of actions, act, review, and reassess. We call that spinning the model, because we might have somebody who we're dealing with who we're trying to get to do what we need them to do, and the way that we're communicating with them isn't working, so we utilize a different aspect, or maybe somebody else steps in. But if we don't define this through what we call this critical decision-making model, then we're not appropriately training our officers in different ways to think around this. So this is kind of the model for them to think through. And when things are happening in front of them, things happen very fast. But if this is in the back of their mind as a core part of our training, it assists us in all kinds of ways. Part of our force application includes ensuring that officers have the tools they need to positively address the issues. So an example of that is that our officers have what we call concave shields, so that if we have the opportunity and we need to use force sometimes with somebody that might have a weapon other than a handgun or a firearm, we might be able to use this weird concave shield to put body weight on them and push them. We have rope, so that if we're in a house and somebody's barricaded in a bathroom, we can tie that door off so they can't come out until we've communicated with them and they come out on our terms. So these are different kinds of tools that we need to utilize, and it's important that we have for this aspect that we call ICAT. And I'm spending a little bit of extra time on this because it's important to understand that this is a very contemporary way to look at how we are utilizing de-escalation techniques. ICAT was devised by the Police Executive Research Forum, which is kind of a think tank, and they've really refined and redesigned how we do things in police work when it comes to people that are in crisis and are dealing with them. So one of the things they talk about, and one of the things we do in policing, is that we have had a culture of speed. Because when you have a lot of calls pending, there's a lot of pressure to go deal with the call and get your officers back into service. So there's always this thought of hurry up so that we can get to the next issue. And I think that sometimes people think in Monterey that we don't have the same issue, but it's all proportionate, because we put 4 police officers and 1 supervisor out on a regular shift. So any time of the day, there's usually 4 officers and 1 sergeant. We had a situation last week or 2 weeks ago that was an accident involving 2 or 3 cars. And so we have all of our staff dealing with that because there was injuries. In addition to that, somebody had a felony warrant, which means now we have to arrest somebody, which takes that officer out of the situation, and we have to book them for the 4 hours that I just talked about. With that culture of speed, that's always ingrained in the officers. So now switch that up, and we have somebody that has a weapon that is not a firearm, and we really need to slow that down. And we need to tell our cops, hey, we're saying hurry up and get back out on the street, but we need you to slow down now. And now you need to understand that we support you in taking your time to address this issue. Even though there might be calls pending, take your time to address this critical incident in a way that isn't based on a culture of speed. But that takes staffing. We have to have the staffing to enable us to do that kind of thing. Back to the force application. During 2025, there were 40 Monterey Police Department use of force incidents. Most use of force incidents are physical force. So that's like takedowns, control holds, body weight, or pain compliance. We had 1 taser use, 1 OC spray, and 2 less lethal munitions. Those are the tools that I didn't talk about. So we have at least 2 less lethal munitions. One is a OC spray ball that hits somebody that creates issues for them that we can shoot at distance so we don't have to get up close to them. And another is a 40 millimeter sponge round that hurts when they get hit, but we also don't have to get right on top of them. We can use distance to deal with these issues. Turning next to our internal affairs complaints, we have a specific policy for receiving, investigating, and responding to citizen complaints. We contract for outside consultants to conduct most citizen complaints. The chief of police, I review all complaints and investigations related to the complaints for final disposition. In 2025, the Monterey Police Department conducted 6 internal affairs investigations involving sworn and jail staff. The complaints included allegations of procedural concerns, bias-based policing, courtesy, force, and workplace discrimination. Of the 6, 1 was sustained, 3 were exonerated, and 2 were unfounded. Turning next to hiring and training. In 2025, we had 6 officers that left service. 1 retired, 1 went to the sheriff's department as a sergeant. And I'm going to tell 2 stories where we've had officers that go to become supervisors in other organizations. And 1 moved to a lower cost of living. I said 6, but that only adds up to 3. That's because sometimes in training, people decide that they don't want to continue, or perhaps they don't make it through the training program. So looking towards 2026, we anticipate 8 to 10 leaving, 2 lateral to lower cost of living areas, and 6 are retiring. Of the 6 that are retiring, 1 is a lieutenant, 3 are sergeants, and 2 are officers. Those are the ones that I know. Last year, of the 6 that left service, I probably could have guessed about 3. So that's why I write 8 to 10. I never know what's going to happen. The 2 that lateral to other areas, I never would have guessed that they would have lateraled somewhere else, but both went somewhere which was lower cost of living. It's hard to see on there, but in the annual report, you can see that police officer selection process more clearly. And I put that up because it's very important to understand that for our hiring and training, it takes us 60 to 90 days from the time somebody applies until we actually hire them. And that's on a good day, because if we could hire them in that 90 days, but the academy doesn't start till 3 months later or 2 months later, we usually use 2 academies that start about 6 months different. So if that doesn't line up, it adds time. The academy is 6 months and the field training program is 4 months. And I like to use this analogy that we can't simply hire substitutes to cover positions. They have to be people that are fully trained and fully street ready to fill those positions where we have holes. And this process is crucial to understand as we move into the rest of the year here, and we turn to looking at our structural deficit and discuss potential cuts to public safety positions. And so that takes us to our priorities for 2026, which start, and I'm going to spend some time on staffing, which is and has always been our top priority. As are related, we're losing 8 in 2026 of 35 authorized officer positions in our position control list. Right now, we have 5 recruits in FTO, so they are in officer positions. I have what looks like 8 vacant positions because I have 5 recruits that we just hired or in an academy that are not filling an actual officer position. I say we have 5, but we really have 4 because we hired one's in the academy and we hired 4 others that started 2 weeks ago. Of those 4, at day 5, one of them came to us and decided this is not the job for them. So that's the kind of thing, after 90 days of trying to hire them, this person decided that it probably wasn't for them. I have currently 4 positions, and I have about 6 in backgrounds that I could fill those with. This is the second time in the last 11 years that I've had the ability to fill all of the officer positions, as up until last year, we were not attracting higher numbers of candidates, but over the last year, somehow we have been attracting more candidates. I've already talked about the fact that patrol must have minimum staffing to answer the calls for service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And that minimum staffing is 4 officers and 1 sergeant. The detective division must have personnel to conduct investigations. Our community action team, which I just described, is associated with the MDOT team, and traffic are nice to have assignments. That's where I start cutting when I have to make sure that minimum staffing is filled. That means that the quality of life and traffic calming issues are not addressed as readily as we would like to. The less street-ready officers we have, the less specialized positions such as CAT, traffic, and detectives we can assign to address what our community demands, to address the issues surrounding the unhoused and traffic specifically. Additionally, the less staffing we have, the more strain to our workforce to ensure minimum staffing, and importantly, to work the 28 to 30 special events days, which are covered by officers who are called back to work on overtime. So that's after they've worked their regular week, they now get called back to work those 28 to 30 event days and cover different kinds of minimum staffing. All of these things negatively impact recruiting and retention, as the synergistic aspects of forcing officers to work more with less staff takes a toll on them. So that's the staffing priority, and that's been my number 1 priority for the 11 years that I've been here. And it continues to be an issue. Next is replacing our public safety building, which was opened in 1959. It's 67 years old, and it's one of the only aspects of the Monterey Police Department that is older than me. We continue to build on our success to outreach to the community through our Community Policing Academy, which we just graduated last week on Wednesday. And a positive story out of that is the Community Policing Academy before that. One of the recruits that I just described, who's currently in our FTO program, came of last year's Community Academy, and she's now a recruit with us in the FTO program. We also outreach to the community through the CSO intern program, Coffee with the Cop. Our people came up with this great idea, like Coffee with the Cop, at Christmas time when we were out here on the front lawn, called Cocoa with a Cop. And they continue to be innovative with these kinds of ideas. We provide active attacker training, consistently go to community meetings. And so those are just some high points of how we build an outreach to the community. We improve and leverage technology. And on my final slide are our accomplishments in 2025. Just high-level accomplishments. Obviously, all the women and men of the Monterey Police Department do great things every day. But we responded to over 40,000 calls for service, booked over 1,400 arrests, issued over 1,100 citations, booked over 3,500 items of property, conducted over 3,200 foot patrols, administered Narcan 8 times, arrested 173 drunk drivers, and worked over 10,100 overtime hours to include 1,400 special event overtime hours. As it related, our MPD detectives were called out during non-business hours on 19 occasions and were assigned 192 investigations. And that concludes my annual report.
Thanks, Chief.
Questions? God bless you.
Excuse me. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation, the report, and thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for your leadership in the department in continuing to keep our residents safe. I have a few questions, starting with an item that's on the report here, and you pointed out also as an area that you're working on in terms of the low percentage of women in the department. Can you maybe share thoughts or theories as to why that is?
I think that traditionally, policing has not attracted a lot of women. And I think that we're working to get better at that. I I don't have a specific explanation of why that would be. I would love to have as many police officers as I possibly can, and certainly I'd like to increase that number. But I don't know specifically why that would or would not be.
Mhm. And you just shared that you're working towards addressing that. What are the steps?
So, as part of our recruiting team, we ensure that women officers are a part of that team if they want to be. We're not forcing them to do that. In our training programs, if we have female recruits, we make sure that if they can be, they have FTOs that at least for one part of that are women, so that they can understand those aspects that they are facing that men don't understand. There is, through the California Police Chiefs Association has a whole seminar that they just renamed to Rise, but it's Women Leaders in Law Enforcement is what that started as. So we send people to that. We do everything that we can to outreach to attract more women to the profession.
Sorry, that sounds like for women who have already been recruited.
It's through the California, yes, for women that are already police officers. Yes, it's like a training, mentoring, kind of not just training. It's also a symposium that is focused on women in policing.
So what about like recruiting practices?
So again, we are outreaching through our different technologies, through our different apps and those kinds of things, and trying to attract more women by using female. We don't have specific officers that are just for recruiting, but we have people who are assigned to that in augmented roles, so on overtime or those kinds of things. And we have women that are a part of that as well.
Okay.
I would ask, however, are there other ideas related to that you have?
Not necessarily. And really the question came up for me because I sat in during a conversation in a different department where recruiting practices were being really looked at. And also similar question around why the low percentage of women. So kind of feels that maybe it's a profession, right, that doesn't necessarily attract women, maybe, but that's kind of the piece that I'm also trying to find out. Is that really the case? Or is it, a specific recruiting practice that maybe is not really targeting those areas where women would become more interested in the field? Just out of curiosity for myself. The next question I have here is there's the figure that you shared, 40,000 calls. Does that, what kind of calls does that include? Like, is it 911? Is it non-emergency?
It's everything. Everything. And those are prioritized. And so I think we have 6 prioritizations that go from a priority one is an emergency that we have to get to right now and life could be in danger. So obviously those are less than the lower priorities. But even a priority or 2 is still an important call. When we were sitting here in our meeting, you heard sirens. And so I turn my radio up, but if I hear a police car going to something, I don't know exactly what that is, but when I hear the fire engine going, I assume that's a traffic collision. So that's, I think, a priority 2 or 3 where people could be injured and we need to get there quickly. Those are things that we respond to with our lights and sirens on. There are a lot of calls where somebody calls us because there's a dog off a leash in a park and they want us to come and enforce that. So they call us about that. Or I was just at Mr. Duke's community meeting 2 weekends ago, I think Ann and I went to, and there were questions about beach fires and those kinds of things. So those are things that police officers go to all the time that are calls, but they're not going to those with their lights and sirens on. Those are calls for service. And so those are just different ways that those are prioritized, but it includes anything the police are called for.
And I think earlier you mentioned that the bulk of the calls are traffic and encampments.
No, what I said was the bulk of the complaints that I hear, not the calls, but the complaints when I'm in community meetings, the bulk of those complaints, or the majority, I hear more about the unhoused and about traffic calming than pretty much anything else. Now, that doesn't mean that's the most calls we're getting. That's just what I am hearing when I'm at community meetings.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for correcting me on that. Next question here on in the report. It shows a table. Let me put on my glasses. Packet page 131. I think it's. Oh, I can't even. Page 9 of the report. Traffic unit 0.5 of 3 authorized motorcycle officers. So there's data for 2025 and 2024. Am I reading this correctly where 2025 figures are lower than 2024?
Yeah.
Or traffic stops, citations, collision reports?
Yes, it's lower.
So, and I also noticed that patrol coverage hours is lower.
Yes.
So what's the relationship there?
So we had an officer for half the year because he retired in July. The year before that, we had one officer, same officer, but we had one officer that worked that whole year. So because they worked the whole year, those numbers are going to be higher for 2024 and 2025. Okay. If I had the 3 officers, if I had the street ready officers that I could fill that, because I don't need those officers in my patrol structure, or I had patrol structure filled, then I could assign officers to the 3 traffic officer positions. Those numbers would be higher because that's all they're doing is traffic calming.
Okay. Got it. Page 19 of the report, internal affairs. So there were complaints, as you had mentioned also in your presentation. One of them was sustained. As much as you could share, and as far as you know, what was the action that came out of that specific case? Was there like a disciplinary action or what?
Yeah, I can't get into specifics related to specific cases. So I can't publicly disclose that.
Okay.
It's a personnel issue.
Yeah, no, I kind of figured, but I figure I also asked the question just in case. Can you talk a little bit about, and it's somewhat mentioned in the report, but can you share with us a little bit of the process for promotion? So,
absolutely.
So what does that look like for the brand new officer, right? And in terms of like progressing in their career, mentorship, or anything like that, that eventually and systematically, hopefully, would lead to promotions and that kind of thing.
So that's a long answer.
Yeah.
But let me see where I want to start with that. The mentorship part of that, the recruits go to an academy for 6 months, and that's kind of where they're taught the basic skills. But mentorship really starts when they're in the FTO program, and they have a senior officer with them that is evaluating them and training them. So the first part of that is training, and then we start to transition that. So they're doing things, and there's a rating going on in 26 different areas that we are training them and evaluating them on. But there's mentorship that's going on there, and that doesn't work. We are a medium-sized organization, so your FTOs you remember for the rest of your life, not just the rest of your career, as to those people that invested in you and trained you. And in an organization like ours, that continues throughout the rest of your career with those people that mentored and trained you. Now, that doesn't mean they always love their FTOs, but of the FTOs they have, there are always going to be people there that they look up to. And the FTOs kind of feel a pride in the people that they have trained, and so now are helping and mentoring them. So that would be the first aspect, I think, of that mentorship. You specifically asked about promotion. What I do and what our organization does is every year we do an annual evaluation. And so that's done by the first line supervisor. But I have a meeting with every single employee in the police department after their eval's done. And I bring them in and I talk to them in a very low key way and just kind of ask them what's going on. But I always ask them about what their 5, 10, and 30-year plan is. And I tell them that it doesn't have to be the same as mine. It can be anything that they want, but what are those plans so that we're looking at short, mid, and long term as to if they want to do those things, then I mentor them on what are different ways you can get there. And I talk to them about your work ethic is one of those things because it's good if you've worked different units within the organization. And your work ethic helps with that because it shows people that you want to work hard. Going to different trainings is very important for developing our people. I think that one of the reasons our organization is so good is because we invest a lot of time, energy, and money into training our folks. And so that's part of getting them to, if they're thinking about promotion. So back to my discussion with them, if they say, well, I'd like to be a police officer and a sergeant in 7 years, great. Tell me about your professional education. Tell me what units you want to work. You need to be an FTO because you're training people and that's good supervision. And you need to have a work ethic. And so those are kind of the things we do for that. If they're a sergeant and I ask them what they want to do in the future, some people want to stay sergeants, some people want to stay officers, but if they want to be command officers later on, we talk about that. I always encourage people, I ask them what level of education do you have? They tell me and I say, go one more above that. And I think we've been very successful in doing that to promote that educational aspect. Now let me focus, this is why it's a long answer. Now let me focus on just the promotional aspect. Our promotional process, we will put out a memorandum that says these are different things that we want you to have expertise in. Some of them are books, our policy manual, different aspects of things that they need to understand. And then they study these things, and then we have a written portion of a test, and then we have an oral panel. That oral panel is very specific. The beginning of that oral panel, it's 4 parts, is that they have a meeting. They're having a mock meeting with the people they're supervising. So they have to study to understand how to do that. And that's part of us mentoring them for that. The next is having a community meeting where they have to address the people that are rating them like they're the community. The next is what I call the tactical problem from hell, where we stress them out a little bit and tell them about a officer involved shooting that's happened after a robbery where somebody was shot at the robbery and there's a pursuit going on. And now they have stress and we have input to see how they do under stressful conditions. And the final aspect of our testing process is of that oral panel is we ask them structured questions about leadership and those kinds of things. So that's the actual test. After we're done with that, we have a list that's established, and we then, as command staff, look at the different people that we have on that list. We look at their personnel history. We look at their internal affairs complaints. We look at what their peers say about them, and then we make the determination as to whether who's going to be promoted of those people. So it's a very long process, but it's also one that we make sure people understand. And I think if you ask any of our officers that have been here and they're out of the FTO program for a year or two that are interested in being a sergeant or a lieutenant, they understand what that process is. I think that whole system is mentoring and training and letting our people know. And one of my aspects is that everybody is a leader, and we expect all of these things of everybody, no matter whether they have rank or not.
And I'm sorry, I might have missed this. So when you say we decide who gets promoted, who's we?
Ultimately, it's me.
Okay.
But what I do is I bring the whole command staff in to talk about the different people that we have on the list. And we have a round table where we talk about we look at the personnel file, the IAs, we look at all of the letters that they've gotten and the units that they've worked and their seniority. All of that comes into it. And then we look at the peer evaluations. And from that, they recommend to me who they think should be promoted. And then I have a process where I go home at night and think about it and make the promotion.
Got it. Thank you.
That's it. Okay. Councilor Rush?
My questions are about staffing. And I read the report and it mentions Reserve Officer Mick Edelin. So what's a reserve officer? How does that work?
So we have several reserves. We're authorized 5. I currently have 3. One of them is a retired police officer, and 2 of them are another one is an officer that was a Monterey police officer, but then decided to leave the Monterey Police Department to go work for the military, but is fully trained as a police officer. And the third is an officer who was a reserve officer at another police department where they went through a whole academy and training program, but they were a reserve. So they are an hourly paid police officer that per PERS cannot replace duties of other police officers, but what we use them for is a lot of the transports and on special events. Those are the big things that we use them for. But there's other things that we use them for to help sometimes with our staffing. But those are the primary reasons that we came up with reserves. That was another idea that even though there's reserve police officers in all kinds of police departments, my folks came to me and said, hey, we think we should start a reserve program. And so we started that, and they save our bacon a lot because we can call, sometimes we'll just call them the day before or even the day of and say, hey, we have to transport somebody. We only have 3 people. Can you come into work? And they'll come into work, and then they're spending their 4, 5, 6 hours over at the jail. So it doesn't take an officer out of the system. And with that, those officers, we're not paying them benefits. And so we're just paying them an hourly rate. So there's a great savings in doing that.
So are they in addition to the 53?
Yes.
All right. And when it says volunteer of the year, they're paid. They're not volunteers, or is Mr. Edelman, Officer Edelman also?
No, they are paid, but volunteers of the year, I have 3 chaplains, and Dr. Darnell Witt, who you all know very well, has been a volunteer for, I think, going on close to 30 years.
Okay.
So those are volunteers. Now, Mick was selected. The way we select our of the year awards is the staff selects that. Usually it's the award winners from the year before that nominate and select people. And then I approve those. I've never not approved that, but he's not a full-time police officer. So it is somewhat a volunteer for that award.
To be available, you call him when you need him and he gets an hourly.
And he doesn't have to do this. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So when we received a public comment from the head of CERT, Demetrius Castros, and his suggestion dealing with our budget was to try to utilize more retired annuitants. Some of your reserved officers are retired annuitants. I'm asking.
I had 2 reserves that were retired annuitants.
Okay.
PERS, in my opinion, kills us because they have such strict rules on that one of my retired annuitants decided he wasn't going to do it anymore because the penalty is that you personally have to pay the money back to PERS if you violate any of the rules. Those rules are very, very undefined and create a lot of issues. So a retired annuitant can only work a certain number of hours a year, and it is supposed to be a temporary duty. So for example, the city of Sacramento had all kinds of reserves. I don't know the exact number, but I think it was about 50, and they ended up letting all of them go because PERS was telling them that those people were going to be in trouble if they kept doing that. So it is a great idea, and it would certainly help us if I could use more reserves like that, but it creates all kinds of other issues for the individual.
So like Mr. Bauman, he was limited to something like 960 hours, but he was a retired annuitant. I'm just trying to figure out how this works and where to get you help, but you know more than I do on it, of course. All right. Thank you for explaining that. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Dr. Barber.
Well, thank you and congratulations on your award tonight. Oh, well, I guess it was this afternoon.
Thank you.
It's all blending together for me right now. So I wanted to ask just two questions. I noticed that when you were talking about the calls, that Monterey PD gets the most calls on the peninsula. Why? I mean, is it because, I mean, why do you think that is? I mean, I know you can't kind of figure out like for each one, but I'm just curious, like out of the whole peninsula, basically Monterey PD gets the most calls.
Population wise, I think right now we have the most. We have 30,000.
Mm.
Marina might be getting close to that.
Yeah, that's why I was curious.
Right. I think that I believe we are kind of the attraction of everything on the peninsula. So you get a lot more people here. We have 30 days of special events in the city that the other cities, they might have some here or there, but they don't have all the special events.
Okay.
We have a lot of tourism that comes here, which generates calls for us.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just a lot going on in our city. And our city is an old city. So the infrastructure with our streets and those kinds of things, I believe, I don't have specific data on this, but I think that's why sometimes we have more accidents because we're shoving so many people into our streets. So many people are coming here to recreate and work, that we have a lot of people here, and that generates a lot of calls. So we have a population of 30,000, but we have a whole lot of tourists that come here. And, you know, sometimes tourists are indulging in adult beverages or getting in arguments after they indulge in the adult beverages with those that they love. And that then creates other issues that requires police intervention on a more frequent basis. So it's not just those 30,000. We know in special events, we'll get up to 100,000 people in our town.
Sure. Thank you for that. As soon as you said the tourist part, and that made sense of why we would get more, because all the other cities on the peninsula are not attracting tourism like we do. So, and talking about special events, and I may have written this down wrong. You said 10,100 overtime hours for event hours.
Yes.
Then on your department activities, that is this broken down in a different way? It says special event overtime hours on packet page 130. It says for 2025, it was 1,424 versus the 2024 1,181. Is that something different?
What page is that on?
It's packet page 130, item page 12.
So I think what it is one of them is the actual overtime we work for everything. So for overtime, we have overtime related to filling our minimum staffing. We have overtime for court. We have overtime for late calls. We have overtime for special events. I have a list of.
So maybe the overtime hours was the total overtime hours and not the
It's
event money?
it was like 10,000, and I think the special event overtime was the 1,424.
Okay, thank you. That's what I just needed clarification. So basically, the 10,100 overtime hours, that's for total overtime.
Yes.
And so that's what that is here. Okay, great. Thank you.
Do you have questions, Councilor Smith?
Well, I'm going to be easy. I looked at the photograph of you and Callahan, and it's amazing that neither of you seem like you're aging.
Well, thank you.
Callahan's doing real well.
Yeah. Maybe I just keep using the same picture over and over.
And that's why I was going to suggest that. No, I really, really appreciate the thoroughness of the reports. And when I look at this report and I see the different categories, and certainly your staff does a really great job of capturing the data moment to moment every day, and it's going in and collecting. And so your staff has done a really good job. I just remember some of my former days of when I was a lieutenant, the best we could muster up was maybe a Harvard graphics and then spreadsheets and cut and paste. And, you know, obviously we've come a long way to be able to gather and present this. I'm struck by the percentages of the low percentage of the calls of 40,000, the number of IAs that are so low. If you compared that to other cities in California, those numbers, I believe, would be much higher in other cities. So that's a testament to the dedication, the training, the adherence to code of ethics, the piece of adherence to the policy procedures, the care and the kindness that all of the officers are delivering to the community and those that visit. So it's a testament. And I know those figures nationally, and I know them statewide, and we're killing it. We're not the Raiders. We're the world champs. So you can be proud of that.
Thank you.
The other thing is the percentages that you're down, and you outlined the dilemma that you have contrasted with the opportunities to recruit, and you're anticipating this next year. I'd like to hear your comment about the opportunity for overhires, because I know it's all about timing and opportunity, and when the academy is opening, when you test and you've got viable candidates, and then you've got to align that with the number of FTOs that you've got when they come out of the academy. It's a lot of moving parts, but I'd like to hear your commentary about how that timing could work if you were given something else. And on day one of Mr. Hall's work, he would probably love to hear what you would propose as solutions to bridge that gap of anticipation of the vacancies due to retirements with the academies. So we try and use local academies when possible. But the matrix in your mind, what do you need that gets you closer to saying your percentage of vacancies is not 24, but your vacancy is down to a tolerable level?
So I would say I need three things. One is that I would say that I need 10 more cops. Perfectly sized, we'd be, for instead of 53, we'd be 63, maybe 65. And that's because if I'm always down 10 cops, that puts me at 53 street ready, which then means that I can fill all of those motorcycles officers, all the CAT officers, all the detectives, and all of patrol. And then I'm able to provide the services of having great contacts with those that we're trying to help and making sure that we are outreaching to them to do the traffic calming and those kinds of things. I need that's the first thing. I need people that want to be cops. And that's the second thing. And that's a hard nut to crack because, like I said, up until this last year, I haven't been able to find those people. But that's not just me. That's policing in general across the nation. But for some reason in the last year, we've had a lot more applicants. Certainly not the number of applicants that when you and I applied, there were in the hundreds every time we test. But it's more than we've had before. So I have to have that. And part of the problem with Monterey is that I don't have anywhere for people to live west because I got the ocean. I don't have anywhere for people to live south because we have Big Sur. So we have this geographical kind of area that in the Bay Area, you can attract from all over the place to those different cities, that we just have a real problem with that. And I think that's a lot of times why people are leaving is because they don't have family support. The cost of living here is expensive and it's hard for them because they're young families with kids that need to take care of the kids. And if they don't have the family support and can't afford to have childcare, that creates big issues for them. The other big thing that we're against is if you go to Silicon Valley, you're going to make 20 or 30 grand more a year. I know that Watsonville, I don't want to say this publicly, but I'll say it. Watsonville is offering a $50,000 bonus for officers to go to Watsonville. So that, and we've had bonuses and that kinds of things, but those are the kinds of things that when we talk about retention for our police officers, we have to be competitive with those things. That's the second thing. The third thing is that I have to have my cops say this is a great place to work because I can be out there recruiting. I can be recruiting all types of different people. But if my cops don't think this is a great place to work, everybody knows that. When young people call me and say, hey, I want to be a police officer, where do you think I should work? And if they don't work where I know in Northern California, I tell them, go on ride-alongs at the agency you want to be at and the agencies around there and ask them, what are the good police departments to work at? Because they all know what they are. And so those are the three things that I would need to have the numbers that I think this community wants. Now, so that I don't get in trouble with either one of these two people, we're facing a $10 million deficit, $12 million deficit. I understand that. But if we cut public safety, it is going to have significant effects on the service delivery that we give. And one of the things I like to talk about is, you all know that I worked at San Jose for 25 years. I worked at San Jose State University as a CSO, and I worked at Santa Cruz Police Department as a CSO. There's nobody that offers services, what we call the Monterey way, or what I call the platinum service, like we do in this city. We offer a service above anything else I've ever seen. And if we cut those public safety positions, that will affect that service delivery because of all those synergistic things that I just talked about.
And just to put a finer point on it, thank you. Exactly what I needed to hear. With the positions that get cut, that compounds your overtime and makes it that much harder to live within your budget.
Yes.
And you're already, was it 22% low on your?
My street ready officers are usually about 22%.
Yeah.
I'm about 20. That doesn't mean that those positions aren't filled or that I don't have people hired behind them.
Yep.
It just means they're not street ready. If I had 10 more cops and I could find the cops that wanted to be cops, then I would have that delta to fill the 53 positions that we need street ready cops.
Right. Yeah. And it's all about timing.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief.
Okay. All right. And I don't have any questions at this time. So with that, we're going to open it up for public comment. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right. Anybody else? We have the one. All right. We'll go ahead and close it off to the one. We'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's one on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening. I have just 3 comments. One is get him more support and get the people hired. He's been behind by 10 people for the last 11 years. It'd be great to get him more staff. Maybe not all of them, at least some. In the special events, $1,400 or 1,400 hours of overtime. CERT does the traffic for the 4th of July and for the half marathon. And we're ready to help you on any of the special events that we could be helpful on. The third thing that I wanted to mention is the facilities that they have probably disentracts people if they're getting close, and we need to fix that. The women's locker room is kind of a hodgepodge. And if we're trying to get ladies, we ought to have places that people want to be in. And to me, that's one of the major things that we need to work on, which we put through a couple of NCIP programs to help with that. But those facilities need to be improved so that we attract people. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Duke.
Thanks, Dennis.
All right. With that, we'll go to our public commenter on Zoom.
Esther, you can go ahead.
Good evening again. I want to echo what was just said about the facilities. It's definitely a detriment to recruiting. But, you know, in general, it's hard to recruit officers everywhere, not just here. But we have had a deficit for quite a long time, which I think should be enough reason to not cut the police department's budget to accommodate this city budget that we have a problem with. Because guaranteed, you know, when services go down, especially with safety, you guys are going to never hear the end of it. So I don't think that they should really be on the table. I know that they've already cut as much as they can over the years. Another point I'd like to make is obviously the cost of living here is a problem to recruit, not just police and safety staff, but engineers and everybody, you know, that we need to run a city that is going to be recruited elsewhere if we're not able to provide affordable housing for them. So, you know, a lot of the issues that we have that don't sound like they're connected to housing are connected to housing. And hopefully we can make a difference in that in the near future. I mentioned earlier tonight in another item, agenda item, the encampment help that and cooperation that we've gotten from Police Department PD at the Laguna Grande Park. This has been years that we've been working with them on it in my neighborhood, and we've partnered with the Seaside Police Department. They work well together, they coordinate, and it's really made a tremendous difference. While there may be some isolated random cases. The police department has been wonderful for our neighborhood. We were the first ones to get the CAT team. We have had MDOT. They've placed people, that were living in tents behind residents' homes here, families, little kids. And so they've definitely earned their love from my neighborhood. And lastly, I will again be the champion of the community academy. I was in the class where this last recruit that did come over from the community academy to the police department. And it's Chief Hober will remember. I mean, I've been positive about that since day one. And pretty much every class that has attended since the first one I did in 2013 has had people in it that I have sent over, and every single one of them have not only enjoyed the education, but really valued the police officers once they've spent the time there. Thank you.
And with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. Any last minute comments? I will just kind of echo the issue on staffing. And I remember when I first started with the city and I met with the police chief, it was the first thing that he talked about with me, and it continues to today through his presentation. So when he's talking about putting people first, he practices what he preaches, and we need to be creative around finding ways to do more to make sure that we're taking care of our officers. I think the example of police officers being out of duty, essentially going to drop folks off at the county jail, is a good example of how we can just get officers tied up in a bureaucratic mess. When I did my ride along, a good part of the shift, the officers were writing police reports. So it's not like they're actively out there engaged. And what I continue to hear over and over again is a desire from people in the community to provide greater service. And it's like, how can you provide more with less? We've already, I think, are stretching our officers to provide a lot of the needs within our community to an extent that I would say is beyond what I think officers should be doing. But I have a lot of respect and appreciation for their willingness to stand up and serve. And just to give an example of what more the community is asking for, I know that the Planning Commission has been talking about wanting to have a specific plan associated with the rec trail. And what does that look like as far as having some kind of more frequent visits of officers on the rec trail to observe bicyclists that are speeding on the rec trail? Well, that's going to cost money. So just an example of where I think there's a really deep community need, desire of wanting more out of our police. And I think that's a little bit of a testament to all the great work and the professionalism that comes out of our department. But also there's just a great need for more public safety in our community. And then the last thing I would speak to is the public safety facility. I said this before, and I will say it again. I know that we as a community, but I think even more specifically as a council, have a lot of tough decisions to make in navigating all the various issues that exist within the city of Monterey. We have an opportunity to find a way of funding the public safety facility, and staff has done a lot of legwork to present to the council and the community in regards to what the cost of that looks like, what that looks like moving forward. And a lot of that goes for nothing if we don't take any action towards moving that forward, because the longer that we take, it's going to require a whole new assessment again for us to evaluate that. And so we've invested this money to do nothing with it. And I would just encourage my colleagues to work together and try to find a way of just getting it done. And I know it's not an easy thing right now, especially when we're dealing with the deficit. But we're not here to make easy decisions. We're here to make the hard decisions. And I think that our public safety facility is high amongst those decisions that we need to make that might be uncomfortable, but we got to get the job done. So anyways, thank you, Police Chief, for the presentation. And thank you to all of our officers for your service to our city and our community. With that, we will go ahead and jump to the next item on our agenda, which is 17, receive annual report of the police automated license plate recognition system. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll have Mike Bruno, our Assistant Police Chief, present this item.
Actually, I'll present 17 and he'll present 18.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I got those mixed up. We'll have our police chief.
You were right though, sir. He does a much better job than I do. All right. So I will turn now to item 17, the annual report of the police automated license plate recognition system. And next slide, Mike. So we are required by policy and council direction that annually the chief of police or authorized designee will present an ALPR report to the city council. The report will include changes to the policy, and the annual ALPR audit report will be provided to the city attorney. To go back and give a quick timeline of how we've progressed, on April 2nd, 2024, council provided direction to implement police ALPR system. On September 17th, 2024, council approved procurement. On December 12th, 2024, the system went live. On April 1st, 2025, we gave our first annual report to council, which only covered the time period of when we went live on December 12th, 24 to February 28th, 25. And that was because I wanted to align that report. I had to give a report within a year, and I wanted to align it in April with when we give these other reports, really driven by the AB 481 military report that we already had in place that Mike will give after this. On April 7th, 26th, tonight, I present the second annual report to council, which will cover the time period of January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. Our ALPR cameras, just to give an overview of what we have 35 active stationary cameras. 6 stationary cameras are pending installation on state and private property, for a total of 41 cameras at 39 locations. We have 15 mobile ALPR cameras in marked police cars, and we are currently sharing with 11 agencies, and we have access to 245 ALPR networks across the state. We do not share out of state or with the federal government. Looking at usage, our cameras capture approximately 12,500 vehicles per day. In 2025, the Monterey Police Department conducted approximately 5,889 searches across approximately 800 investigations. And to give an example of that, that would equate to about 8 searches each, but some crimes we have more searches. So we had an armed robbery where there were 151 searches. We had a home invasion robbery where there were 152 searches. And there's a lot of searches going on because over time we might be rechecking it. You might have multiple officers looking for that. So that's why there's going to be more searches related to different kinds of crimes. We have a transparency portal, which is found online at the Monterey Police Department webpage, and that can be found through a simple Google search. It shows a lot of the information that is a part of this report, including a map of the Monterey PD ALPR locations and our Monterey PD ALPR policy. Turning now to the ALPR changes that were made. These changes were made as council requested some adjustments at the April 1st, 25 meeting. So this is highlighted in your attachment. If you were to go to section 433.7C, you'll see a highlight in yellow there. And that was after a discussion about adding the need and right to know. That's found in other places, but we also added it there. And then in section 433.10, we added more detail related to what the training would include. So we just detailed that more because prior to that, those items that are in yellow were not in there. And that included proper operation and use of the ALPR system, restrictions of use, alert protocols, authorized data collection and retention, accountability, and a review of the aspects contained in our ALPR policy to include the civil code law sections related to the ALPR systems and other aspects as determined by the ALPR coordinator. I want to point out that training was being done. I just clarified it in that section as a result of the discussion at council. are turning to internal audits. So I'm going to talk about two different kinds of audits. The first are internal audits of our own people and how we are auditing what our people are doing with our system. We conducted over 1,000 internal audits. Most searches were within policy. There were some inquiries that were conducted without including a case or CAD number, and some successes were not flagged in the records management system. If staff did not include the case or CAD numbers, they were admonished to include those unless there were extenuating circumstances. And that, you will recall, we didn't originally, and the law requires a purpose for the search. The law does not require a case or CAD number. But when we wrote our policy, our policy is more robust than a lot of other policies. And so we changed it so that now it must include a case or a CAD number. And so we had some cases where we had to admonish officers to ensure that they were putting those cases or CAD numbers in there. Turning now to network audits. A network audit is an audit that allows us to see other people pinging our system. And in May of 2025, we became aware of and started conducting what are called network audits, which provide information related to external agencies accessing our network. At that time, we determined that a function known as statewide lookup was activated when the system went live in December of 2024, and it was turned off after we became aware of this and told Flock to turn it off. It was disabled on June 4th of 2024 at our direction. I need to note that in my agenda report on page 4, I listed the wrong dates as being December of 2025 and turned off June 4, 2026. Obviously, that's incorrect. I was a year ahead. It should have been December of 24, it was turned on, and June 4th of 25, it was turned off. Statewide lookup was a search function wherein an agency was required to put in a full license plate number, and that license plate number was searched throughout all of the Flock systems statewide that had the feature enabled. Each statewide search registered on our network whether the license plate being searched was located in our system or not. If there was a hit for that specific plate in the system, the requesting agency would have been notified only of the date, time, and location of the hit. While our Monterey system was accessed or pinged while this statewide search was active on our system, we don't know if Monterey PD data was returned, as a network audit shows hits for every statewide search performed and not the return. When we spoke to Flock about the statewide lookup feature, we also asked if there was any other type of similar search. Flock advised that there was what was known as a nationwide lookup pilot that included Homeland Security investigations and U.S. Customs and Border Protection, but that the nationwide lookup was not activated on the Monterey network. The Monterey Police Department conducted a network audit of tens of thousands of searches by outside agencies that included the Monterey PD network through the statewide lookup. As described earlier, these searches were not focused on the Monterey network. They were broad searches that included the Monterey PD network. It does not appear that searches were conducted by out-of-state or federal agencies, and none were found to list immigration or reproductive health as reasons for the search. So you might ask, how did that get turned on? In talking to Flock, they related that they would not have turned that on if we did not authorize it. I had a meeting on December 12th of 2025 with the CEO of Flock, and he related that, to which I raised my virtual hand and told him that I had issue with that, because while we are police officers implementing this technology, the Flock system was aware of everything that we were doing and how we were trying to limit what we were doing with our system and only allowing people through that sharing agreement. And so if they had somebody that was assisting with us, they should have pointed out to us that that is not something that we probably want turned on. But nevertheless, it was turned on, and it was active from the time we went live until June 4th, 2025. In your report, we list investigative assistance. We have found great success with this system. I'm going to go through some of those and I'm going to tell a few stories. We have had stolen vehicle recoveries. We have addressed criminal threats, elder abuse and battery, burglaries, burglarizing ATMs from 2 businesses and recovery of an assault rifle, robbery with a firearm, home invasion robbery, criminal threats and child endangerment, an armed robbery at Del Monte Beach, elder abuse and theft, assaults as a result of a fight at the fair, shoplifting, a hit and run with major injuries of a teenage pedestrian, a hit and run with major injuries of a 70-year-old pedestrian, domestic violence investigations, an investigation of a subject filming up underage girls' skirts on Cannery Row who was a registered sex offender. One of the stories, at the Monterey Bay Half Marathon at 7:11 a.m., we received a call of threats to shoot up the half marathon with an assault weapon. Through the ALPRs, we located a vehicle on the numbered streets. The vehicle was out of Sacramento. We located that vehicle within 31 minutes. By 9 a.m., the suspect was located in an apartment with a handgun near where the vehicle was located. And the way that worked out was that we had this call, we had the person's phone number, we were able to identify him from that phone number, but he didn't live in Monterey. So we didn't have a local address. He lived in the Sacramento area. But by using the ALPRs, we also had the cars that were registered to him. By seeing the cars that were registered to him, we found the car on the numbered streets. From that, our cops started doing police work and had a picture of him on their phone. And they started asking people in the different, in the apartment complex, have you seen this guy? And they said, yes. He's up in apartment 3 or 4 or B or C or whatever it was. They went and started knocking on the door. And when they were knocking on the door, somebody else came out of another apartment and said, what are you guys doing? They showed her the picture. They said, no, he's not in that apartment. He's in the apartment next door. They were able to locate him and find the gun in his house, in the apartment of the woman that he was staying with. We subsequently served search warrants of his residence in Sacramento County in the following days, which resulted in the recovery of 3 assault weapons. Story number 2. This was not in 2025, but it's very pertinent to ALPRs. On March 23rd, we were called to a hotel on North Fremont, and the call was from multiple callers. Sometimes we get calls, and if it's just one call, it doesn't end up panning out. But when you start getting multiple calls of the same kind of thing going on, you know that this is actually happening. And the calls were that somebody was trying to kidnap a child, and we didn't know exactly what the situation was. As we start arriving, and after the fact, what we find out happens is that the suspect was estranged from his wife. He was from the Central Valley. The wife had come up here to Monterey to vacation, and somehow he figured out she was here. He followed her up here, and when she was in the parking lot, he went up to her, pushed her into the car, and grabbed the 4-year-old, tried to go around to grab the 1-year-old, but other bystanders came and started intervening. So he went to his car. When he got in his car, there was a man who I think was a parole agent that was trying to stop him, but the guy was already in the car. They kind of wrestle with the door. The suspect puts the car in reverse, backs up. And as he does that, part of the car grazes one person that's standing there and knocks a woman over onto the ground, and he takes off. Then what happens is the ALPRs start alerting, because we have the license plate, as to the direction that he's going. But the ALPR system doesn't just give the license number, it also gives a picture of the vehicle. So if I were to tell you that it was, and I don't remember what kind of car it was, but if I was to tell you that it was a white 2018 Volkswagen Jetta, you might kind of know what a Jetta looks like, but as those models change over time, the body style might be different. And so with that picture, Seaside PD not only has the license plate, but now they can be looking for that specific car. And they do. They locate that vehicle, which starts a pursuit. Pursuits are not good, but in a case like this, it's good we found them. So the pursuit goes north on 1. As we go north on 1, the bad guy drives on the wrong side of the road. I forgot a very pertinent point. When he was in the parking lot with the bystanders arguing with them, he told one of them that he had a gun. During the pursuit, he was on the phone, and on the phone, he said, if they don't back off, things are going to go pop, 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 which indicates to us a gun. What happens is he ends up driving the wrong way on the freeway. CHP and Seaside are chasing him. So they move out. They're not going to go on the wrong side of the freeway. He gets off the freeway in Castroville, and they're able to locate the car parked at the end of a cul-de-sac next to a field, but it's also close to a residential area. As a result of that, we have a whole bunch of police officers from all the adjoining agencies that go there with us, and we have multiple drones from different drone teams throughout the peninsula that go there, and they start putting the drones up. What we know about kids that are kidnapped is that we need to start to get the word out through Amber Alerts, Ebony Alerts, and those kinds of things. We also need to immediately go to the press, and so we start issuing critical reach flyers, and we give that to the press, and we start telling the press what's going on, because we know that we're only so many eyes, and if the community is looking for this person, they will give us leads on it. Because we were able to put the pressure on this guy in the pursuit that he felt he had to abandon the car, and now he's in the field or in those areas in the houses, and we have the drones up, we start getting calls of people seeing men with 4-year-old kids walking around. Sometimes those are not going to be accurate because there's going to be men with 4-year-old kids walking around. One of them, though, is the suspect, because the caller says, my husband's going down to follow the guy so we can tell you where he is. And as soon as the suspect saw that, he ran. After he runs, the drones were directed into that area because we had that 911 call coming in. And so the drones are overhead now, and he eventually gives up because he knows that the drones are there. In those kinds of cases, we have to put the pressure on the person so that they will give up, or that we can find them. My greatest concern when I heard this, as you heard, I'm old and I've been doing this a long time. My greatest concern was that suspect was going to harm that kid, and then he was going to kill himself. And why would he do that? It's his own kid, to punish his estranged wife. So the fact that we were able to recover that kid and be there when the mom gets with that kid was like nothing else. That's the kind of thing that this technology does for us. I know that there are a lot of issues surrounding this, and we have tried to create a policy, procedure, and process that ensures that we are doing everything that we can. Our policy and process is more stringent than most other policies. And in fact, with all of the issues that we have seen surrounding this, with some of the mistakes that admittedly Flock has made, other agencies now are starting to create policies that are more robust like our policy. And so with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm glad to take questions.
Thanks for the presentation, Chief. Open it up for questions from the council. Please.
Thank you for that, Chief. I really appreciate all the hard work that your team does. I know you were talking about the was it statewide lookup that was on, and you were able to address that. But during that 6 months time period, was there any kind of, or were you able to tell, you may not even be able to tell, inquiries or impacts during that time, that you know of?
So for the statewide search, all that it shows is if your system was pinged, and there were tens of thousands of those pings.
Okay.
What it doesn't show, because it was any agency that was searching for any license plate, if they did it through statewide search, which most of them did, then it would ping on all of the systems.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't see if any information was returned.
Mm-hmm.
We have searched that. We don't see any federal agency. We don't see any other states that are doing that. But like I told Gino privately when we had a meeting about this, I I cannot say for certain that there wasn't another agency that pinged our system and gave that information to somebody. I don't think that happened. It's a possibility. I think the probability is very low, but I can't say for sure that it did not happen.
Okay. And also with meeting with the CEO of Flock, were you able to ask if there were any other indications or significant statuses that were like the statewide lookup that might have been turned on or on oblivious to you, like this one was? Was there any other thing that would be invasive, that would be outside of policy of what our intention was when we approved this?
That's why I brought up the nationwide searches. I asked that very question. Is there anything else like this that I don't know about? And he said there was a nationwide lookup, but it was not activated on our system. And it was a pilot program that they did. I bring that up just because that's been out there, but it was not, I've been told by Flock, it was not activated on our system.
Okay. And they said it was nothing else that would be invasive of what our intention was.
As far as the nationwide lookup, yes, I was not happy with the fact that statewide lookup was turned on our system, and I was letting him know that as well.
Of course. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Please, Councilor Rush.
Thank you for the report. I'm really glad the audits are working out. I'm really glad that the attorney reviews them. So I still have some concern. There were several instances among the 11 agencies, that's Seaside and PG and I think CAL FIRE or something, that you're talking the local agencies that have a sharing agreement. It's on page 149.
Right
in the middle. Those are the local agencies that share.
So that's a great point of clarification for me. So that we are immediately sharing with. Yes, they have immediate access to our system. And it's not just local agencies, just to clarify that. It's CAL FIRE, Cal State Parks, Carmel, Gilroy, Marina, our county sheriff's department, our county DA, Oakland, Pacific Grove, Seaside, and Watsonville.
Right. So there were a number in which they did not specify the case or the CAD number. And in those instances, MPD sent emails to the agency and advised that the case numbers were required. So was that sometimes our officers and sometimes the other agencies' officers?
That specifically relates to the network audit to outside agencies. There were some of ours in our internal audit that we addressed. But specific to that was through the network audit. And what we would do if that happened was we would send them an email and tell them, we noticed that you're not putting case numbers or case or CAD numbers in here. And per our policy, you have to do this. Now, the nuance there is the law says that you have to have the purpose for the search. It doesn't say case or CAD number.
Right.
I want the case or CAD number.
Right. You require,
Yes.
We kind of pushed that and you wanted the case number, you assured us.
But the other agencies don't require that of their officers in their system. So telling them to do that in our system, I require it, but that's why I've given a little grace of, hey, if you want to have the immediate access to our system and you already have the sharing agreement signed, you have to make sure that you're putting either a case number or a CAD number in. And because most of them don't require that of their officers, that creates training and those kinds of.
So we're having educational issues.
Yes.
Can we also, though, have you push back and say, I now retroactively want that case number and that CAD for our files?
Because once that is in there, you can't change that data because that data, once it's in there, needs to stay the same.
Right.
So people can't go change it later on. But the law says purpose, and if they had the purpose in there, the reason I want the case or CAD number is because now I can double check and ensure that it really was for that purpose.
Sure, and we like that. We like that precision and that safety. Thank you.
Any other questions? Please, Councilor Smith.
Yeah, Chief, at the Cal Chiefs level, I'm sure that all the chiefs have talked about it. There's probably been, flock presentations and all that. But as it matures and goes forward, is there an opportunity that possibly flock will get to the point where they're going to put something in the field where it's case number or purpose, but then when they put purpose and then they try and get to Monterey PD, there is a sliding door that has to be removed only because there's a case number put into the filter. It might be a feature that if there were multiple agencies that sort of grew to that level, we lean into flock and we specifically ask for the update in the next year or two as the system matures a bit more. So that might be an opportunity at the chief's level.
So in December of 2025, the Flock CEO was having consistent online meetings with chiefs and city attorneys and other people, and they have adjusted that. So now, because the law reads purpose, there's a drop down that you have to put in for purpose, and they've made other changes. I'm not clear on what all of those are, but I know that Flock has sent out informational flyers that I have that I can look at that lists the different things that they're doing, because they also want to be better, because they know if they're not, they're going to lose business. So they're adjusting to this to make sure that these things don't happen.
Yeah.
But absolutely, it's an opportunity. I think a lot of us pushed on Flock in that December time period to tell them that we were not happy with what was going on. And so they adjusted some of those things to make it, instead of just a free form, now you have to do a pull down for some of their features.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure it'll get better, because I'm sure Flock wants to make sure that all of their clients are happy for the certain levels that you have. And as you said, you've got other agencies that they want the same standard we've got now, and maybe that will grow. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I'll start with, I can't remember, when is the contract up for renewal?
So the contract we have with the first term was for 3 years, and the first term we signed it October 23rd of 24. However, we had written into that contract that it would not actually start until we had our first camera live, which was December 12th, 2024. So that first term goes until October 23rd, 27, or per the terms, because it didn't go live till December, it would be December 11th, 2027. And then
that's automatic, right?
It was a 3-year term.
Yeah.
And then there's a renewal that is for 2 years that would start at the expiration of that.
So at renewal, what would be the amount due?
So it's the same every year, which is $126,500 per year. And then, for the 2-year term, it's double that.
Okay, thank you. Maybe a technical question, I'm not sure. I'm curious, in the data sets that you get, can you identify the data sets, let's say the images, right, of the license plates? Can you identify from which camera that came from?
I don't. You can answer from right there. I'll let Mike Bruno answer that.
Correct.
What camera?
Yeah.
So what camera it specifically came
Right.
from?
Which specific? Okay. And I would assume yes, because that's what allows you to basically place the vehicle that you're searching for.
That's correct.
Potentially. Okay. Just wanted to confirm that. And I'm wondering if in the way that you categorize data or present it in the portal, if there's opportunity to see where the license plates associated with, say, the list of cases that you had presented in the report, like what are the areas where these vehicles are being mostly captured? Does that make sense?
I think so. Let me repeat so I make sure that I understand the essence of the question. If we looked at all of at the time, well, you specifically related to those cases where those vehicles were located when the camera captured them, could we say that most of them were in this location?
Correct. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't know if we could show where most of them were, and I haven't dug into that to do that. I know that just thinking through that, we're going to catch them on different cameras going throughout the city, depending on how they came and how they left. I don't know if you could look and see. So to your question, if I saw that a license plate was from camera, I don't know if it's numbered or location number 2, and if there was more hits on camera number 2 than camera number 15, we might be able to do that. I will tell you that I would guess that we're going to have a lot more hits at the cameras that are entering the city, like on Del Monte or up by the mall. That's where you're going to have most of your hits.
Okay. And I guess, and thank you for thinking this through with me. Can you, and I would assume it's yes, but I'm going to ask the question. Can you identify license plates that are specific to a case that are outside of Monterey? Seaside, PG, right?
When we get that license plate back, then we can run the license plate and see where it's registered to. So it would be registered to whatever city it's from. But I mean, that's not just, it doesn't just say this license plate is registered to this. It just takes a picture of the license plate, and then we have to do work to find out where is that license plate registered to.
So here's what I'm thinking. You listed 35 cameras, 6 pending installation, 9 on vehicles. That's a lot of cameras. So, and then thinking about renewals at 125,000, are we getting our return in that investment? And we don't own the cameras, correct? We're just renting them basically, right? So do we need all the cameras? And this is a rhetorical question, right? That I think would be interesting to look at. Would it be useful to have cameras in the main corridors? Like you earlier said that you might have the most hits, right, coming into the city or going out, right? Just kind of thinking about really strategic placement of these cameras.
So these cameras are used in a multitude of ways. It's not just we got the license plate and we found the suspect, like in the kidnapping case. And so the case of the person, of the sex offender who was filming girls' skirts, that was a circumstantial piece of evidence that we could show that the cameras that are in that area shows his car driving through there. We already knew who he was because we had other video and we'd done other police work. But what that helps us with is when we present that case to the district attorney, if he says it wasn't him, we have circumstantial evidence that builds that case that shows he was in that area at that time. So they're used for all kinds of different things. And an example of the kidnapping is one where that helps us catch them right now. But the one of the car where the guy threatened the half marathon, that was simply a lead for us because we found that car in that area and then we're able to run where he was from. But that was just old-fashioned police work of going and showing people pictures. So we use this technology for all kinds of different reasons. And if we were to use that technology and just put it on the main corridors where people come in, if we didn't have ones in the numbered streets, because we're just going to capture when they're coming in the city, we wouldn't have found that car in that area that was very close to the apartment complex. So then we could go start showing people those pictures in the apartment complex. So what we would have is, well, that wouldn't have worked out. We would have had the plate and we would have seen it coming into the city, but we wouldn't know where in the city it was. And to the question, I think what you're getting at there is the return on investment for $126,000. And I know different thoughts on this. My thought is that kidnapping, it paid for this system 100 times that we found that kid and put the pressure on that guy so that we could reunite the mom with the kid. Absolutely. That return on investment, if that's my kid, absolutely worth it.
I guess I'm also thinking about, I think there was a case in Sacramento, right? I mean, that was in one of our cameras, right? So like, I guess what I'm thinking or what I'm wondering is to what extent City of Monterey cameras are aiding in these cases, right? When I hear of, vehicles being identified in Seaside, right? Just to name a neighbor, right? That's not one of our cameras. So we live in a jurisdiction that's surrounded by other jurisdictions that have these tools. So the question then, do we need 35, 40 cameras, for that purpose? So yeah. So I'll leave it at that. Question for our city attorney. I had some thoughts and questions around the worldwide rights clause, but I saw that document. So to what extent can I bring that up? The document that you sent to council that was.
You can bring up questions about the contract terms.
Okay.
Sure.
So I guess for you in general, there were multiple instances, if I read the document correctly, right, that reference the worldwide rights clause. And I think in general, right, you were agreeing that it doesn't necessarily apply to our policies in the city of Monterey. Could you maybe elaborate on that point?
Sure. I think if I'm understanding the question correctly, there was a question of whether some of the legalese in the contract, which isn't always user-friendly, if that was opening up the city to oversharing or improperly sharing information on a much broader basis than we signed up for. And really those clauses were just pertaining to Flock's intellectual property, meaning they developed this hardware, software, this, technology. And it's just saying that they own that technology and they're granting, in this case, the city of Monterey permission to use this technology, and that they can also share the same technology with other people. Like it's not an exclusive contract just for us, just for the city of Monterey. It's a worldwide, they can distribute their intellectual property worldwide. And that's what that meant, is that the technology is what's getting distributed, not the data part. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that helps. Thank you. And I guess I'll open it up to the broader points here that, as you know, Chief, I haven't supported this technology, and thank you for meeting with me and trying to talk this through, because for me, this system is full of red flags, and I have various concerns all throughout it. It's important also for me to make the distinction, and I want to be crystal clear that this is no reflection on MPD. This is not about our police department. You actually have shared these stories that show the incredible work that you and your department does in the more real work, right? This is a tool. Your officers are doing that great work, and so it's not a reflection on MPD. It's strictly a concern that I have with this specific company, Flock, And especially since we started hearing from Santa Cruz, Capitola, and then the information just keeps coming. I mean, there's an article in the Weekly that just got published where our own sheriff admits to the fact that the practices of this company have been illegal. And even though corrected, the county is still using it, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's what has happened in the county is what's happening here. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But just knowing that it's the same company that's doing those practices, that to me is very alarming. And I really, I think, would urge the council and the public to be more informed about this company and to really dig deep into what it is that the company is doing. And that's one of the reasons why I brought up the worldwide clause, because as it has been shared with me, it relates more to a practice that the company is doing. Now, I don't have that confirmation. I don't have the access to confirm or deny, but the way that it's been communicated to me is that Flock uses this clause to then be able to get data from jurisdictions that they're in contract with and process or analyze data in other countries, right? And that itself is a violation of SB 34 and that kind of thing. So again, I don't have that information to confirm or deny. I just want to share it so that we're aware and that, we can continue to be vigilant, not only for our residents, but everybody else who's contracted with this company. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. My only question, how did we determine which agencies we share the data with?
So the way that we implemented was, in the way that it was working with Flock, was once you went live, you would get requests from all of the other cities, and that was a simple computer request. So we get requests from all the cities all over the place. We did not, if we got those that were within our county, then we would send them our agreement, the agreement for them to sign. If they signed that, then we would turn on that system for that one of those 11 entities. So that's how we went through that. The Oakland Police Department is on there because they had asked, and we sent them the agreement, and they also do things that are very similar to what we do. They had an agreement as well. They signed our agreement. And we know that a lot of our retail theft comes out of some of the bigger cities and the East Bay cities. And so that was something that we wanted to be able to have access.
Okay. That's the only question for me at this time. With that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation.
Thank you.
For the council, I'm sorry. Wow, my brain is starting to. For those on Zoom, I don't know how I ended up with that. You can use the raise hand function. Folks in the chamber, I see 2 takers so far. Anybody else? All right, so we'll cut it off to the 2, and then we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hi, my name is Chris Richardson. I'm the treasurer of the Monterey Police Association. I am also an employee of the Monterey Police Department. I am currently not on duty or being compensated in any way by the city. I'm here to talk about ALPR and mainly clarify one big point for people who are not aware of this. But when we get a license plate and you run the license plate, it tells me 3 things. It tells me your name, it tells me the year of the vehicle, and like say for instance, it's a Honda. It tells me that it's a Honda and that it's a 4-door. It will not tell me if it's a Accord. It will not tell me what color it is. It will not tell me anything other identifying information with that. ALPR allows us to get a real-time picture of the exact vehicle that we're looking for. If you've ever talked to our traffic engineer, we have over 100 miles of roadway in a 9-mile city. Okay. We have 4 officers on duty. It's like finding a needle in a stack of needles inside of a haystack. this allows us to not only find the vehicle more quickly, it also lets us get people that are being potentially the wrong vehicle. So for instance, when people want to go commit theft, they will generally go take a license plate from a vehicle similar to theirs, and they will put it on their car, or they'll cover up their license plate in some way. We are able to search vehicles and look and go, okay, well, that's got this plate on it, but that's not the correct plate for that car. So we can then eliminate the person who actually owns that plate, because if the plate comes back to a Honda four-door and when we run the camera and it shows it's on a Ford F-150, we know, okay, well, someone must have stolen that person's license plate and put it on a different car. So now we know we don't need to deal with that. And more importantly, that's happened recently where someone actually took a license plate off of a car, got into a pursuit with police. That was the same type of car, but because we were able to look at the picture, we were able to say, this car is not the same car, because you can see body damage, you can see stickers. It's like, this is not the same car. And we're able to exonerate an innocent person that potentially would have been arrested. Just like Chief mentioned, obviously one big fear is losing a child that we could have potentially saved. But another big fear would be arresting someone who did not deserve to be arrested. And the system helps us in both ways. So I urge the council to continue your support of ALPR, because it keeps Monterey safe. And it's a tool that does something that no other tool we have is able to do. And just a caveat with the cameras, yes, we have 15 cameras on cars. We only drive 5 of them at a time. So 2/3 of those aren't even being used. And the aquarium has way more cameras when you walk in than anything that we actually have. So privacy, I don't think, is a huge concern when you voluntarily walk by more cameras on any given day. Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay. Hello, Dennis Duke again. I support the ALPRs. I think the chief is doing a great job of implementing a new technology. And as any new technology, you're going to learn things about it and roll with the punches to make it work. This is a very important tool for finding the bad guys. Without the cameras in many places, they would not have found this person who was the potential shooter at the half marathon. I was the deputy incident commander from the CERT side. We were doing traffic under police department. We did, the first time in 28 years I've been involved with CERT, we did a mission abort and pulled all of our people out of the field to make sure they were safe. But if that guy went off and started shooting at that crowd, you'd have a lot more injuries than $126,000 worth of evidentiary that caught this guy. It was definitely worth it. When they ultimately went to his place in Sacramento, he had an armory that could have killed thousands. So it's good to have these kinds of tools, and I appreciate and support, as a citizen, the chief in doing this for us.
All right, and with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Esther, you can go ahead.
Hello again. You guys are very familiar with how I feel about the police department. I've been a strong supporter. I supported these cameras, and clearly it's been demonstrated tonight that they are working as we had hoped to protect our city. But I will say that in 2024, we never could have imagined that we were going to be in the climate that we are facing right now, with the federal government basically taking data from anywhere it wants, using military applications and other various ways. I mean, I'm going to say it, the whole ICE thing is very, very disconcerting. I don't know if there's another company besides Flock that does this. If there isn't, there should be, because they should be pegged against each other to see who's got the better product and who's going to have the better security. But I don't trust whatever the CEO is telling you. He's in this to make money. And I mean, he's not telling you the full picture any more than we're hearing the full picture on statistics coming from our government right now on, labor and other economic numbers. We don't know at this point. We never could have imagined that we would be in the climate that we're in right now. And unfortunately, I mean, in my case, it hasn't eroded my trust in our police department, but I definitely don't trust the feds the way that I used to be able to be assured that whatever data that we think, and we're doing our due diligence to keep safe, is actually being kept safe. I may have missed it, but I'm not sure if it was covered that if somehow Seaside gets breached, or another city that we're sharing with, if that's a backdoor to whoever breached them to get into our data. I don't know if there are legal options that if something happens that we would go after this Flock or whoever it is that is running this camera system, and either intentionally or not intentionally telling us what we want to hear so that they get business, but knowing that it's not necessarily fact. And, lastly, I'll say one of the other frustrations with not necessarily the cameras, but with the police department in general, is once you catch these guys, I mean, on my street, we have a felon that had an armory of all kinds of things and guns and stuff. And a year later, he hasn't even been to court. He was let out on a super low bond, but bail. So I think there's a lot that it's unfortunate we're in right now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Beatty.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I don't support these cameras, and I warned about potential abuses last year. I'm glad to hear Councilmember Garcia's cautions, and he made a distinction of Monterey PD versus the Flock Company. Are these Falcon or Condor cameras? Do the cameras have voice or sound detection technology? Are they pan, tilt, zoom cameras, PTZ cameras? Electronic Frontier Foundation in 2025, their investigation uncovered abuses and said, quote, "It is a system designed to enable mass surveillance and susceptible to grave abuses. Our research sparked state and federal investigations, drove landmark litigation, and exposed dangerous expansion into always listening voice detection technology." Investigator Ben Jordan documented the camera's accessibility and said that the leak in Flock cameras is like Netflix for stalkers, and that there have been 60 published vulnerabilities. When he offered to research further, Flock refused to give him permission to do so. And that doesn't include intelligence agency access through backdoors that wouldn't show up in audits. Then Jordan said, using a commercial search engine, I easily found the administration interfaces for dozens of Flock safety cameras. None of the data or video footage was encrypted. There was no username or password required. These were all completely public facing for the world to see, and some of them still are. You don't have to be an expert to find and gain access to this. You don't even have to type anything in to see every single person, vehicle, and activity that took place in these locations in the last 31 days, whether you wanted to watch this footage live in real time or look at footage from a month ago. You could just point and click your way to it like you were watching Netflix. And he said that one example, a couple arguing at a street market in Atlanta. So what? They're still anonymous, right? No, they're not. Within 2 minutes of open source intelligence using a commercial facial recognition engine, I found out that one of them just finished medical school and the other's dealing with chronic irritable bowel syndrome. The couple also just had a baby last year, and they have a pretty concerning debt to income ratio. These are the types of things. He said, and it gets worse. There's an exposed Flock safety camera permanently pointing at a playground near the Bay Area in California, openly and publicly broadcasting both live and archived video footage of young children playing unattended. This is the type of thing that's so scary about the system. Because if your city or county or place of business feels satisfied by the company's reassurances, show them that many of the feeds that you've seen in the video were relatively easy to find and completely accessible at the time. Flock Safety was telling cities that the devices are secure after they're deployed. This is a very dangerous system. I'm glad to see that there have been positive uses of it by the Monterey Police Department, but the potential for abuses in this system, in this society, are too much for this, for the safety of the community. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Mickey. Mickey, if you could unmute, then you'll be able to go ahead and speak.
Sorry, it's Michelle Welsh, known as Mickey. I am a member of the board of the American Civil Liberties Union Monterey County chapter, and as council may recall, and Chief Hober will no doubt recall, the ACLU opposed the flock contract initially that the city entered into way back in 2024, and for the same reasons, and especially now under the current climate of abuses by the federal government and other agencies receiving information, we continue to oppose the use of the flock system. Chief Hober is to be commended for the policy and the correction of the policy once discovered, but the fact is that the report itself indicates and acknowledges that 12,500 vehicles are videotaped and data recorded about those vehicles and people every single day. Also, the indication of some of the data in the report shows that the cameras also capture people and people's behavior, not just the vehicles. And so the collection of the data in the first place should be limited or eliminated, because the misuse and breaches of the data present a significant risk, as the previous caller just pointed out. The report acknowledges that errors have been made. The report acknowledges that the statewide hookup through the flock system that was operative for several months, unknown to the agency. What else is unknown to the agency? The data that's been accumulated in recent months about the flock system being accessed improperly and been accessed by federal agencies in other states is very convincing that some of the fears that we expressed back when the flock system was first implemented in Monterey have indeed come to pass. Our concerns are still the right of privacy. Surveilling everyone at all times is not allowed under our Constitution when there is no reasonable suspicion or probable cause that the people being surveyed have ever committed any crime at all. The data breaches and errors that seem to be inevitable with a system like this, and especially because of the involvement of the flock agency and the violations of California law, SB 34, that prohibits the release of information to federal agencies in other states. So our demands are that the city immediately suspend the flock ALPR system and also do an audit to ensure compliance with California law and constitutions. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll bring back to the council for motion and deliberation. Thanks for those that provided public comment. Opening up to the council. That's correct. Any last minute comments on this one? Please.
So I can appreciate definitely the concern because of some of the other different reports. I was looking some of them up as well online. So I can appreciate some of the concerns for possibilities that could happen. I also think that the audits that we have set up are good because we are constantly checking it to make sure. And I know it took a few months for Chief to look and see about the statewide piece, but he is constantly looking, just like the rest of the team, to make sure that everything is very stringent. And as was pointed out before, I believe our policies are a lot more stringent than anybody else's anyway. I think we have to continue to do that and doubling down and making sure that those things are monitored on a not only on a yearly basis, but just every day, monthly, as everything is going forth. Because I think the the concerns of safety and invasion of privacy are important, but I also think that everything that was used, how these flock was used to be able to have the child be able to get back to the parent, and some of these other situations, even with the marathon and home invasions and some of the other pieces, I think that has to be looked at as well, because safety is an issue both ways, you know, in your privacy, but also in safety as well. So I think we have to look at it as a balance. But I think the audit that we have set up, that we said that we would do as we go forth with this, would be important to continue to do that. But now to continue to maybe Chrissy, to continue to look at the legal pieces that are coming out of this, because that's what I was looking up and that I had questions about for later. But that's kind of what my feelings are at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Chief and staff. You did an excellent job preparing for this. Yeah, I think it's a very, very valuable tool. And I think back, I wished I had this, you know, way back when I was, you know, pounding the streets and trying to follow up on the leads. I think the strength of this system is not so much just the capturing the vehicles as they go by and catching the license plates on a daily basis, but it's the ability to be able to have that added tool to be able to get the history of that vehicle was placed close in proximity to the scene of the crime. And also when you have an out of town, you know, visitor, and we're trying to find, it's a whodunit. It's just such a tremendous, valuable tool. I also am satisfied that we do have a system that we are demanding a higher level that involves this level of audit. I think that's important. I trust that the chief and staff are going to continue to follow the trends and the changes, monitoring Flock's performance. And as long as it's adhering to a high standard that we expect and that we're not abusing it, I would be encouraged to see the increase in the next year on the number of audit trails, that it's going beyond the purpose, but also we're capturing the case numbers that are related to it. So I think that will be something that will increase in time. But I see that, and I remember knowing that it was a strategic plan about where all of the cameras went. And I know that without having those additional 6, we don't necessarily have the complete coverage for the primary areas that a suspect could flee and get out of the city uncaptured. So I think that it's important that we continue driving towards the fulfillment of the number of cameras that we identified, or that the police department identified that are essential. Right now we have the majority. I think it's important that we continue to fulfill the other 6 that are needed. And I think Sergeant Richardson pointed out an excellent point. One of the speakers tonight was that the car cameras, the flock cameras in the motors or the patrol cars are only as effective unless the patrol car is rolling. And in any given day shift, a sergeant in 3 or 4, it's operating, but the rest of them the vehicles are waiting, and then that's night shift that comes in. So 15 means that all of the vehicles are outfitted and all 15 are available to go, but 15 cars that are in service all at the same time would be a rare special event. So I think it's important we continue to cover the strategic piece to get the entire 100 miles of our city roads where we have adequate coverage. And it doesn't mean we have to have a camera on every intersection or every street, but it's completely covering our city with a focus on public safety, keeping the tool available for the officers to be able to do the follow-up. And it ensures that we have a higher level of safety in our community. That some other cities that don't have cameras like this don't have the same level of society of safety. So I want to maintain safety in the community. So it's important to continue with this program, and we'll continue to monitor it.
Well, I'm glad we have the constraints that we have on our management of the license plate readers. We've been tough on Chief, and he's provided the protections that we demanded. There's no doubt that Attorney Welsh is right. We have a government surveillance system. And it only takes a few people to go rogue, and we are going to regret it. And so what I'm so thankful that you have your ethical standards and that you hold each other accountable, because it can all go down. And we're trusting you to uphold our civil rights and our Bill of Rights. And we trust you with that. And I hope you hold our trust dear and that you always will. Thank you for your service.
Oh, you're good. So I think it's obvious where I stand with this as well. I wasn't in support of moving this forward when we initially were considering this. And I think the examples that Councilman Garcia has raised, I think just further explain why there's concern there. And it's what's interesting is like on a hope and a prayer kind of feeling. And I don't think, as Councilman Garcia articulated, I don't think it's a concern with our police department and how professional they are. I think there is a concern around who has access to this data, how other agencies are utilizing the data. It was reported tonight that we're not getting other agencies necessarily inputting the case or CAD number in. And so not even being compliant with the standards that we have and how we handle this data. I think this is a question that comes down to what makes us Americans and looking at our Constitution. When we're talking about the Fourth Amendment and the concern around unreasonable search and seizure. And I appreciate Michelle Welsh calling in and sharing her concern and how that is further explained by the behaviors that we've seen handled by Flock. One of the things that I think about is, well, I guess first what I would say is this isn't a for versus against public safety issue. The problem that exists here is can be considered conflicting public safety perspectives. And one of the things that I think about is if folks remember the ethical dilemma for the trolley problem, where you have a train coming with 5 passengers on it, and there's a individual on the track, and if you push a button, you can save the 5 people, but you kill the one. It's a true ethical dilemma, and how you appropriately handle that. It's not, there's no silver bullet, there's no easy way of being able to address it. And I guess what I would just offer is that it's not a problem until it happens to you. And the fact of the matter is that right now the issue seems to be focused on a certain demographic within the community, which happens to make up a reasonable amount of our population in the city of Monterey, that I don't think we should just easily ignore. I think it's something worth looking at more. And so I think it's worth having this come back and having a deeper discussion and seeing if the chief can provide us a little bit more information in regards to what are we seeing in across the country as it relates to some concerns. I think it'd be great to hear from our city attorney in regards to some of the legal issues that have been presented as it relates to flock. I can't remember who brought it up. It might have been Esther, around looking at other service providers as an option. I don't know what the solution is here moving forward, but I think it's worth looking at more. And so we just ask for the council to reconsider this. And so with that, we will move on to the next agenda item. '18 on our agenda is to receive annual report and renew the military equipment purchase and use ordinance, Monterey City Code, Chapter 27, Article 3, Section 27-10. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Okay, and now we'll have our Assistant Chief, Bruno, provide this report.
Thank you, Dante. Welcome to the City of Monterey. Mayor, council members, good evening. We'll be somewhat quick because I know it's late. So we're here tonight for the annual military report, the AB 41. So we're looking tonight for the approval and requirements of our policies. That's Monterey Police Department Policy 706. This was approved by the City Council back in 2022 by way of ordinance, and it's been renewed by the City Council each subsequent year. This policy is publicly available on our website, and the police department is required to compose an annual military report each year. The City Council is required also to review this military equipment purchase and use ordinance and vote to renew it at a regular meeting. So currently the Monterey Police Department, so we have 61 rifles. They're issued to each sworn member. I know we have 53 officers. Last time around, the council approved for us to purchase new rifles to replace some of our aging rifles. We just recently received those within the last, 2 months or so, and they're being put together. So by the next round, those rifles should be back down to 53 as we dispose of those other rifles that we have. We have 2 shotguns that are utilized as less lethal platforms. That's assigned to the Monterey Peninsula Regional Special Response Unit. That's the Peninsula SWAT team that we have, that we're a part of. The shotguns that we utilize as breaching shotguns, the 40 millimeters, that's what Chief talked about earlier. Those are those less lethal sponge rounds, the 37 millimeter OC launchers, specialized rifles that are used by the SWAT team. We have 7 unmanned aircraft systems or drones, 2 pepper ball launchers, and a crisis negotiation team command vehicle that's assigned to the Peninsula SWAT team. All right, so the Peninsula SWAT team, in order for them to use their equipment within the city of Monterey, we have to list what they have and what they're using. So they have a Bearcat, which is an armored vehicle. They also have a command and control vehicle. They also have ground and aerial drones that they use, 37 millimeter and 40 millimeter launchers, breaching shotguns, flashbang diversionary devices, and explosive breaching tools, and also tear gas and pepper balls. So we did not receive any complaints from the community in this past year. We did hold a town hall meeting on March 9th, 2026. One person did attend. We had one question that I received, which was through a phone call, was where officers were, they were concerned that our officers were going to be wearing military uniforms and not have name tags. And I explained to them that that's not what this is about. And they had no other issues with the military equipment. All military equipment that we have was accounted for. We found no violations of our military equipment or our use policy, and all of our funding from the military equipment came from our existing Monterey Police Department budget. So what do we use our equipment for? So the UAS or the drones, we deployed them 24 times throughout the year. They assisted the SWAT team at 6 deployments. And the various uses that we saw them used for was to search buildings, look for suspects, missing persons, or victims. And they also assisted with parade setups and making sure that rooftops are clear, the barricades are set up, and those type of things. the annual report. So the pepper ball launcher. So we have the pepper balls. In March 27th, 2025, they were used during a search for a wanted attempted murder suspect. Crashed his vehicle in the city of Marina and fled into a field. They used that to try to, he wasn't located in the field, but they used that because they thought he was hiding out there and they were trying to get him out. And then in May 2nd of 2025, we had we had a suspect that fled from officers. He refused to show his hands, pretending like he had a weapon. And so they used the pepper ball to get him to comply with us. So we had one use, our SWAT team was used one time in the city of Monterey. That was on May 17th, 2025. We had an armed wanted domestic violence suspect, and he was believed to have been barricaded inside a residence. The SWAT team used drones. They had a command post and the Bearcat was used. The suspect actually was not inside the house. And so that ended safely. So anytime that we're asking for military equipment, we're required to ask the city council to approve that request. So what we're looking at in this next round is 2 police supervisor command vehicles. And so command vehicles within AB 41 are considered military equipment. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're actual military vehicles. So our fire department actually has a Ford F-250 that they use as a command vehicle. So anytime there's a fire, it's a larger vehicle that has equipment that they need where they can manage a scene. We don't have anything like that. In fact, our supervisor vehicles have so much less lethal and other equipment that they're overstuffed with everything. We're using these small boards to try to manage scenes, and it's not very professional, and it's hard to keep track of things. And so we're asking is for the council to approve the Ford F-150 type command vehicle so that we can request that at our vehicle committee. Again, this is not an approve. You guys are not approving that we get this vehicle. It's just that it'd be added to the military equipment so that we can request that vehicle. And with that, our recommendation is that the council approve the military equipment, the report, and the addition of the Ford vehicle as a command vehicle for military equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Open up to the council for questions.
Just one quick question. I noticed the list of the shotguns. So there is not a shotgun that's outfitted in each one of the patrol cars any longer, or did I miss that?
That's correct. We don't issue shotguns anymore, just rifles.
Okay, so it's just the rifle is there, and then does the watch commander have shotgun available?
So we don't have any lethal shotgun anymore. It's the less lethal 40 millimeters. Okay. And then everybody has a rifle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when was that put into place where the shotguns disappeared?
It had probably 10 plus years ago, maybe somewhere around there. We got rid of the shotguns. That's kind of been the standard of getting rid of shotguns and going with the rifles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been asleep for 11 years. Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
So thank you so much. I just had a point of clarification. So you were saying that the item is not to give you authority to purchase this F-150, but to put it into the military equipment category. Can you explain that a little bit?
Correct. So because a command vehicle within AB 41, it just says a command vehicle. And it talks about controlling units. And so as a supervisor vehicle, if we have a critical incident, that vehicle would be used to control where the officers are going and those type of things. And so by our view, the F-150, if we were to make it a command vehicle for our supervisors, we would have to have city council approval because it's considered military equipment, even though it's just a regular vehicle. So in order for us to even purchase it, we would have to have that approved by the city council as military equipment. And then we can ask the city at our vehicle committee that we have every year, when our vehicles are up, we can say, hey, we would like one Ford F-150 command vehicle. The city can say, hey, we don't have the money for that, or no, you can't have that, and then we don't have it. But it's considered military equipment. So we have the approval that we can ask for it.
Okay. And so I see that the cost is $150,000 for each fully outfitted vehicle. Is that what this particular F-150 would cost, as far as to be outfitted as this particular outfitted vehicle for the command center?
That's correct. So, you're looking, so the police rated vehicles are usually a little bit more expensive. Then you're talking about cages. You're going to have a box in the back. You're going to have an extra radio in the back. So all those costs add up. And so we looked at what it would cost, what it roughly cost the fire department and figured it'd be around that price.
Okay. And it says it's two.
Correct.
Pickup. So that would be 300,000.
Correct.
And so that's in the budget. It says it's actually is it in the current budget now?
So we were asked for the budget, the vehicle committees coming up. We were asked what vehicles that we would like to replace the vehicles that are aging out. And so we made the request to have we told them that if it's approved by the council, we would like to have these two command vehicles. Again, we meet with, I believe Rafaela will be there. I'm sure Dante will be there. They could easily say, no, we don't have the money for that. And then so we don't have it, but you guys are authorizing us to at least make that request.
Okay, because I'm just noticing where it says requested through existing funds. So that's why I was just trying to get clarification that it's funds that are already existing in the approved budget for your department.
Correct. So not within our department. So the vehicles are, there's money put in every month into the vehicle fund. And so when a vehicle is ready to get replaced, that money comes from that fund. So that's where we wouldn't be asking for additional money. So if there's money there and the city says, yes, you can have it, then we would be able to purchase it. But if we don't have the money or it's not the right time, the city can say no, and then we won't have it.
So it's more for the approval of being able to do this, putting it in the right category and then having the approval to be able to purchase it if it's in the existing fund.
Correct. And this is no means by you guys voting yes on it doesn't give the city, doesn't tell Nat or Dante like, yes, go purchase it. It just means that we're allowed to ask for it.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you for the presentation.
All right, thank
With
you.
that, we'll open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber? We have one ticker. Anybody else? We'll go ahead and close it off to the one speaker in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom.
I'm just going to ask a simple question. Is this the same thing as the division chief's truck that they have on the fire side? Which we have, I think, 6. So this is very similar to what a division chief who's running an incident would have on the fire side. Makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Is it just to receive the annual report? So I don't.
The request for action.
Oh, okay. Let me go back. So let me read it again.
Anybody could jump in.
I just want to get the phrase right. I'll make the motion to accept the staff's recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, so moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll go to council comments. Thank you, chief and team.
Thank you all.
Any council comments?
Yeah, I've got.
Please go ahead.
One. Yeah, I think we heard sufficiently tonight from several members of the public. I was already going to bring this up, and it's the residence parking program. Significant communications in the community, a lot of emails, a lot of phone calls. You heard from 5 or 6 folks tonight. I think we know that staff is working hard, but there seems to be a disconnect between what the staff technology is being pushed and the time for the community to respond. And so the window is closing April 20th for registration. The new program is supposed to go live April 30th. I think that there's significant community questions. There's willingness for the community to cooperate and do this, but I think generally we need more time. So I don't know the mechanics to be able to do this. Maybe day 3, Mr. Hall will be able to kind of get his hands around. Yeah, but this is the residential parking program that is almost ready to launch and go live. And we have a real big disconnect between the neighborhoods that are going to be most impacted. And you heard from 5 of them tonight, and I've heard from many of them. So I think we need to figure this out at the staff level. And if the staff can't figure this out and it gets to the point, then I'll bring it back as a request to agendize it in the future. But I think this is a staff opportunity to look at this and see where a pause might be an appropriate thing, and then see if we can't fine tune the launch so that we can get our neighbors well represented with a new program.
Awesome. Any other council comments?
Can't we agree to agendize within council comments? Isn't that part of?
No, I think we have to bring it back as a suggestion.
Sorry, Chrissy.
And
It's okay. So Mr. Hall might decide to put this on the agenda. And if not, then we could go through the agendizing process. And then I will point out that this is because we have a governance policy that requires it to be done this way. If we wanted to just follow the government code, then you could ask for something to be agendized and it would be agendized. So that's the distinction there.
okay. Any other Hall and I will meet at some point next week, and I'll bring my notes with me.
Any other council comments? For whatever it's worth, I second, and I'm not supposed to do that, but I second the idea of that coming back forward. Obviously, I think there's enough concern in the community, and it would be good for council to have some skin in the game in regards to how this resolves itself. Couple other things. My understanding is that at our next council meeting, Paul Shudo will be coming to give a presentation on the wastewater rate study that we're looking at with Monterey One Water. And then the last thing I'll end with is we were going to try to squeeze in something tonight to do a little bit of a welcome for Dante, but obviously our council meeting is going bitterly to the last moment here. So we do plan on having more of a welcome event at the Monterey Conference Center on April 28th from 6 to 7:30. So I just encourage folks to mark their calendars. More information will be coming out about that. And then I will actually share one more thing that it's unfortunate I'm sharing this now. I meant to share it earlier when we were discussing the displaced Casanova residents. All in Monterey could use some additional support. When I was with them last weekend, they shared to me that they have not only spent all the money that they contributed to, that people have contributed to, but they actually use some of their own funds to help cover some of the cost. And so the $20,000 that I think the council contributed is going to go a long way towards helping get the job done. But any additional support that our residents can get from volunteers. So all in Monterey, you can make direct contributions there. And with that, I will pass it to Dante for city manager reports.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no reports tonight. I'm sure at the next one I'll have quite a few, but thank you.
Thank you. All right. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.